Are live. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Holy Humanist. Happy Sunday. Today, we have another special guest with us who, to be honest, I have recently had a lot more interactions with on Twitter and come to know like bits and pieces of his story. So when I assumed he was only an ex-Muslim, I learned that he'd also been a Christian and perhaps a very devout Christian. We'll find out. We'll find out together, basically. I've left this very open ended and free flowing. So I'm going to get my guest on without much further ado. I just want to say if you do hear loads of fireworks and stuff from my end, I will try and keep myself muted while our guest speaks. But it was bonfire night yesterday here in the UK, so people are still out there like popping fireworks and all sorts. So yes, apologies for that from now. And yes, so we're just going to have a kind of free flowing conversation. Feel free to send in any questions that you might have for our guest. And if they're happy to answer, then they will. And we'll see how we get on in terms of opening the floor up to callers towards the end. But yeah, anyway, without much further ado, let me bring on our special guest tonight, Hadrian Haman. Welcome to Holy Humanist.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Nuria. Just before I know you start, I wanted to actually state this that when I first came across your channel, I actually found quite a lot of similarities between us, like our backgrounds. We at one point belonged to the same country. We are of a similar age. We
Yes.
also lived in the same country in at one point, and we were both molested by Allah. So yeah.
Yes, exactly. No, and I think that's why I feel so comfortable with you. I don't know why recently on Twitter Spaces, wherever I see you hanging out and I come and check what's happening, I'm always like, oh, this is going to be a good time. And you never fail to entertain and inform with some of your like personal anecdotes and stories. And I'm like, oh my God, I can so relate to that. And also, before we start, I must say that a couple of spaces where I've really tried to hold my own and been up against, let's say really pro Hindutva people and stuff, you've really come on and had my
Oh
back.
God.
So thank you.
Yeah. Oh, no worries, because it was funny because I think we were both piggyback riding against each other because I was really thankful you were there and you were probably thankful that I was there. So yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you,
no,
brother Ben.
yeah, I was gonna say as well, but brother Ben got there before me. But yeah, so I'm really, really excited. I know this is gonna be a fun stream of us just talking back and forth. So basically, obviously, we know each other a bit from Twitter, but for the YouTube world, and obviously I know you come and join the Urdu streams as well, which I'm really grateful for. But just in terms of my English viewership here on Holy Humanist, could you kind of give us a brief intro to who you are, your background, where you were brought up, that kind of thing, and obviously go into as much detail as you're comfortable with.
Yes, absolutely. So, but before I start, I know Nuria, in your description, you said I have a lot of funny stories.
Yeah.
So that's the one that I always pick. But honestly, vast majority of them are pretty troubling. And
Oh,
I'll try to make it sound funnier if I can.
no, no, no. Don't sugarcoat
Yeah,
anything for us. We can handle the duck depravity as well. Don't
yeah, yeah,
worry. But
yeah,
yeah, I appreciate
yeah.
that.
So to start off, I am from a Bangladeshi family. So my dad actually moved to a GCC country for his job. I never really lived in Bangladesh at all, maybe for like 3 years or so. My family moved to the GCC country, which was of course very multicultural and diverse, but yet at the same time they were like 90% Muslims as well. So my family weren't religious at all, and they actually never pushed Islam down me or my siblings' throat. Like the only thing my dad would do is pray the Friday prayer and probably the Maghrib prayer sometimes, and fasted during Ramadan, and that was it. For me and my siblings, the only thing we were forced to do growing up in GCC was probably to attend Friday prayer after we became teenagers. But other than that, like grew up in a very moderate Desi family. Like no, like there wasn't really. And I don't say this with pride or happiness, but we really didn't get any physical or mental trauma from our family or even our relatives or society's side, at least not in the way that many ex-Muslim women or other ex-Muslims have faced. But like my story is a little bit different. At least I consider it different, because what happened with me was, I think I not that I think, but I know that I started suffering from depression at a very early age, uh,
Right.
probably in my early teens. And now, at the time, I did not know it was depression, because that was not even a word in our dictionary back then. But
Yeah.
I am a little bit frightened to use this word, because it is very touchy and complicated for viewers and people who may not fully are aware of what depression means and how it affects people. But so, as a young teenager, probably 13 14 year old, I started to feel that, like, that I am not being happy with the world in general. Like, I lost my excitement from my friends, from movies, from music, games. Lost my appetite. It's a very, very common feeling that the early and an early symptom of depression that people get. But at the time, I didn't know what it was. I didn't know why I was feeling that way. I'm not sure if it was because of the toxic culture that was prevalent in my school, or if it was some family problems we used to have. But it's a very ridiculous feeling and a disease that you may never know how you get, like, and you actually may never know, have an explanation behind it. But so, since I was suffering from that, um, like, it was not until I think I was probably 15 or 16 when it actually metastasized into what I think was suicidal thoughts. But now,
Right.
I'm not saying that I felt like committing suicide. I never contemplated it, but I actually started getting the feeling that I do not want to live anymore, because I was like, why am I born? I wish my dad had worn a condom or something. What the hell is going on? I can't be I couldn't beat this feeling at all. Um, then but now, miraculously, it was the year 2007 when I was having that, and I was probably 15 or 16 at the time. And on the day before the Eid al-Azha, I think that was like late December, they played this movie called The Message by Anthony Quinn. It was from
Yes.
the it was from the 70s, and it was such a nasty whitewash of Islam. But the point was that, so in that movie they showed the last sermon of Prophet Muhammad, right? Like, I'm not sure if you watched that movie or not, but
Yep.
you
That was my
did.
childhood as well. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so I just mistakenly happened to browse through the TV channels, and that movie came up. So I watched it, and
Oh,
I
we were sat down for it like a ritual by my dad. We need to learn about Islam and watch this.
yeah, like, so in that final sermon, it had some kind of a volume effect on me. It was like, oh my god, like, I completely first, it was like a revelation that, oh my god, I'm a Muslim and I study Islam in school. Sorry about that if you heard that. uh
That's okay.
and and it is a very primary, it is one of the primary messages of Islam, that this world is an illusion, it's fake, it's materialistic, it's temporary. You shouldn't really attach yourself much with this world. So, someone who was suffering from early stages of depression, or I should say moderate or clinical at the point, but it really resonated well, because all of a sudden I have a reason not to be sad at the world, because I know it's fake. So why should I spend my brain cells on it? So,
So, Hadrian, sorry, I'm just trying to. So, because you heard the last sermon and obviously the power of that film and the propaganda and the last sermon, now you think, okay, here is my reason to live and my validation for a will to live because I am Muslim. Like part of my identity is this, and this world is temporary. Is that where your head's kind of going?
yep, that's exactly
Okay.
where it went. That's
Okay.
literally where it went. Like, you have pointed it correctly. I'm not saying it happened like at that exact same moment, but within a couple of weeks, because the feeling that I got from the message, I downloaded that movie and like watched it like 50 times in a not 50 times, okay, like I watched it a lot more than I should have.
Adrian, didn't you find it so weird? I found it so weird as a young Muslim girl watching that, being like, oh my God, they just play that really like, mysterious music every time Muhammad
Yeah,
appears because they can't
yeah,
show his face.
yeah.
And it's like, I would say to my dad, what's happening? Has he got out of his house or is he going into his house? Or all you hear is like music and then the other face of the character, and something deep has been said,
Yeah,
something so profound, but you just understand it's crazy in
I know.
hindsight.
And then, no, that movie is specifically weird because when they were having conversations with the prophet wouldn't say there wouldn't be any voice, of course, but there would be subtitles, and Hamza, played by Anthony Quinn, would be, "That's right, that's what Muhammad said," and
And then he'd go out to the people and say, the prophet has declared, and then we'd hear what's happened.
yeah, yeah, like I'm okay. No, so that's another topic I think we should have on that specific
For
movie.
sure.
But like now, because of that amazing feeling I was getting, I got from that movie, right, instantly I started researching on Islam, and mostly we're focused on how to feel happy and find contentment and peace in this world. So within the year 2008, no, like within the first 6 months, I, from a guy who used to do everything non-Islamic as a young teenager, like listen to music, songs, talk to girls, whatnot, I started praying 5 times. I started fasting even during non-Ramadan days. I st- like
Wow,
I
just
would
to
just
get extra sawab, the
just to
like
get extra
extra
swab.
brownie
Yeah,
point.
yep.
Okay.
And then I started to recite the Quran in Arabic, not just the Arabic part, because the English or the translations didn't matter to me at the time. But I just used to recite them, pray 5 times, pray all 5 times in the masjid, by the way, including Fajr. And my parents all of a sudden went bonkers. They're like, "Oh my God, what happened? What's wrong with this kid?" But they didn't really pay that much attention because I think they were stupid, and I'm saying it lightly. They're my parents, but they're like, "Oh, it's so cute. He's a teen and he's praying. I'm so proud of him." But they had no idea what was going on in my mind, right? But so that was the first 6 months, and to be really honest, I was actually happy because it was like a change of world for me, and
Yeah.
so like and in all honesty, it wasn't the cure, but it was just a very good coping mechanism with false pretenses that as a young guy I didn't know about. I was just
Mm.
going with it. Then we after a very long time, in the summer of 2008, we we made a family visit. Okay, just FYI, before I say anything further, from now onwards it gets really, really worse.
Oh
From
no.
it just
Okay,
gets
we're gonna
worse.
brace
So
ourselves. Thank you for the warning.
yeah.
Buckle up,
So
everyone.
hope buckle up. So after a very long time, my family and we visited Bangladesh. And I'd never lived there, never grew up there. I knew always that it was poor and whatnot, but I never really saw it firsthand. When I went there, I it had a very depressive effect on me, because for the first time I saw beggars begging in the streets. I saw young kids fully malnourished selling collecting empty water bottles. I saw a very old women digging through the dumpster to find food, I guess, or something.
Yeah.
I saw visibly mentally sick people, and visibly disabled people who lost their hands or their legs, and whatnot, begging in the streets.
You saw like full on poverty for the first time in its realest, rawest form, right? Because
Yep,
again,
yep.
living in the GCC, we were so sheltered from that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, like like, and that's one of the things that started make me question a lot of things, not only just Islam, but just the world and politics and economy in general. But one of the biggest problems that I saw there was was how that was a Muslim country, and there are many other Muslim countries which were significantly poor, but that's not what the GCC is. So I know it might sound a little bit petty, or um, like a little bit uneducated even, but one of the questions I had was, why would Allah discriminate against Muslims like that, though?
Mhm.
Like, why? I know it's not it may not be a substantiated
No.
question to
Hatred
ask,
is a
but
perfectly good thing to think, because you do think, okay, if these are the rightly guided people and we're following
yeah,
the right path and we have this God who says everything he is, why does he allow his people to live in like being this destitute? And then I guess as a Muslim, I would try and rationalize it by the poorest people are God's favorite and they're going to be completely rewarded in the afterlife. It's so skewed, your concept of justice and like, yeah,
yeah,
divine retribution. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it
yeah.
doesn't make sense. Your mind is trying to say why.
Yeah, and it's not only because I was Bangladeshi, so I was like trying to sympathize with the Bengali people, but these were the questions that started to come in my mind, right? So when I went back to the GCC, I tried to find answers to these questions, and Nuria, you answered just like an imam, where he said, well, the poor people will get more rewards and all that nonsense. And although they had said at that time, it did not resonate well with me. It subconsciously, I know for a fact that I wasn't happy with that kind of an answer.
Yep.
But what happened is that opened the floodgates of all the other questions that I was going to have later on. But starting with, I started having cultural problems with Islam in a way. So
Right.
I lived in a very I lived in a very multicultural society in the GCC. I had friends from Pakistan, India, Australia, Thailand, New Zealand, like you name it. I went to a British school. Spoke even up so I was very exposed to different people, different cultures. So I wasn't okay with the fact that we couldn't pray in our own language by ourselves in our own room. Like we couldn't pray the Salah in Urdu or English or
Mm.
Punjabi or Bengali. We couldn't do it. So I tried, and these were the problems that were also substantiated by the fact that I was also exposed to a lot of racism in the GCC against non-Arabs specifically. Uh, GCC are basically the Gulf countries, the Gulf
Yeah, I
cooperation
just
countries.
explained it to
Yeah.
Shaquille. He's a fellow British, by the way, in the house. So this is very,
Okay.
very good.
Hello, Shakil. I don't know any Bengali words, though, so you have to deal with hello. But like so
Namaste
in the
Bala Batu. Even I know that.
that's great. So like I'm not sure if you have seen it in the GCC as well, but the racism against non-Arabs, regardless
Yeah,
of what non-Arab countries you're
there's
from,
a
especially
hierarchy.
that hierarchy. I started to see that hierarchy for the first time, and I was very, very uncomfortable with the fact that how can this happen in an Islamic country where there is no racism in the Quran or the Hadith, or Islam abolished slavery and all
And
that.
Muhammad's last sermon, no Arab is superior to a
Yep,
non-Arab.
yep,
Yeah.
yep. So I tried. Started to ask these questions to the imam of the masjid that I used to visit, and not a single one of them would give me a good answer. And they would always end it with saying, "Look, these are all the temptations of Iblis and the Shaitan, and it's good to not talk about it because it causes division." And I'm like, okay, it's supposed we're not supposed to talk about it because it's caused division, but we are not united without talking about it either. So
Yeah.
that
Touche.
doesn't make any sense. Well, of course I didn't tell him because I knew he wasn't going to give me an answer. But then I tried a trick, which was I asked these questions online as well, and the answers were very similarly pathetic. Like some of the scholars I can mention, but like not sure if you want to know them or not. But they would never give me a good answer. So
And
I'm
when you
like,
say online, you mean like these are Islamic question and answer forums or Islamic websites or?
all of them Islamic,
Okay.
like Islam QA. Then
Okay.
there was Noman Ali Khan's website called Bayina Institute, and
Yes.
all of
Okay.
like I still have my emails. It's filled with, I still see my emails from 2008 when I was asking them these questions, and I have their answers as well, which is pathetic. That
Mhm.
like if you ask them a simple question, is why are Muslim racist? They start off a tangent. Like first half of a paragraph would be all praise to Allah and His Prophet Muhammad and his companions. May Allah guide all Muslim believing women, men, and may Allah do this. It's like a half a page of just that before they come. And
Yeah.
that also so even back then I'm like, come on, man, just get to the
Get to
point. It
the
was
point. We don't have all day. But I'm sure, hopefully, they would just be copy pasting that, right? Surely no one's sitting there typing, first of all, da, 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 da.
yeah, like and because they weren't answering me properly, I did a little bit of a trick, which was I created another email with a Christian name. And now I'm like, I'm gonna approach them differently. I'm gonna tell them that I'm a Christian,
Clever, Hadrian.
but I have a problem with Islam with here and here. And that was and I did that. And you know what's very surprising? Their approach was entirely different. Literally entirely different.
Okay, how so? This is so intriguing. How did they approach a Christian?
Like they didn't go off on a monologue
Mhm.
to bestow blessings on the prophet and
Yeah.
all that. And at the same time, they would go on. This is a tactic that Muslim apologists use, which is they go on definition, like what is the definition of racism, what is the definition of discrimination, what is the history of America, what
Oh
is
my.
the, like, all of this. And but then at the same time they would be like, we are really happy, brother, that you are researching on Islam. May Allah guide you, and all of that. But you know what? Even those answers weren't okay with me. And even I had no understanding of Western history or racism at all. And even then, I would be like, "You just did not answer a question
Yeah.
again." Yeah, like
Wow. So
so.
you're like the
This was
masters of evading and deflecting questions. Dodging,
literally just
deflect, and evade.
yeah, like yeah, well, if their example is Muhammad, you are really left with not much, right, other than deflection. So
True.
yeah, so what happened, so that was my first year of being religious,
Yeah.
and I already started developing a lot of problems within Islam, and in the background, there was a lot of other things that was also happening, which was, all of a sudden, because I was entering high school, so my world expanded exponentially. Because
Mm.
now I'm researching more about American politics and American history. And that was the year Barack Obama was running for president. So all of a sudden, he was becoming like, he was someone that I was very attracted to. So I was researching about America, UK, Europe, China, India, the history, the political, contemporary issues,
Of your
military
own
issues.
volition, like you were just curious intellectually, or because you were like at that age?
I think I think the unsatisfaction that I was having in Islam
Mm.
pushed me to become one, because
Yes.
otherwise I wouldn't have been. And it was okay, even if I did get pushed because of Islam, but I was actually still finding it very interesting, like American history with slave trade and how that country went at war with itself to to eliminate slavery. So
Yeah.
like there was a lot of like a lot of intriguing materials. And like I was also involved with like I had involved on Facebook and MySpace with various people from my gaming community who are from all
Mhm.
across the world. So I had a very good international virtual friends as well, and I knew them for a while, and that was also affecting my opinions. And because of this, none of my experiences was resonating well with Islam anymore, because the
Mm.
Islamic narrative about kafirs going to hell, and like the Jews are there, all Jews are evil and they're trying to conspire against us, and all that, none of those were settling well with me, even as a religious Muslim.
Yeah. So, Hadrian, that's what I wanted to ask you at this point. So after like that whole incident with the message and you finding that bit of purpose for that time, and now you being completely unsatisfied with Islamic answers and all of the cultural things that you were seeing in the country that you lived in were probing you to like question things or just make things not sit right with you. Where at this point would you say like your iman or like your faith was? How strong was that? Like the belief in Allah or like the belief in holding on to your Muslim identity? Or are you just searching for, let me see what happens as I find more answers? Or are you actually like in your mind saying, I am still a Muslim and I believe this with all my heart?
Like look, at the time I was still believing, I would believe there was a God. So b I was indoctrinated with the fact that Islam was the true religion. So I knew that the unsatisfaction that I was having, it was probably because of people weren't able to answer my questions. or people weren't
Okay.
able to understand me properly so that they could answer my questions. um, but I was still a Muslim, and I was still religious. I was still praying 5 times tahajjud. I started pray. So the funny story, like
You would
you
pray
brought,
tahajjud too. Wow, you were a
yeah,
very good Muslim. Whew.
yeah, like
People
it
that
wasn't
don't
on.
know, that's like even earlier than the sunrise prayer. You do that extra one to get more brownie points that Hadrian
Yeah.
wanted. So this is like you're waking up at like 3:30 in the morning or something ridiculous like that.
Yep, yep. No, I didn't used to pray it all the time because I had school,
Okay.
but like on Thursday nights, because Friday was the holiday, so on Thursday nights I wouldn't sleep until Fajr. So I would just stay awake the whole night and pray Tahajjud and then pray Fajr and all that. But because I was so unsatisfied, like that's where I opened a lot of a can of worms, because I thought, okay, if I become more religious, maybe all of these questions would go away.
Mm.
So that's where another disaster happened, because I went full crazy. Like shit hit the, oh sorry, like the
That's
hit
okay.
the,
You can swear if you want to. No, that's
oh no.
okay.
So like, so what I did was, not only now I am, I'm doing my prayers and all, but I started to get involved with the Jamaatul Dawa group that was in our
Uh-oh.
masjid.
Yeah.
And I turned 16 at the time, and they welcomed me with the longest open arms, because, oh my god, a 16-year-old teen wants to join us, absolutely. So
Perfect ripe age for getting into his head and sending him off to judge and stuff.
yep, yep. And that's where, instead of making me feel good, they pissed me off even more subconsciously, because that's where I actually started learning more prejudices from them, about America, or white people, or Hindus, or atheists, or anything. That group, like in the like, you might know this, in GCC country, the Friday sermons are controlled and observed. They can't
Yeah.
really speak about a lot of issues that they might want to. So
Mhm.
they wouldn't actually mention the word Israel or India even while trying to pray for Palestine and Kashmir. They would just go, "Yeah, Allah bless Kashmir, bless Palestine, bless Muslims." I mean, but they wouldn't use the word Israel in there. Like, they
Yeah.
can't actually say, "Yeah, Allah destroy Israel" or something, right?
Yeah.
But after every prayers, this Jamaat to Dawa group they would sit at the back end of the masjid, and they would sit in a circle, um, or circle or so, and people would sit around them, and that's where they give the actual dawa. That's where they show their true feelings, because you can't
Wow.
have surveillance on that, right? And I started joining them, and that's where they like, I didn't share my story with them at the time, of course, but that was just me trying to be more religious so that I could get rid of my nasty feelings. And that made me such a horrible human being, because I immediately stopped talking to all of my friends, because the Muslim friends weren't Muslim enough. I stopped talking to my online friends because they were kafirs. I stopped visiting my non-Muslim friends, because in Islam you're actually not supposed to enter the house of a non-Muslim. Like, I'm not sure if you.
Whoa,
Yeah,
who's
yeah,
Hadrian?
yeah, and it got worse, because I tried to force my dad to grow a beard. Then I
Yeah.
tried to force my parents, my mother and my sister, who was like 7 or 8 years younger than me. I tried to
Oh my
force
God.
them to wear the burqa. By the way, they didn't listen to me. They never took me seriously.
Thankfully.
They
Okay.
never.
Did you
but
have a beard
but
as well at this point? Like young you? Were you growing a beard?
the Bengali genetics is not really as good as the Pakistanis. We don't really have that good of a beard growing style. Like, so I never had a beard. Like, but my dad did, which was weird. But he never,
Okay.
like, he was a working professional, so he was never gonna keep a beard. But I
Yeah.
tried to force them, and when they wouldn't, I felt really pathetic. And then I did a little bit more. I tried to cut the cable TV. I actually literally tried to cut the wires, so that
Mm.
you know because TV is haram. Like, you're
But
actually
TV
not,
also has Islam TV and Peace TV and stuff. That's
but
allowed,
not
right?
but not the Jamaatul Dawa people. They told me
Oh
that,
my.
like, all of these Peace TV and Zakir Naik, they're all evil, and you shouldn't listen to them. Like, like like that group actually helped me leave Islam faster than anything else,
Oh,
because
amazing. That's the result we want. But Hadrian, can you just give us a little thing into like, so what kind of sect, like, this is a Sunni sect, I'm guessing, quite like extreme and segregated in their own. What's their main manifesto, or like, where do they split from the others? Are
well,
they
I think
very hardcore, hardline, or?
I think Jamaatul Dawa is they I think they like to call themselves Ahl Sunnah wal Jamaa, which is
Okay,
means following the Sunnah and the majority of the scholars. So they
right.
are a Sunni sect, and I'm actually like I haven't studied their theology as much, so I'm not sure if they are Salafi or Wahhabi specifically, but they are more likely Salafi because they have no concept of spirituality in them,
Wow, okay,
absolutely
like
none.
straight, like by the book.
By the
Yeah.
book,
Mhm.
exactly. So that made me, being with them made me such a horrible human being, because um I tried to cut the cable TV, then I tried to cut the wire of the doorbell, because if there is a bell in your house, then angels won't enter as well.
Oh
Be-
my God,
but I'm not making this up. This is a hadith. Like, if you like, I'll have to search for it and stuff, but it is there.
Hadrian.
Like,
So it's
yeah,
just
well,
knocks. Only knocks are permitted in Islam. Probably three
yep.
knocks as well.
Yep,
Something.
yep. And one of the hadiths, Muhammad also said that bells are used by Christians in churches.
Oh
So you're
yeah, yeah,
not.
yeah. That's why we had to differentiate. Sorry, I say
y-
we like I'm still part of it. Muslims
Yep,
differentiate and
yep,
use the voice to do the call the azan. Yeah.
yeah, yep,
Because they had
yep,
that conversation, Hadrian. Do you remember in the message they were saying what can be our thing? And the Jews use this, the Christians use
yeah,
bells. They were comparing them, and they said,
yep,
"Oh, we
yep.
know the voice, Bilal, go."
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I tried to do all of that, but you know what? It wasn't helping me. In fact, I was I was getting more and more unsatisfied with Islam on my second year, because that's when I actually tried to study more theological aspects of Islam online, and that's where I came across across Aisha's age, sex slavery, slavery, scientific blunders, Quranic variants in its manuscripts, Quran's incoherence. Allah's behavior is just freaking weird. He's acting like a child every other verse. Then like I and by the way, I'm not learning this from Christian or atheist websites. I'm learning this from Muslim websites, where the purpose was, their polemics was to counter these arguments. And after reading their arguments, I'm like, oh my God. Subconsciously, I'm like, that doesn't answer. But, but what happened was, I actually found the actual Quranic verses and or the hadiths that they were trying to counter. And I'm like, oh my God, I cannot believe that these verses and these hadiths exist. So then what I did, I read the Quran in Arabic and English, and with its tafsir verse by verse. Not only
Yeah.
that, I actually went out to an Islamic store and I bought a copy of the Sahih Bukhari. And it
Yeah.
wasn't even the complete volume, by the way. It was just like their cherry picked versions of hadiths, whatever they
The
thought.
best bits, the highlights.
Yeah, but it's even the highlights of the Muslims are really funny, because although the highlights were toned down the hadiths, and I still had problems with them. I
Wow,
still
yeah.
had problems with them. Um, like, if you want to, like, one funny hadith would be like, I don't have it on the top of my head, but I think it was Abu Huraira or someone.
Yeah.
And this is a very mellow hadith, right? He's like, when I was with it went something like, when I was with the prophet, I would do this, and if I asked him this, he would answer this. If I asked him this, he would answer this. If I asked him this, he would answer this. If I asked him this, he would answer this. And then I stopped asking, because if I asked him more, he would keep on answering. Like, that is the hadith.
What the hell?
And
Like, Hadrian, the stuff that they pass off as some of their best, you're like, how bad does the worst get? You know, even when I think it was Omar or someone is saying, I remember three things the prophet told me: one, this, two, that, the third, I forgot. Like, what
yeah,
kind of crap is that?
yeah, yeah. Like, like, and but like, there was so many stupid hadiths, but the worst was, I think it was narrated by Aisha, which was, she saw a slave girl being beaten green. She was
Yep.
being, and And the point of that hadith was it was okay for women to wear the color green.
Oh my word. Are you serious? Not the domestic violence.
Like no, like I
That
no, I think
really is
you read that
excessive.
hadith as well on your
Yeah,
channel, right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
that now imagine they cherry picked that hadith out of everything. They cherry picked that and they put it in that Sahih Bukhari. And that was the okay. So that was my second year, 2009, of my religiosity, and that was the worst year to this day up on my in my life, because
Oh my gosh.
because I think I turned 17 or 18 at the time, and every single thing I knew in my entire life and the past 2 years of being religious Muslim, everything was falling apart. Everything. There was nothing I would touch where I wouldn't uncover some new problem. Every single day I would wake up, I would be pissed about a new issue in the Islam. And I'm
And are
still a
you
really
dealing with this internally, or are you speaking about this to someone, or are you just kind of like internalizing this? Because I'm sure you're not saying this to your mom or dad or your sister or anyone, right?
No, it was a mixture of both, mostly
Okay.
internalizing.
Okay.
And my parents never took me seriously. So if I would ask my dad, like, hey, is wife beating allowed in Islam? And my dad goes, well, look, Arabic is so broad, you can interpret it anyway. So it really doesn't matter. But Allah is so merciful. And you know what? Can you please not try to be that religious? That would be like my dad's answer. And I'm like,
Okay.
are you seriously kidding me, man? What are you living in a bubble or something? But like, they themselves didn't grow up in a like a religious family. So but mostly internalized. I tried to ask here and there. Like I said, I asked the scholars online and whatnot, but they would never really answer. And I had a lot of problems with Islam, not just the major ones that you guys always talk about. I don't know if it was only me, but I would even have minor problems with Islam. Like even you might say that, well, that's not really a problem if you say it. I'll be like, no, it is a freaking problem. But
Okay,
like,
like what? Can you give us an example? Only if you could think of one right now, otherwise it's fine.
okay, why when Muhammad used to pray, did he used to pray the durud? So when he used to pray the durud, is he literally just
Praying to himself.
self-invoking? He's
Yeah.
praying as a third person Muhammad?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Allahumma
it's
salli
going on.
ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. Like, is he actually saying that? Like, he is the Muhammad. So
Yeah. What
I'm
what
like,
did they say to that?
okay, that's a problem. The
Yeah.
the other problem was Allah, the Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim before every surah. It's
Yeah.
specific. So I found that a little bit weird, and because what I would say, what is the point? Before you start a surah, you say Allah is the most merciful and most beneficial, and
Mm.
every other third verse in almost every other surah, Allah goes, verily disbelievers have a giant fire waiting for him.
Yes. Burn in hell. Kafir.
And the worst is Surah Rahman out of it. I mean, come on, the chapter's name is the most merciful. Then you start off with Bismillah Rahman Rahim,
I
and
know.
then
At least
Allah
Tawbah
go.
lives up to its name, like repent, you know?
Yeah.
But like that's fine. But yeah, how can you say, and how can you somebody I think by the name of Mohammed, the cult leader, and he's a one of my YouTube members, and he comments underneath a lot of my videos saying, if I didn't keep repeating in the Quran that Allah is the most forgiving and most merciful, would you believe it based on my actions and what he says? I mean, you wouldn't. It's true.
And by the way, I asked these minor problems to the imams as well, and
Yeah.
and he said, in that answer was one of the final. Okay, not the one of the final straw is not the right word, but it was like a stab in the back with a knife. When I asked that sheikh about this, he said the reason why Allah talks about punishing more is because we are naturally created fear with fear more than we are with love. So our fear
Definitely
guides us.
sounds like an abusive relationship.
Literally, and he literally told me this to my face. He said, if Allah, like, would you listen to a very kind father and not do cocaine, or would you listen to a very strong and disciplined father with a stick in his hand and not do cocaine? He gave
Oh,
me that example.
Hadrian, I feel so sorry for the crap that you've had to endure and been told. Like, why should we have to respect Allah out because we fear him more than we love him? Do you know what I mean? So this is
Yeah,
the thing. I think this is very different in our stories. When I was a believing Muslim, for some reason, my own conviction of like, okay, we're here on like on earth, there cannot be this many rules. Like, surely I think I'm a good enough person, like morally deep down. So my Allah will not burn me in hell for just being friends with a Christian or a Jew or hanging out with people who are non-Muslim or, you know, going to a
yeah,
club. I would always justify that the love trumps the fear. But I think Sufism helped that as well because Rumi would say a lot of like, God is
yeah,
love is God. So I just like took shelter with him because, yeah,
yeah.
the other Quranic Allah is terrible.
Yeah, like I knew Sufism was. I was always told Sufism was fake, and it was a distortion of mainstream Islam. And honestly, I do believe that it is.
Oh, yeah, it's
Be-
the esoteric for sure, but I mean,
yeah,
it's got some dark elements as well. I'm going to do a whole stream about the darker side of Sufis because they're the
yeah,
first ones to rally up troops for jihad and stuff.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Very dark. But yeah,
Uh,
sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
so in my second year of my religiosity, this was like, I'm always I'm waking up every day with a new problem that I'm having with Islam and Allah. And I was still a Muslim. I mean, I'm like, sorry, I'm like, Auzubillah minash shaitanir rajim, Auzubillah minash shaitanir rajim. Please, Allah, take this sex slavery issue out of my head. I don't care. Please do this. And Allah wouldn't. Allah just wouldn't. He would just make me think about it even more. But another thing was, okay, so that's the the religion side. But I started experiencing, I saw things firsthand with my own eyes in the country where I was living that completely changed my life. Yeah, in the better way or the worse, I don't know. I think it's in a better way, but I every single horrible thing that a person can see at that age, other than murder, I think I've seen a lot of it, which was
Oh my
well,
goodness.
so I know I said that racism was bad in GCC. It wasn't until I saw a poor laborer, probably an Indian or a Bangladeshi and laborer. I saw him getting beaten to the blues by his Arabic sponsor or some Arabic guy in broad daylight in public, and it literally shocked me to
Mm,
the core.
yeah.
Then I also saw a poor Hindu guy inside a mosque being surrounded by a mob of Pakistani, Indian, and Bengali Muslims. And I stood I stood amongst the crowd, and I was asking people what happened. They said, well, he entered the mosque and he started begging. So I said, like, so the issue is, what's wrong? He's like, well, he's a Hindu. See the red band that he's wearing in his hand. Hindus are not allowed inside the mosques. So, and when I looked at that Hindu guy, he was just sitting down, back on his back on the wall. He was crouched, and I have never seen a dehydrated human being at that level in my life. His clothes were so dirty and old. I think he had a lot of like his feet had a lot of dust and sand, like he made. And when I looked him, the worst is he made eye contact with me, and we stared at each other for like 5-6 seconds, and I just felt like, man, if I can just help this guy. He's alive, but he's dead. And the so I always, that was another question I had, like, if Islam was such an amazingly moral religion, how did it fail to civilize such a large group of people?
Touche. Exactly.
Like, Muslims can say, well, that's not Islam. I'm like, your Allah is like literally bitching about hell like every 30 seconds in the Quran. Why even with these kinds of threats that so many Muslims are bigoted and prejudiced like that? Sorry for the B word, by the way.
Yeah.
but
No, no, no. You're right.
but and that wasn't it. I saw, like, the slavery that was happening, and also, by the way, sex slavery that's also happening in the
Yes,
GCC.
exactly.
La- la-
Yeah, I always talk about these sorry, it is going crazy for bonfire night. It's when Guy Fawkes tried to blow up the parliament. So but yeah, I would always tell, when Hadrian, you must have seen this as well, but when I lived in places like even Saudi Arabia, because the Quran says if you marry four women, treat them equally. So you've literally got a villa with four identical portions to it. But then when you hear stories of these maid service agencies and things like that, where they hire um, like maids in their droves from like Southeast Asia, and they bring them over and they keep them in the sheds of these
yeah,
villas, and their job description goes from not just being a housemaid to literally being a sexual servant for your Arab master.
yeah.
Because their passports are confiscated, they cannot leave the country without that person's permission. You're effectively held hostage there in slavery. It's modern day slavery.
Yep. And one of the news stories that came out at the time was there was this one woman. I don't know if she was from Africa or India or Bangladesh or Pakistan. Well, regardless, so she was brought to the GCC through a contractor. Then, of course, her passport got confiscated. Then she had to work as a maid or a servant. She was physically abused, sexually abused, mentally tortured, locked in the bathroom, food being. She was like they didn't serve her food for a couple of days. Then she climbed the window, ran out, then went to the cops, but had no documents with her. So the cops took her back to the family.
Yep.
Then she committed suicide
Literally what
a
they do
couple
in
of,
most cases. Oh my God.
and that was happening while I was still in that. And these stories were coming, and like these things were like, it was very troubling for me, and it wasn't troubling because my dad, my mom, the movies or the songs or people came into me and said, hey, listen, Hadrian, sex slavery is bad, like treating other people is bad. No one came and told me this. No one indoctrinated me with this. These are something I just happened to feel, like I was just feeling it naturally. And how is it that only I am seeing it in my circle and no one
Yeah.
else about it? And that was also another thing that was pissing me off. But yeah, but so I was still in my like third year of high school. But so what also really had a weird effect on me was, I think I told you this on Twitter Spaces, which was I literally walked in, two male friends, batchmates of mine, doing it in the school bathroom, if you remember.
Mm.
And like, I that was something I couldn't absorb, because how, okay, you, not sex slavery contemporary issues aside, I get it that you don't care about it, but how are you having gay sex in the school bathroom? I mean, by the way, to the English viewers, in the GCC country, I went to a segregated school until my last year of high school. So it was segregated in terms of gender. We were all boys were in one class or one block, and the girls were in like an entirely different block. So
Mm.
in a segregated school, how, like, when I walked in on those two guys doing it, thankfully they did not see my face, but they just really tried hurriedly to get out of it. But it did raise a lot of questions in my head. I'm like, how are like how the hell did they do it? Even, it was kind of weird. But the final straw, one of
Were
the
they
final,
actually gay, Adrian, or were they just really sexually like repressed and frustrated? What was happening there?
I think they were actually gay, because
Okay.
in my school, everyone was a pervert out of sexual frustration at some point, up to, even I
That's
think
what
I was.
happens sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
even I was, I think, like a little bit of a pervert, because
Yeah.
I didn't even talk. I had never spoken to a woman in my entire
Hmm.
life, like a woman outside my family, at
Yeah.
all. But thankfully, I was speaking to girls online, so that kind of undid
Ooh,
that.
okay.
And they,
Yeah.
like, no, I mean, talking in the gaming world and all, there were girls who also gamed at the time. So
Cool.
it was,
Okay.
yeah. So, like, no, but the final straw in that second year was when I visited a friend for gaming, And he said, well, Hadrian, you have come earlier, my Qari Saab is coming.
Oh
So
gosh,
if
that's
you
the Quran teacher for
yeah, so if you
people.
guys
Yeah.
don't know where this is going, if you can guess, I'm sorry, but you have probably have guessed it correctly, which is
Yes.
so they said, hey, why don't you play the game on my in the room, and me and my brother, we will be studying the Quran in an hour or so, and then we'll come and join you. I'm like, okay, fine. So I'm doing my gaming, I'm playing the games, watching videos, listening to nasheeds and whatnot. I prayed my maghrib there and everything. Then I'm like, man, it has been more than an hour. Why haven't they come? So I get out of the room, I walk into the hall, and with my own eyes I saw molestation happening right there. And that completely changed. That, at that point, that was probably the first and the last time I had the feeling to commit physical acts of violence, because this was something that was very casually understood in our world. Even I knew it, that these things happened. My friends knew it. Even my parents knew it, that these Karis, they would molest children. And by the way, my dad never really got a Kari for me in my life at all. So I'm really, really
You are very lucky,
thankful.
Hadrian. I unfortunately went through that.
Oh,
So
I'm really
yeah.
sorry, Nuria.
Oh, that's okay. Most of us have. I mean, who hasn't been untouched by that
Yeah.
anyway?
So
But
so
yeah,
when
go ahead.
when I saw that, that was the final straw.
Mm.
Like within a couple of months, well, first of all, just if anyone's wondering, I immediately went and told my mom. My mom called
Good.
their mom, and I don't know what happened after that, but within a couple of months, one day I woke up. I was completely tired of all of these feelings. So I, uh, I woke up for Fajr, and I prayed to Allah that, Allah, whatever has been happening for such a long time, all these feelings, all these questions, all of these objections that I'm having, after this Friday prayer, if they just do not disappear like a smoke, then I'm not going to be a Muslim anymore, because I'm freaking done with this.
Yeah.
And like, if you're the true God, say kun fayakun and get it out of my head. Like, if you can create this massive megatron of a planet with kun fayakun, you can get these doubts away from my heart. So it's saying kun fayakun, right? So I went in, tried to pray Fajr, couldn't even concentrate. And when I can and as I was leaving, that's the time I knew that not only I was not a Muslim then, I was actually not have been being a Muslim for probably 6 7 months, because of all the questions, objections I had. I was probably just wasting my time praying, because mentally I was not a Muslim. And the worst is, when I go, when I got out of the masjid, I couldn't even find my chappal, right?
Oh my
Like,
God. Yeah.
I'm like, and
His
that
flip
pissed me off even
flop.
more. I lost my shit, because I was like, are you kidding me? Now I'm not a Muslim. Why would shaitan steal my chappal? I'm like, dude, I'm on your side now. Where is my chappal? Bring my chappal back. And I and
Oh my
by the way,
God.
chappals are
Flip
sandals,
flop.
right, in English?
Yeah. Yeah. Flip flop sandals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, flip flop type of sandals. And I'm like, you know what? So I did something very unethical, and I'm proud of
You
it.
stole someone
Yep,
else's?
yep.
Hadrian.
How else was I supposed to go back home? I couldn't find mine. So, and that was not the first time it happened, right? But that time I did it out of, like, very, with a vindictive manner. Like, I'm taking
Yeah.
revenge. So so
But Hadrian, also part where obviously you walked in and you saw the molestation happening, did you make the direct link that this is supposed to be a man of God who's come here to teach the word of God, yet what am I witnessing before my eyes? Did that not like make you have that, wow, even the people who say they are like the guardians who are going to teach us God's words engage in this kind of behavior, when in all likelihood that Garisab, that Quran teacher, is married with kids. His kids are probably the age of the kids he's molesting, right?
yeah, yep, yep. No, actually, that kind of feeling I had been having already for a long time, because
Mm,
I wasn't living in a cave. I was seeing these man of God doing a lot of things, and
yeah.
so at the time I wasn't as surprised as much as I was pissed, because that was not just any Qari sub. That Qari sub was from our area. He taught a
Mm.
lot of kids. At one point he wanted to teach my sister as well. And
Oh, I'm
so
so happy
it's
your
not like
dad
I
never
it's
listened
not
to
like I
him.
didn't know the Qari sub. I knew him. He knew me as well. He knew my family too. Like he was our local Qari sub in a way. Like in an area, like the Qari sub goes to like every other house. So we knew
Yeah.
him. He wasn't just some random person. So I felt
Shit,
more.
that'd be us.
I literally felt like committing. Like I literally felt like punching him at that point. Not punching. I actually felt very more than that, but I don't want to say it. But
Yeah.
I wasn't surprised. But like that was my being a Muslim story, and it was really horrible the way I left Islam and the way I had to, because I mean I get it. It was not as horrible like other genuine um, what do you call genuine trauma that other ex-Muslims face, with including physical, mental, and whatnot. Mine was just me not suffering from depression, asking questions, trying to solve it with religiosity and whatnot, and learning about myself and the world. But but like for me, like it was still my trauma. It was trauma for me with my experience, right?
And
um,
Hadrian, trauma is trauma. Like, never play it
yeah.
down. Everyone's trauma is relative to their own experiences. But yeah, you should no way think that somebody's had it worse than you. Like, your trauma is still all that pain, confusion, everything that you felt was real at that time. And it's like, had you get to points of really, really like extreme forms of like mental, just pushing you to the edge, and like suicidal ideation at one point. So it's not a joke at all what you've been through and what you've seen. Just, I can't even imagine you walking in onto some of these scenes that you've described, like trying to process that, compute that, trying to restrain yourself from physically acting out and doing what any reasonable person would want to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, no, absolutely. Thank you so much, right? And so I left Islam. I didn't tell my family at all, but I still believed in a God, because there has to be a God. Otherwise, how did this world came into being? Because I wasn't really fluent with Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens, or I didn't fully understand the theory of evolution, and my knowledge about science was very basic. So and also, truth be told, I wanted there to be a God, like a God who
Mm.
is so amazing, so merciful, so awesome, who can protect us, come fix all of our problems, and give us a happy life, everlasting life, and whatnot. I wanted it to be, because it was like a subconscious fantasy that I had.
Yeah, it sounds nice in theory, right?
Yeah, but then like if
Yeah.
it like my and the thing was, it sounded nice in theory, it must be more nicer in practice, as
Reality.
in
Yeah.
reality. So I'm like, okay, so now I have to actually find God in some way or the other, because there is one. If there is one, where is it, right? So that's how I came in. I started reading about Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, and that process took me to a Facebook group which was run by evangelical Christians.
Okay,
And
hold on, Hadrian. Sorry, 1 second, one second, because this is now
yeah,
getting into the Christian segment. Okay, um, okay, hold on. Before I ask you, actually, I'll ask you this, then we'll go into it. You've not told anyone at this point that you've left Islam, or have you?
I have told only 2, 3 people. Like
Okay,
it was like 3, 4 months that I had left Islam already, and only very few people knew about it.
okay.
Uh,
Does that
so
not include your immediate family?
no, no, not my parents, but my little sister did. My like
Okay.
8 or 9 year old sister did.
Wow. Okay, so you just told her, yeah, point blank, that I'm not
Yeah.
a Muslim anymore.
Yep. I just told her, and you know what's funny? She didn't care. Like
Wow. Yeah.
she that 9 year old girl, and like she's my sister, and at the time she's like, oh my god, what are you gonna do about hell? I'm like, well, it doesn't exist. And she's like,
Yeah.
okay, so I'm gonna go back to watch my cartoons and stuff. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Didn't
Oh
care.
my God.
even
Okay.
to
Okay.
even to this day, she knows I'm an atheist, and she doesn't care. And by the way, unfortunately, her life, she is a little bit more religious. Like But like,
Mm.
no, she's that kind of cultural lipstick Muslim. She all of a sudden post a hadith about something like that, but she's not really that religious. So yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah, nothing like to the extent you were. But yeah, I just wanted to know now that you've left it, like who openly knows about your kind of change of mind and belief. But okay, so that makes sense. Just three people who are really close to you, including your sister, but you're not like openly saying it to everyone, right? At all, because it's not something.
Yeah, not at that point though. No.
Okay. Okay.
But
Okay, just before we get to the Christianity bit, we've got quite a few super chats come in, so I'll just address then we'll move on to this next segment. Your story, I know, Hadrian, it's really intense, but wow, what you have come out. I'm already ready for part two, but what's already gone down and the things you've come out of, honestly, hats off. I really salute you. And people in the comments are echoing the same thing. So thank you for sharing this with us today and being so honest about it. I know it's like not easy. But yeah, Usman Ayub, thank you so much for your support. Usman Ayub is saying, please like and share. Please do, people. We need to like spread the message more, normalize dissent, critical thinking. Exactly what Hadrian is describing to us here today. That's the purpose of this channel. Ultra, thank you so much. G Block. Derek stopped by. Derek has become a YouTube member. Thank you so much, Derek from Myth Vision.
sorry
I'm
to
sure.
interrupt you, Nuya. That's probably because I'm also an ex-Christian, probably. Thanks, Derek.
Yeah, I think Derek's probably waiting to hear this deconversion part as well. He's like, "Oh, a 2-in-1." But yeah, please, I'm sure every one of my subscribers here already knows who Derek is. But if you don't, please go and check out Derek's work. He's just come back from a trip to Israel with Gnostic Informant, I believe. And yeah, they've actually had a good few findings and a great conversation stemming out of that. Derek did a debrief on his trip, I think yesterday or the day before, all dressed up in the Kandura. So go and check it out for sure. And hopefully, we'll be doing something soon as well. Ultra, thank you again. Ultra said, may Allah cure my empty bank balance. Let's see. Yeah, yours, mine, and all of ours, Ultra. Myth Vision, thank you so much, Derek. Again, he was saying, no problem, keep up the conversation and making these talks normal. Exactly. That is what we're trying to do. So, right back at you, one conversation at a time, one professor at a time. Let's keep this going. Okay, I was going to save this question for the end. Hadrian will ask you this at the end if we have time. Cyril, thank you so much for being here and for your support. You are a massive supporter. You always come to our in-person events as well, so I really appreciate it. Siraj was commenting on the clapping thing and saying clapping is also forbidden in Islam, along with bells. It is in Sahih Bukhari. Okay.
Yep, it is. You're also not allowed to stomp your feet, by the way. That's
Oh
another
my
one.
gosh, are you allowed to freaking breathe? Jeez. Hey Salama, thank you so much for your support. Hey Salama is saying, paying my apostate jizya. Well, here we do not require you to be humbled and into like pay it in submission. It's very level playing field. But thank you so much for your kind words, saying keep up the great work and for your support. And for all these new members, Truth Seeker, thank you so much. Welcome to the Holy Humanist family. And to A Salama, welcome. I hope you guys enjoy the content here. And Appy Frenzy was saying, Nuria, I just wanted to say something in the debate that you did with AP versus Perfect Dawa. You did amazing. AP should do that to show Islam is anti-humanity. Yeah, entirely. Thank you so much, Appy Frenzy. I think that was the whole point of why AP did that, because I know for a fact he is absolutely done with debating and debating the likes of Perfect Dawa, which I'm not going to lie is a bit of a like feels like you're banging your head against a brick wall at times.
But
But
by
yeah,
the way, Nuria,
yeah.
about this point, the debate you had with AP versus those, the Dawa, what's the name? I forgot their names, right? But that was such an amazing stream, and I really wanted to comment over there, but I was a little bit occupied, and I'm like, man, Nuria and especially Nuria and AP, they're such great people. Now, if I just keep on saying that was amazing, it will just sound. This will make me sound like Allah again, just repeating words. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna let it go. There's no way I'm gonna put myself on the same level as Allah.
No, great thinking. Thank you so much, though, Hadrian. Yeah, I didn't realize you had even seen it, so that's really, really nice. Thank you, everyone. I got so much of an outpouring of love and support after this. I saw the comments on modern day debates and also on my channel. So thank you, Ken, and for everyone. You guys have given me like a new zest for life because debates aren't really my thing. They're not my first choice of, like, they're not my first format of choice per se, but I do enjoy one when they come around. But I think AP was just kind of trying to push me into that scene. But yeah, it for the first time and with all of your love and support, it really went well. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I am feeling all of this love. Mohammed, cult leader, you were in the house. I was telling Hadrian about you earlier when you made that beautiful comment on one of my videos, and you said if Allah did not continuously, like ad nauseum, repeat that He was the most merciful and most forgiving, would His actions show you that He is? And the answer is a massive categorical no. So thank you.
And sorry, it's not
Yeah.
only that. Like there are verses which goes in like there is flaming fire waiting for the disbelievers. There's this, there's hell, there's this, and verily Allah is the most merciful. Like
Yeah,
which
exactly. That when they ask for water, their skins will be burnt and reburnt. Verily, Allah is the most forgiving and most merciful. All right, Allah, who are you trying to fool, mate? Yourself? Us? But yes, thank you, everyone. Okay, we're all caught up now, Hadrian, and we are buckled and ready to go for now. You are just Googling online, you're on Facebook, you're reading about Hinduism, Christianity. Tell us what's going on.
yeah, so I started because in there is a saying, it's in Hindi, which is basically goes like "Dhoonne se to Bhagwan bhi mil jata hai," which
Yes.
translates to if you search for it you can even find God. And I, as an idiot, I took it literally. So I was searching for like for new a new the where is this God. So I started reading about Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, joined a few groups, joined a few Jewish Israeli groups as well. So
Ooh.
that was great. I came in contact with the people that I had to hate a lot. But
Yes, your enemy, supposed enemy in Islam is
yep,
now, your ally.
yep. And so what happened was like the Jews, like at least one of them was a rabbi. He told me like you don't have to be a Jew to go to heaven. You have to just follow the 10 commandments of Noah, which I was following by default anyways, right? I'm like, come on, like I'm not murdering people, I'm not stealing, I'm not lying or anything. I'm like, oh, how different? What difference does that make? I'm already fulfilling like 100% of it. Then that's a very similar messaging from Hinduism that I got as well. Which, but then again,
Okay.
I had like other issues with Hinduism, but that's like a whole other debate or topic. But the
Just
Christian side,
out of curiosity, Hadrian, sorry, how far did you delve into Hinduism? Did you just do like a quick overall and think, oh, that's problematic, and then move away? Or did you actually think, oh, I like this, let me look further, and then think, oh, now this is the problem?
no, with Hinduism, like it wasn't a problem per se. It's just that their ideas were also very basic. Like
Mm.
moksha. They had a lot of Sanskrit words like moksha, breaking the cycle, then reincarnation, which I knew was false. Anyways, that thing is just fake. Reincarnation is not real. So like no matter how realistic you can make Hinduism sound like, reincarnation is not real, and that one thing is enough for me to like completely disagree with the basis of the Sanatan Dharma or whatever you want to call it. But and also another fact is it never like it did not appeal to me in any special way that I could assign it with a god. So like
Okay.
that back then, that was my thinking. But the Christian side was just, it was very different, because when I started talking to them, I told them that I'm an ex-Muslim,
Mm.
and I am searching for God. And by the way, that's something you should never tell Christian pastors or evangelicals. Like I didn't know any better. So please, if anyone listening, if you want to go to a Christian pastor and say, I'm searching for God, you are literally serving yourself on a platter, because that's what I did. And he's like, and the Christian community, the online Christian community, they welcomed me like nothing. Like
You're
I've
like a
never.
lamb to the altar, right? You're literally
Yep,
by saying that, yeah. You're
yep.
wow, okay. You're like putty in their hands. Right. So what did they do with you, Hadrian? gosh.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. No, so what happened? Like, I started off saying that I left Islam. I'm 100% sure that Muhammad was not a prophet and Allah is probably a devil or something, and all that. And they're like, "Have you ever read the New Testament?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't." But they're like, "How about you start off with reading the Gospel of Matthew?" I'm like, if I want to study about Christianity, shouldn't I start with the Old Testament? Like, you read the prequel, then you read the sequel.
Yeah.
But they're like, hey, but they gave a mental gymnastics of an answer, which was,
Mm.
oh, it's irrelevant. You're not going to find anything that will be applicable to your own life. It only talks about the creation of the world, which is okay, but you should get back to it when you have your faith back and all that. But whatever. But when I read the gospel, and it was the New American version. That's the one that I think the evangelicals use.
Okay.
And if you
Is
have
that
ever
like
read
a King James what kind of translate? I don't know what translation, sorry. I think here we have the King James translation, which is the
yeah,
most acceptable. Yeah.
like the King James translations is more on an old, like a classical English, like
Oh, okay.
thy Lord, thou shall not tie
Okay. Thou
thee,
shalt
like
not covet thy neighbor's
co-
wife.
coveted and all this, yeah, like, but the New International version is just very plain. And like, and frankly, like, I think that was the best for me because it was so direct that I understood every verse, or every parable, like, on point. But when I read the Gospel of Matthew, that I started, because it was so different from the Quran. It just was. If you ever read the gospel, and I'm not like, what's the word? Oh my God, I ran out of the word. Like, I'm not saying that Christianity is a true
Proselytizing?
religion or anything, but
Yeah.
but the fact that it's written so differently
Yeah.
that I actually thought, like, oh my God, this may be the word of God, because you know
Did you so, Hadrian, you noticed a massive difference already between the God of the Bible and Allah?
to correct you, Nuria, the God of the New Testament and Allah.
Oh yeah, the God of the New Testament. And so
Yeah,
is he way more relaxed?
more relaxed, more chill, more on the
Okay.
love side, and a little bit philosophical as well. And sorry.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh my God, I have found you through this. Like,
And more into salvation as opposed to obsessed with hell,
yep,
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
Okay.
The Jesus is not doing wars. He's not taking sex slaves. He's not
Mm,
having sex, even forget about
mm.
sex slaves and all that. Like, like, it was so different that as soon as I finished the Gospel of Matthew, I didn't even wait for that pastor to tell me anything else. I literally moved on to the Gospel of John, then Gospel of what was the other gospel, the Gospel of Luke. And then
Mm.
within, like, I know, bro, there are like 150 gospels, but like at the time, like within like a month, I read the entire New Testament. And
Wow.
now again, like, being an emotional kid, uh like, how do I say this? Like, I had a lot of predisposed uh things in me. Like, I believe there was a God. So the New Testament did have an effect on me. So I actually started to believe that Jesus was the Son of God and the God existed. I mean, it was a complete 180 from Islam, where Jesus is a prophet of God and do not do shirk, do not say the word three and all that. But which, by the way, is not even true. Like, Christians don't do that, but Muhammad was next level illiterate. But I actually started to believe in it. And the fact that the evangelical community, they went all in for me. They would have, in their churches, they would have a special prayer for me where they would write my name and they would put it up as a banner. They would put it up, like, they would take pictures, and there would be people who would come there. They would announce it on Facebook, like, we have a fellow Christian in a Middle Eastern country. Please attend our Sunday meeting and let's all pray and all that. And they used to do all of those. And they, like, how could I not be like, how could I not
Gassed up and
fall for it, right?
excited. Yes. You
Because
were like the VIP.
yeah, like, the Muslims never would probably would never do something like that. So I'm like, And by the way, they would tell me like, hey, do not hate, do love. They would tell me like, do not hate the homosexuals, hate the sin, not the sinner. I
Yeah.
still have their messages, and they sat really well with me. So for 6 months, like I considered myself to be a semi-religious Christian. Like I knew there was God, Jesus is his son, and God has the Holy Spirit and whatnot. But I also started sinning, like watching movies again, listening to music, the non-Christian ones, started dating, which I didn't
How
like.
old were you at this point, by the way? Sorry, if you don't mind me asking.
I joined my last year of high school by then, and I was 18.
Okay.
And that was the
Okay.
first time I was in a co-ed with girls in my A
Oh,
level.
finally. Okay.
So I'm like, okay, now the fact that I'm not a Muslim, I'm just gonna go full hardcore haram. So
Wait,
so
but within the Christian doctrine, right? Surely.
yeah, I wasn't following that doctrine either, although I
Okay.
believed in it, because I spoke to the pastor, and he said, hey, listen, you're not like, you shouldn't have premarital sex, you shouldn't do any of
Yeah.
that, and like you shouldn't watch pornographic materials or
Yeah. And
erotica.
observe Lenten stuff.
Yep, you shouldn't do any
Yeah.
of that. Like, and I'm like, I knew it was wrong. I knew I was violating God's law, but I still did it anyways. I mean, come on, man. For the first 17 years of my life, I didn't even know what a woman looked like, and all of a sudden she's flirting with me, and the devil looks so beautiful. How could you not be tempted? So I
Oh,
fell
so
for it.
Muhammad's right, Hadrian, that the women approach
Yeah.
and move away in the shape of a devil.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So I like so I was like semi-religious, because at that time I was being careful. I'm like, man, I'm in a Muslim country, I can't go full hardcore Christian here because my family's gonna kick me out and whatnot, and my life could be in
Mm.
danger. So but then after 6 months, because I was doing my A level, so I had a really good distraction, which was to like focus on my studies, get my volunteer credit, so that I could apply for school in America or Canada. So I couldn't really focus on my Christian faith, as much as I would have wanted it to.
Yeah.
But wait, what was I saying? Yeah, but after that, like when I started to read the Old Testament, that's
Mm.
where Allah came back into my life disguised as a Jewish God.
Yes. There's
Like,
that familiar face again.
no,
That
like
familiar
yeah, it's
egotistical
very,
maniac.
yeah, it's very hard not to read the Old Testament as a Muslim and go, Allah, is that you? Right? Because
Mhm.
very similar, exact same behavior.
Is this
And
the Allah before Allah was Allah?
yeah, like I'm like, okay, so now that opened the floodgates and opened up a can of worms for all the problems that I have with Christianity, because I was
Mm.
studying history at the time, which I started doing it because of extra credits, and I didn't do it intentionally, but it somehow happened to fill in the blank, which was, how is Christianity the least Abrahamic out of the three Abrahamic faiths? Like, both the Jews and the Muslims are so ritualistic in a superficial manner, and they have a very rigid tradition. But then you come to Jesus Christ, all of a sudden it's very Roman. It's just so Greek.
Mm.
What is this Yahweh Allah doing? Like, he's obsessed with the desert for like a really good part, and then all of a sudden he becomes Hellenistic, and then he comes back to the desert again in his last sequel. So so that
Yeah.
so that started,
He
like,
somehow develops a massive hate for shellfish along the way.
I know. I like it's insane. Um, so like, and also in the background, a lot of other things was happening too.
Okay.
Like for example, like, like I'd like to think that I was a realist. So there was a lot of political developments that were happening, like the Middle
Right.
Eastern protests started happening. Gaddafi was getting killed and whatnot. And in the
Yeah.
Christian community, I'm seeing very similar behaviors that I saw in the Muslim community. Like, what was happening in Libya, all of a sudden these evangelicals were like, Ezekiel, verse number, chapter this, verse number this is coming true. And I'm like, no,
Wow.
wait, I read Ezekiel. That verse is talking about some event that happened with Ezekiel like, I don't know, some thousands BC ago or AD ago. Why are you trying to fit it with what's happening in Libya? This is something what the Muslims do all the time. And the point where I lost it was when these evangelicals genuinely thought that Barack Obama was going to bring the the Armageddon in the book of Revelations. And when I asked my pastor, he actually gave me an answer. Like I'm like and you know what the answer was? Why Barack Obama could definitely be the Antichrist?
Antichrist? Oh my
Yep.
gosh.
Be, because three things. I think one of the sorry, one of the explanation was he appointed three people on different cabinet positions, literally in a matter of 2 to 3 years, on the sixth day of a month. So there you have 666, and I'm like,
Oh
okay.
my. What are these
I'm,
people clutching at
I'm
straws?
like, "Oh, okay. I'm like, I'm like already like, yeah, you're stupid. But then he said that the word Barak in Aramaic actually means the fallen one. And the title for the fallen one belongs to Lucifer. I am
This
not
is
kidding.
Max. Adrian, what have you been told in your life?
I'm like, oh my goodness, oh my god. Now I'm actually, and now that I don't know anything about science, I'm like, yeah, there might actually not be a god, because not about this, like what the pastor was telling me, but I started finding a lot of loopholes in the Bible. I started to use VPN and started to listen
Mm,
to visit Christian and atheist websites, and
mm,
of course I saw their arguments against both Islam and Christianity, and I'm like, yep, there is no god, and this religion is as much of a mess as Islam is, maybe on a lesser scale, but
mm.
it's still fake. So in all honesty, I think I was only Christian for like religiously Christian for like 6 months, and the rest of the 6 month I was just like, yeah, I am a Christian, but that's because I'm not a Muslim, but I'm not sure if this is a true religion or not. I'm still searching. But after that,
Mm.
after I left that country, I came to Canada here. I finally left Christianity as well, because I had a problem with that whole concept of virgin birth. And and my problem with virgin birth is not the ones that people usually have, the rational people, which is that it's not possible, right? But my problem was on the definition of rape. So on my first year of school, I took an elective. Not sure if you have that in the UK. An elective is basically a course you take just for extra credit, but it's not related to your program.
Mm.
So I took a law course, and that was for the first time I read the Canadian legal definition of what constitutes a rape.
Consent? Oh, and
Uh,
rape. Okay.
Rape, like, so rape is a broad term, and then you have a lot more other types of rape, sub rapes, and it comes under sexual harassment and whatnot. So the primary is consent, literally that is consent.
Mm.
So what happened, so what Allah did, even in Islam, that's a problem for me, because this is what Allah did. He took a 12-year-old girl. That's what I think the consensus is, which is that Mary was probably 12 years old, or probably 14 even. No matter how you view it or what you do, but she was definitely younger than 16. So you take a 14-year-old girl who went to bed one night, the next day she was supposed to have her menstrual cycle, and she doesn't, because last night God made her pregnant without
Mm.
asking her. So that was, according to Canadian law, that was rape. That was actually count of rape, and I think that because there was pregnancy as well, there was like other issues too. Like, I know,
Mm.
like, my rationale always just takes like the things that I learn in real life and then apply it
Mhm.
on God and religion, right? And that's what I did, and I'm like, holy shit, did God actually just rape a 14-year-old girl? Because
Yeah,
it,
effectively, yes. Yeah.
because all God had to do was probably send Gabriel to Mary the night before and say, "Hey, look, young girl, you have been chosen to be the mother of God's son, blah blah blah, do you consent? And also, by the
Yeah.
way, as a result of that, your life is going to be effectively destroyed. So do you consent? And if she had said yes or whatever, I'm like, okay, there was consent. Now what are you going to do about it? But God never even did that.
Yeah. And for me, I just like to think of it as like, all right, who was Mary a bit more into and who did she actually just, like she played Joseph because he went away for a bit. She's
Yeah,
obviously gone and got knocked up, hopefully by somebody of a
yeah,
similar age that she actually liked. And she's just told Joseph this massive fib and suddenly it's immaculate
yeah,
conception and,
yeah. And
this
then,
prophet.
she probably was knocked out by someone at the time,
Mm.
but again, the
And we
story.
can only hope that that was consensual, right?
Yeah.
And for somebody of a similar age range.
but
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 again,
but, but even if it wasn't unconsensual, like if somebody did actually rape her, she could
yeah,
have I don't know, brought it up, I guess, because, well, not maybe, because Jewish law is also as pathetic as Islamic Sharia.
yeah. You also have to like marry your rapist in the Bible as well, if I'm not mistaken. I
Yep,
think even
yep,
in the New Testament, yeah,
yep. But regardless, like, whether the Christian and the Islamic narrative of that is nothing, it's not better at all, right? Like, because that
yeah.
that was literally a rape.
Oh yes, yes, yes. You've got a whole another host of problems with Christianity, albeit in your as Islam, the virgin birth is very problematic. But in terms of just because how pacified Christianity has become,
Yeah,
I think any of these religions, once they're in a position of power, even Christianity has had a horrific past. But right now, the major like monstrosity of a religion out there, the Abrahamic faith that's still like luring its dark head, is Islam at the moment, fully. So while those issues are like so kind of in your face in Islam that like, hold up, Aisha was 6, he had sex with her when she was 9, whereas the virgin birth, a lot of people might hide behind the immaculate conception, God
yeah,
breathing his like life into Mary for a while, as opposed to it being so obvious that, and also because that's God being involved, whereas Muhammad is like a 50 something year old man having
yeah,
sex with
yeah,
potentially a girl that could be his granddaughter's age. Like that just makes anyone sick, right?
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so also I wanted to ask you, Hadrian, in within this, did you find peace at a similar level to when you hadn't discovered the problems in Islam, or like more of a sense of peace or less of a sense of a peace when you did try and pray from the Christian context as a Christian for those 6 months?
Like, in a sense, I think I found more of a peace, because, like, for the first 6 months while I was reading the New Testament, I didn't really come across that much of moral problems with the book. Like, sure, there's the book of Revelations, and there's a lot of graphic descriptions about the end of the world and whatnot. But in general, like I couldn't find any moral issues that I had with Christianity. And now, because I was in a Muslim country, so I had all those Islamic websites where they were countering Christian arguments. The vast majority of them weren't even related to the New Testament, and they couldn't even question the biblical Jesus's character. Like, they would question their character assassination would be, oh, Jesus uh, created a havoc in the temple when he tried to insult the moneylanders. I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, but is it really as bad as Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old? Are you kidding me? Like, so for me, I actually did think that, I had found God, and now, I'm going to allow him to get inside my body through his Holy Spirit, and I'm going to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, because that's what the Christian narratives are. And it did feel good, but then again, like, for me, that was just I like the point I was making was, for me, religion was actually, I think, was a coping mechanism with my depression that I had earlier, as a young
Mm.
teenager. So for me, it was just a very unhealthy coping mechanism, and nothing more and nothing less. Because, like, at the time, we didn't depression was not even considered an issue in our Desi family. Even to this day, my parents really don't take it as serious for some reason. I know the reason, but for me, it was just that, like, because I was so miserable, and I don't know why I'm miserable. I just am. I had no trauma from my family. I had no trauma from my friends. I did not miss. I did not have any void in my life. Like, we were financially stable. I guess we were lower middle class, but there was nothing missing in my life at all. But why am I sad? Why am I seeing that everyone else is happy, but I'm the only one who is sad, and I don't know what's the reason behind it? So, like, and then because I couldn't answer it, I just tried to fill it with God, I guess. So, starting with Allah, and then when Allah pissed me off with his rape, and Muhammad pissed me off with his rapes and killing, I just tried to drop it with Jesus. But then again, I found out problems. But I would say this, because I never actually seek professional help for
Mm.
the depression at the time, but I eventually did get over it. I mean, I don't know how, but I'm guessing because I moved into a new country, and I really had to focus on my studies and my career. And like I had I had like a whole other new bunch of problems that came in that completely took me out of it. So I'm really thankful for that too. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it seems like honestly, like you said, God, you were looking for God to kind of fill that void and get you through. And you really did try hard to like find and vibe with a God that you could just defend morally, like a God that would sit right with you. And it just seems like everywhere you turned, you were not fine. Like there was something or the other that would eat away at you and just be like, I'm not 100% sure. Um, so obviously, like with Christianity as well, because you were so engrossed in like other things in your life, and then did you just kind of let like basically like let it wither away in terms of like just stop going to see your pastor more often, or did you also point blank tell them like this behind now and just focus on my life? How did that exit kind
Oh,
of go?
so when I came to Canada, so like I had already become an atheist in like
Yeah.
my previous 6 months while I was in the GCC country. But when I came to Canada, um, I was already an atheist, but I really didn't tell them because I was really afraid of losing the sense of community because I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god, I'm going. These guys actually genuinely prayed for me like a year ago. They had gatherings. They were trying to mentor me and all this. So I know it was a little bit hypocritical, but I didn't tell them, and they don't know it to this day, and I'm still a part of that group, but it's not really that active anymore. It hasn't been for years. But at the time, I didn't tell them, and I'm like, yes, I'm really glad I'm in a Christian country, which is funny because they viewed Canada as a Christian country, which it's not. But I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
in a Christian country, but now, guys, I really have to focus on my first semester because I'm an international student, and I have to actually hit a higher CGPA in my first semester so that they don't kick me out, which
Mm.
was actually true. So I'm like, I can't be attending the prayer meetings and all those. And then I slowly, in a year, I just let it wither out. And they never really got back to me after a year, anyways, because I don't know what happened, but by
Mm.
2014, that group completely just stopped being active. Anyways, so
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, no, okay, that's good. But also I just want a quick thing and then we'll move off your Christianity as well. You've explained your story so well, Hadrian. I've been like at the edge of my seat the whole time, so thank you. Just when you were reading the Bible as well, obviously a lot of these stories that we find in the Quran and generally from the Abrahamic context by and large are pretty much like copy paste or distorted versions of the other. So when you were reading the Bible, did you obviously come across those things that we've got very basic versions of in the Quran, like whether it's the prophet in the whale's body or like the prophet Lot and his wife being turned into a pillar of salt or Noah's Ark? Um, did all of these stories come back at you in the Bible in a different way that made you think, oh, I'm getting more perspective on this story or this era, or did it kind of mystify it all a bit more in your mind? Did you think, okay, what's really happening here?
Well, for me, it was definitely more details, and it helped me get a little bit more context. But I
Yeah.
guess, like, and
Definitely
I'm
more
not.
context than the Quran gives, yes.
But what's funny is, I did not consciously change my mind or anything, and I don't want to sound like I'm bragging, but
Mm,
I still had. even as a Muslim, I had issues with all of these stories, the Noah story or the Shuaib
Yeah.
story, even with the Prophet Moses' story. So when I read the Bible, of course, I'm reading the background story where I think Noah's wife was being very, very rude with him and whatnot. Um, and then eventually, God just pissed on that society through that flood. But I'm like, okay, so let's take Noah's community for a second. What do you think the population would be? 2,000 people, maybe.
Mm,
So out of those
yeah,
2,000 people, how many little babies do you think there was? 60, if you're just gonna be like
mm,
really, really conservative. Because every
okay.
community has babies. Even if you go to like the most desolate community, they have babies and kids over there. Like that's something that
Yeah.
humans generally have. So my moral questions started, these moral questions which I got from Islam, thankfully, I
Yeah.
applied it in the Bible, even with more context, and the more context didn't help because in the
Right.
end,
That's what I wanted to know. The more context doesn't help. Okay.
yeah, like so I'm like, okay, so what kind of a justice is this that
Yeah.
A, those babies were also drowned,
Yeah.
and
What I
B,
wanted to ask you, Hadrian, does the more context actually make it worse in some aspects?
it really does.
Okay.
Like it
Okay.
really does. Like the more, no, because like the background story is like, how do I say this? Like the way it makes it worse is because the background story does not still touch the details about those innocent people who had nothing to do with Noah or Noah's
Mm,
wife or God or nothing. I mean, it's and this is my, I think it's my opinion when I say this. It's impossible that no every single individual adult men and women in Noah's community were taken away by Noah's message. Like it's like, and by that I mean like they didn't care. They were just trying to live their life. They're trying to survive, like the rest of us we do today in today's day as well.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
and because I take real life example. So what I was thinking about it was, when you meet homeless people and they're probably in drugs or something, and they're crying out loud like, you are going to die, there's going to be a flood or there's going to be an earthquake, like something like they're like in their own delusions and they're just crying out loud. And I'm like, if I'm
Yeah.
walking down the road, if some guy like that comes and tells me that there's going to be a flood, it is impractical for me to just stand there and be like, oh really, mate? Like seriously, what should I do? Like worship God? I will probably just walk away. And if there happens to be a flood later on and I get killed, am I seriously going to be on the pulpit, like on the witness box with God telling like, hey, I sent that guy to tell you there was a flood, why didn't you listen? I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my God, mate, like that's your way, that was the only way you found.
Yeah, it's a very,
so
very shite method.
so yeah, like my by the way, like my problem with religion, like especially the Abrahamic ones, has always been moral. It was based on morality. It was not
Yeah.
even scientific. Like I don't even care. Like even now, even if Quran does say that the earth is round, the earth revolves around the sun, like let's say the Quran even has the law of gravity, like clearly, I still cannot be a Muslim because it doesn't answer, it doesn't fulfill it doesn't answer the moral questions and objections that I have. So science, at least for me personally, it doesn't matter as much, like I know for the rest of you guys, but yeah, they are a legitimate point. But my problem with religion was entirely on morality because I wasn't really scientifically literate anyways at the time.
Mm.
So
That's another point I actually wanted to really bring up is like you growing up in the Middle East, especially growing up in countries like Saudi Arabia. I mean, even though I went to a British school, a British international, my science, so in biology, our obviously we did study reproduction and stuff. And we were actually shown a video which I thought was very out there for Saudi Arabia.
what?
Yeah, we had one class, but you had to get a form signed by your parents and say this is the one lesson we're going to show. It was like some high-tech operation to just show us this one video of what like childbirth and copulation looks like. But having said that, when it came to evolution, our textbooks, the pages were glued together. So I remember like flicking through my biology textbook and like it would go from like chapter 7 and then 8 would just be skipped altogether and we'd go to 9 and all the pages would be sealed. And I remember trying to like unseal it to check what was so like insanely hidden under here that we can't learn about. And lo and behold, it's evolution. And we did just skip that and we still sat exams that the UK sits, but having no information about evolution. So I, like you, was so scientifically unaware of basic things when it comes to evolutionary biology. And like you said, when you made the point about VPN, I found that really interesting because even up until I lived in the UAE, there is no way I would even be exposed in any manner or capacity on mainstream news or online or on social media to anything potentially Islamophobic, for lack of a better word, or against Islam. There was no way I could have been in the Middle East and like gone about unraveling Islam or searching is Islam the truth and coming up with those YouTube searches that actually came up when I was when I was in England, as opposed to being there. So VPN is a massive, massive thing to kind of get you out of your bubble. And I mean,
Yeah.
Hadrian, you understand the power of VPN, right? Because
Yeah.
that's our portal to the rest of the world,
Yeah.
essentially. And again, even in these GCC countries, then they would say if you get in trouble by the police for anything else, if they find that you also use VPN, you could get in even more
Yeah.
trouble.
Yep.
The criminal severity would increase. And it's like, how, like, it's just,
Yeah.
the policing is wild.
Oh no, absolutely. Like even when I remember, I actually still have my science book, which I would try. I would try to get it from my mom. But for us, the chapter in evolution, well, it wasn't really a chapter, but it was like half a paragraph only. I mean, I studied under the British system as well, and the syllabus was decided by Cambridge. I mean, the Cambridge University or Cambridge
Cambridge
International,
board. Yeah.
Cambridge Board. I don't understand how the hell that they gave a book where there was the concept of evolution was just half a page. It was probably just like two sentences that said, "Oh, Charles Darwin in 18 something
Came
formulated
up
the
with a theory.
came up the theory of evolution and blah
Yeah.
blah blah,"
And trying to
and
tell you
move.
that it's a theory, that the bad kind of theory, not a scientific one.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, how are the British doing this? But like, and by the way, that was when I was in like grade 7 or something, so I was like more baby when we were taught. And after that, they never really touched that topic ever again in biology. But you know what you said, that when they glued the pages, this is something that didn't happen with me in the science books, but it
Okay.
happened with me in the history books. Like
Oh,
they literally, like, so the Cambridge board, I think it was what year was that, 2007, 8ish, or 8, like, yeah, around the time when I was becoming a religious nut. So that's when we had a history, and they glued the Israel Palestinian chapter. Like there was like 30 pages, all 30 of them were glued together. And the book was like a page, and there was this, like, it used to be like a huge block, because like 30 pages glued together is very thick. And then like it would mess up the whole book, the shape of it even. And I tried,
yeah.
like I tried to open it up, and I messed up because I ended up tearing like a good portion of it, right? And so
Yeah. That's the risk that you take, and then you have to return it to the school, and you're like, I
yeah,
didn't try it out.
no, by the way, because I was a little bit more rebellious in a way too. It's because when I did get caught, by the way, like when they say, like,
Yeah.
because we had to write our answers in the book, the notebook, and the textbooks as well, and the teachers used to mark it. So she saw the Israel Palestinian thing torn up. She
Yeah.
actually asked me, like, what happened. I'm like, oh my god, what happened? Did you do it? And the teacher went, what? Like, no. I'm like, oh my god,
Yes,
ma'am.
Adrian.
I'm like, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'm like, whoa, my book. Oh, what should I
Cheeky,
do? And you know what's funny? You
cheeky.
know what's funny? The teacher's like, Hadrian, I know what you're doing. Please stop. I wasn't gonna do anything. I just wanted to know what happened. I'm like,
Oh my
but ma'am,
God.
I'm serious. I didn't do it. He's like, okay, just go back to your seat. Like, so they knew they knew it. But yeah, but I can't believe the Cambridge system. I can't believe I studied under the Cambridge system, and they they didn't do any better. They just didn't.
Yeah, no, Cambridge, EdXL, even in the UAE, they were bad at censorship. I was like, how is the UK still they're giving you permission to like sit these affiliated exams when we're missing out crucial parts
Yeah.
of what you would study as part of the national curriculum here? But Chishti Rana, thank you so much for being here. You're always supportive. Is saying so a guy's job was to stick pages. Literally, I
Yes.
cannot tell you if you think this gluing textbook pages of evolution is bad. We used to get like basic magazines in Saudi Arabia, basic DVDs that they would come to our compound to sell pirated versions because obviously there's no cinemas in Saudi Arabia. So people would cross on the weekend and drive to Bahrain just to watch a movie and come back to Saudi Arabia. But all we had was people selling pirated versions to us in our compound. And there's a guy's job there. So if there's a DVD cover with, let's say, I don't know, American Pie or The Matrix or anything, the women would be covered. Their eyes would be blacked out. Their boobs would be blacked. Their
Yep.
legs, if they're wearing
Yep.
a dress, would be blacked out
Yep.
in marker. So
Yep.
there is some guy's job to go through and mark all on anything they consider profanity, to the point where me and my siblings were going back from England to Saudi Arabia because the school summer holidays had finished. And we had taken some teddy bears from England, and they were actually like a little teddy bear. And we got to the airport in Jeddah, and they were like, "Oh, yahi, haram, haram, haram," and they thought a bear was a pig. Like they could not even differentiate between a bear, and they thought it was like Peppa Pig, and that's haram. And you can't argue with them and try and tell them about animal speciation. You just let them take this teddy away from a little child, and they do it with a smirk on their face, and you're like, what is going on?
Yeah, no, no. By the way, like, it's funny because you mentioned sex education and what they did do with like blacking out the breasts and all, whatnot, right? So we didn't have, although I studied under the Cambridge system, we did not have sex education up until grade 12. And I formally never had sexual education because I didn't take
Same,
biology.
same, never.
I
Yeah.
Yeah, I never took biology in my A levels, anyways. So like so I was in the commerce stream, and there was our textbook, the economics textbook. At one point, in one of the pages, there was an article about Angelina Jolie probably going somewhere. Like I think it was, sorry, I think it was Africa, and she was she was probably showing like 0.0001% cleavage right in that picture. Like it wasn't even a cleavage. It was, I don't know what
Yeah.
it was. I think it was just her hair, the shadow of her hair giving a little bit of a cleavage line, and they marked it. And I am like, how big of a cleavage was this, right? So I went
Yeah.
online, like literally searching for that exact same cleavage. I mean, sorry, the picture of Angelina Jolie, like seeing like what the hell is this? And
Yeah.
and when I saw the real picture, it wasn't even anything. It wasn't even a cleavage. It was nothing. It was nothing. They just added, like, they just blurted out absolute skin, which which was nothing.
Yeah, no, it's wild, like, what's going on with their mentality and their thinking. It really is. And, like, we have had like, we were deprived in our school education. When I came back to the UK, I actually came here for 6 weeks in the middle, um, while my younger sister was being born, and I went to an all-girls school for weeks. But I was like, "Oh my goodness," like, just the difference on, like, how everything is like, here I had a whole different host of problems to deal with, like people coming from like broken homes, or like alcoholic parents that abuse them, or
Yep.
people bringing like knives and stuff to school. But
Yep.
we, like, it was categorically a thing where you have something called pastoral, which is essentially sex ed, and you
Yep.
have to do RE. It's not a choice. Religious education is something you all have to do, and each religion is given the same amount of time and studied in like the same context, as except for Islam. As we know, even today a teacher shows a picture and they have to like go into hiding and get
Yep.
suspended. That's ridiculous. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, sex education, like the importance they placed on like safe sex and
Yeah.
talking about like normal things like, getting your first period and
Yeah.
where to buy condoms and how to
Yeah.
apply, like basic things like that, that you were like, this is actually what society needs to hear.
Yeah.
And we were told nothing, Hadrian. You're just expected the first time and how to do it safely and how to have the most perfect relationship and
Yeah,
take care of
no,
your.
like I learned all of this from, well, I look at that before I say this, because as guys, we didn't have sex education. We developed, and I'm including myself in it as well, which is a very unhealthy attitude towards sex and women in general. We just did.
From
Okay.
porn or
Well, it was probably from the fact that we didn't have any interaction with women. So,
yeah.
like our entire, like, so the porn definitely, but
Mhm.
also the fact that we unknowingly started to objectify women, and not only sexual objectification but like
Mm.
actual objectification, which is like women has to take care of the home and children and whatnot, because even now I have friends in Dubai who grew up with me. They saw watched the same movies, listened to the same music. We were into the same pop culture. We went to Linkin Park concerts. So you would think that
Yes. Oh my God, Linkin Park, yeah.
so you would think that, hey man, they might be a little bit more liberal, but
Yeah.
unfortunately they're not. They're all married, and none of their wives are working. And and I know why they're not working. I mean, I haven't asked them because I don't want to like
But
infringe
you
on their.
think it's not by choice.
I definitely think it's not by choice, and
Yeah.
I know it's not by choice because
Mhm.
I,
Shit, that
I
makes me
I
so
did,
sad.
because I'm in touch with them, right? And I know their political views and everything, and I can make a reasonable assumption that they are very conservative.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, exactly. I see the same thing play out over and over
oh,
again, which is
oh,
why
oh,
I
oh,
think, yeah.
but no, no, I was just gonna share a very funny story about
Go on, go on, go on, go on, go on. Please
um,
share it, Hadrian. I love your funny
so
stories. And I'm listening. I'll be back in 1 second, but share your
yeah.
story.
Yeah, so like guys, you know how we did not have sex education, right? So how would you how would people think that we as Muslim kids, we found out about the process of producing babies? I mean, reproducing. What do you think happened that all of a sudden we realized that, oh my god, that's how you make babies? Well, I don't know about the rest of the world, and the other people, but in my case, I actually found out accidentally. Like as a kid, I asked my mom, like my cousin had a baby. I think I was probably like 4 or 5 years old. I asked my mom that, hey, where did this new baby come from? Where did all of this such a tiny human being arrive from nowhere? And my mom told me that that when a couple gets married, that night Allah sends an angel who comes in, and the angel puts the baby inside the womb of the mother. And I'm like, oh, that makes so much sense, because that's what happened with Jesus as well, right? Except for the fact that Mary wasn't married or something. And as a kid, for 5 years, up until I think I was 10 or 11, I believed in that nonsense. I actually thought that that's how babies were made, because an angel comes down from Allah, and the angel just somehow, I guess, puts the baby inside the womb. But then I think it was well, like in my early teens, I think I was like 11 or 12 years old at the time. um, all of a sudden I heard two or three 11th graders in my school bus talk about sexual reproduction. And I don't think that they were aware that I was sitting in the seat behind them, or I don't know what happened, because and they were actually talking about sexual reproduction. And I am like traumatized. Like I have a lot of trauma in my life, so funnily like this. So I'm like, and by the way, we were going to school that day. So I couldn't believe it, and in a way it makes more sense that how on the planet is that every single couple that I know, they got pregnant only after getting married. Because like I'm not sure, Nuri, if you heard me,
Yeah, I did. That's so funny. I got told the stork method, but that's funny.
I'm like, okay, like, because all of a sudden I'm like, that makes so much sense. Because uh why wouldn't an angel just go to a single woman and just drop the baby in the womb? Because my cousins, all of a sudden, in a line, they were getting pregnant right after marriage. So they definitely did it. And so and I'm like shocked, traumatized, whatever.
Oh my
and
gosh.
so in our school library, by the way, Nuria, so there was like sections, like only grade 1 to 2 students would have like IL 1 to 2, grade 3 and 4 students would have IL 3 and 4. Like their books for borrowing would be on those aisles. um, so I was in grade, I think I was in I was in grade 3 or 4 at the time. And we weren't allowed to visit aisles of grade anything above grade 6. Like if you go there, like
Oh,
the librarian and the attendant, they would come like, hey kid, what are you doing here, get out.
'cause
You
it's like 12 plus content or PG-13 content.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably PG-13 content, but nothing sexual, though. Still nothing sexual, probably
Yeah,
graphic or
nothing, nothing. Exactly.
but but I feel so proud of myself, which is that day I actually did sneak into IL 12, which was for the A level students, and there was this fat book of biology, which was very heavy for me. I literally just took it out, went to the table of contents, then saw reproduction as a chapter, went
Mhm.
in, and I freaking saw the diagrams. Now
Yeah,
that was not the syllabus. That book was just some random biology book. I'm not sure if
yeah.
that was what was being taught in A levels, but that's how I freaking found out how babies are born. And what's worse is I went and told my friends about it. I'm like, guys, come here, listen. This is what happened. This is how babies are made. And they were all like Indian, Pakistanis, and Bengalis, right? They didn't believe me. In fact, they started bullying me. They were like, "Oh my god, you're so stupid. That's how you think that babies are born. You're
Oh,
crazy,
wow.
man. What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, I didn't know how to react. I'm like, am I right or am I wrong? Like, what the hell? Then
Yeah.
then I went to home and I told my mom. I'm like, Mom, this is what happened, and that's how babies are made. That's what the book taught me. My parents freaked out so badly. They ended up calling the school,
What?
and my dad was like furious. He's like, "Are you kidding me? Like, my kid came home telling me how to make babies and shit and whatnot."
I didn't consent to this. He's not supposed to know how the real world functions.
Yeah, like, and in a very ironic way, the next day I get a disciplinary slip for violating library rules, which was, they're like, I literally got called into the supervisor's office, and they're like, Hadrian, did you walk into that book and did you that aisle in the library and read the biology book? I'm like, ma'am, yes, but only because those two 11th graders were talking about it in the bus, and I had to know. And they're like,
Bless
who are
you. You're just being a good student trying to, like, find answers.
yeah,
You are the best kind of student there is in any normal part of the world. You would
yeah,
be encouraged and
exactly.
yes.
Like, yeah, so that's how I, like, yeah, like it's crazy. It's that, like, but then, in our mid-teens, right? Like, of course we were segregated, but we would, you can't help yourself because we are teens. What are you gonna do? So, like, the only time where we would see the girls is during home time. So the buses used
When
to be in the
was
parking
it? Yeah,
lot.
I know, I knew it.
Oh, flashback.
Yeah,
Oh, did you
flashbacks.
you faced it too, right? Like
Yeah, but
that's
although
only.
mine was co-ed anyway, thankfully, both in Saudi
Oh,
and the UAE, but I know what goes down at those bus stops.
yep. So we were teens, but so, like, that's where we would see the girls coming out from the different block towards the bus, and we are going to the same block in the bus. And even in the bus system, that was segregated. Like, girls only were allowed to sit at the back, and we boys were only allowed to sit in
Really?
the front. Not kidding. 12
Really?
years of
Even though
schooling.
was it an international school you went to? I think it was, right?
It was an international school,
Yeah,
and that's what that's
wow.
what it,
Yeah, because you're doing the Cambridge board, yet there's segregation. That's wild.
Yep, that's what happened. So, but people were still dating. Young teens were still dating, but they would
Hmm.
really just make do their thing in the behind the buses and whatnot. But
Oh my
even
God, the amount
here's
of
the thing.
secret spots you need to carve out and be always on high alert is ridiculous. Oh
I,
my goodness.
I,
I
I
have
was
to
one of
chase
them.
down my security in Dubai. Like, that's bad.
No, by the way, I was one of them. Like not as a teen, but when I became an atheist, right? There was this Pakistani girl. And by the way, when I was in the A levels, I kind of did something really stupid and told everyone that I was an atheist. But the good part was not a single of my friends judged me for it. They were still my friends. They're still friends today. They were from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. They tried to convert me back, but they never really held it up against me. They just didn't. They were amazing people, and I'm
Mm.
really lucky to have them in my life. But they knew it. But now, because I'm an atheist, I was also dating. I started dating a Pakistani girl because like that's what teenagers do, and we would date secretly, and even then it gets worse. Even then, um, the worst is she would have to go out telling her parents that it's only the girls' night out and girls are going out together. So another girl has to come to her house to and show face that we are going out together in the mall
Oh
for
yeah,
girls' nights,
you become
right?
at living a double life and lying.
Yep. And so the girls had to leave together from the house. And I'm a
Yeah.
guy. I never had any pressure. I would be like, Mom, I'm going to the mall. And my mom would go like, Yeah, you're stupid. Do whatever you want. You're not my son anymore, you idiot. And like little something stupid like that, right? So I would go so I would go in the mall and I see like my girlfriend with three other girls walking in, and it is uncomfortable because the girls are like, oh, so now you guys are gonna hang out together and we'll shop, and they're like looking at us in a weird way and all this. So that like just because of one girl, three other girls had to be involved in that process to bring her out of her home to the mall. And even that didn't help because once we were sitting in the bench, and from behind someone just like slapped my neck, right, at one point.
Ooh.
And I turn around and I'm like, what the hell? Who was this guy? And turned out it was like some mall security guy, like another Indian or Pakistani dude. And
Yeah.
he goes like, eh, idhar kya karta hai? Right? Like, which means like
Like,
in
what are
Hindi,
you
it
doing
means,
here?
what are you doing
What are
here?
you
And I'm like, what the hell? What did you slap me? And he's like, what are you doing with the girl over here? I'm like, what girl? Why does it matter? He's like, you're here because you're doing something. I'm like, did you see me do something to her? He's like, I don't care. Show me your ID. And I'm like, okay, that's stupid, but here is my ID. And then he looks at the girl and he's like, show me your ID now. I'm gonna call the police or disciplinary and whatever. And I could see her losing it, right? So,
Wow.
but thankfully, we had the same last
What?
name. We had the same last name.
Oh.
So
So
like,
you could be family or cousins, and so you're allowed
yep,
to be alone together.
yep,
Yes,
yep.
loophole.
So
Woo!
we had the same last name, and he's like, I'm like, I'm like, what's your problem? He's like, I'm like, I'm here with my cousin here. Well, like it's a family today. My parents and our family is in the food court. We came here to buy from
Woo!
Chanel. What are you
Yes.
doing? He's like, like, oh, I'm so sorry, but and that guy ends up giving me a graphic description in front of my girlfriend. Like he's like, oh, I'm really sorry, these young kids, they come here and they go tongue in tongue with each other, and we catch them. And I'm like, what, like, wait, like, are you serious? Like, even if they do, why do you have a system like this? Like, you guys are
Oh
pathetic.
my God, Hadrian, exactly how you're describing how your girlfriend must have felt in that situation, I have felt many a time. I have been in an
Yeah,
abaya and had to like run for my life when a security guard had literally put his hand on the shoulder of my boyfriend at the time in the exact same way. And to be honest, I couldn't even stay. It was too risky. The only
yeah,
option was to literally run. But
Yeah.
another time in Dubai as well, when it was Ramadan, and again, Dubai's tried to get a lot more lax over the years. So we were in what was more of like a modern development and waiting for like iftar. And my boyfriend at the time just gave me like a peck on the cheek. And this Arab family,
Yeah.
like this Emirati family, was sitting opposite, and the mother, obviously in full abaya and hijab, whatever, she had seen it, and she kicked up the biggest like stink. She was like, haram, yahi, like shurta. She's like gonna call the police. That's shurta in Arabic. And I was like, oh my God, like we are screwed, because it's Ramadan as well. And it was ridiculous. We had to like go up to her, and my boyfriend had to be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, don't mean any disrespect. She's going to be my wife. Like, look, da da da. We had to like talk our way out of this till
Oh
this
my God.
woman felt secure enough to know that, oh, just because it hasn't been the call to prayer yet for Ramadan to break the fast, I got a peck on the cheek. And that's so immoral and disgusting that you're going to call the police.
Oh, were you a Muslim then?
Sorry.
Were you a Muslim then?
Yeah, yeah. I was living
Yeah,
in Dubai as a
like,
Muslim.
oh, but that was after the iftar, right?
It was, we were waiting for iftar, so everyone's
Oh
just
my,
chilling at their tables,
oh my God,
and
Nuria,
it's like,
your fast broke because of the peck in the cheek. You know that.
I know, that too. Yes, I do know that. No wonder she was even more angry. Like, you can't even wait 10 more minutes.
Look, breaking the fast with a kiss, like, oh, that was great.
Literally.
Yeah, but like you see, like this is the system that they created. It resulted in us becoming more having a very unhealthy attitude towards sex and women. And not gonna lie, like I think you heard this as in my space with Dale that I did that other week, where I said the unfortunate homosexual encounters that I had, even as a straight
Yeah,
guy, right? Like,
yeah.
and by the way, like, so the story was that my friends and I, we were all inappropriately groped by grown ass men, but we were groped as adults, like when we were already 18, and we would get groped in malls, like when you're going up the escalator and there are a
Mhm.
lot of people in a crowded area, and all of a sudden you feel the hand in your back. Like that's how we would get groped. Sorry for being graphic, but Nuria can
Okay.
edit it if she wants. But
Say it how it is, Adrian. We got to let the world know what goes on around there.
that's how we got groped. And like, and it is crazy to think that the most homosexual attitude in a religion, which is in Islam, somehow gave me the most homosexual encounters, like no, with the groping, then me walking on walking on my friends or batch, and they're not friends but batchmates. And then that was not the only time. Even once, so but you already know that I vape, but I started with cigarettes, right? At the time I
Mm.
used to smoke cigarettes, and I had to like really find a very isolated area to go into and have a cigarette yeah, in Dubai. So in one of the in one of those days, I was like, I literally went in, found a very secluded area, and there was just a very old car that was parked. I'm like, oh, thank God, I finally get to do my sutta here. So
Yeah.
I light it, and I am seeing the car is moving. And look, I didn't know how a car is supposed to move, like, if you understand what I mean, right? But I didn't know what it was moving. To me, honestly, at the time, I thought like probably the engine is on and it's about to like freaking tear apart the entire the entire car, because it was also on. So the car was on and it's moving. I'm like, oh my God, what the hell is happening? So I walk like, so I walked towards the car, and in the back seat, two guys were doing it. Two men, probably like Desi men, were doing it.
Wow.
And I
Okay.
make eye contact with them. Unfortunately, they make eye contact with me. And now I hate sex in general, because what the hell did I just see? And I ran. I'm like, oh my God, I cannot stand this. And I'm not the only one. Even my friends to this day, they had homosexual encounters where they run into people, into guys kissing or holding hands or doing like sexual stuff. Like, it's crazy. Like, people have no
Well,
idea.
Hadrian, can we just talk about the fact that, like, when we talk about a lot of these, this migrant labor that comes from South Asia, a lot of these men who live in labor camps are forced to be away from their families, their wives, for so long, and their passports have been confiscated. So because they're living in these confined conditions and they're so sexually deprived, they actually turn to forming relationships with one another. So when they're
Yeah.
not actually inherently homosexual, you see South Asian laborers holding hands across, like walking along the beach, right? This is a
Yeah.
normal sight you see. And you
But
think, is this a cultural thing? Are they actually homo? But even in the UAE, the authorities leave them alone. They understand this is
not
now.
not always though. Just to
Not
correct you.
always, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true, not always. But I've seen times when they actually just drive past
Yeah.
and obviously don't do anything. But yeah, not always, as you said. But
Yeah.
it's a real
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, and no wonder that they've tried to find sexual pleasure with what they have available. Like if they find consenting men, that's not really an issue because they're both adults, and what else they're gonna do? I get it, but sometimes they also try to uh, release their frustration on kids and women. Even women gets
Yes,
groped in the malls, in crowded areas, in New Year's party, in Dubai Mall. Like I know my female friends also got it, so it's not like it was only restricted to us guys, like, and that country is supposed to be the more liberalized Islamic country. So imagine what happens in the more Islamic countries around, right?
exactly. And even darker when we talk about like some of these like bus drivers, for example, because usually like countries like the UAE and stuff, as an expat who has like a decent kind of job and stuff, you do largely, I felt safe. I never felt like the same way I'd feel about walking through London at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
as I ever did in Dubai. So it does have that little element of safety there. But not in other ways, it's as messed up because little schoolgirls, like 5, 6 year olds, are going on these buses with
Yeah.
these drivers who are very sexually repressed and frustrated. And I mean, there is not a week that goes past without a story somehow,
Yeah.
because they try to keep all of this news and brush it under the carpet,
Yeah.
but somehow a story will emerge where a little girl has been abused by her school bus driver,
Yeah.
way old enough to be her father and beyond. And like this has
Yeah.
been a long term thing where he's offered her a candy for every time she
Yeah.
lifts up her dress. And it's become a programmed practice to the point where the one day that the bus driver wasn't driving the bus, she asked her dad, "Where's my candy?" and did the action. And then the parents realized what was happening.
Yep. Yep.
This is happening a lot over there.
Yep. One of the horrific cases was when the bus driver and the conductor, they both raped I don't know, like a 7 or 8 year old girl. What's funny was they so you know how everyone's stop comes in turns in those countries. So what they did, they skipped her stop, they dropped everyone else, and she was the last one to be dropped, and they did not drop her. So what they did was they went somewhere secluded, did all those horrific things, and then she from where she eventually died, I think, and then they dumped her body or something, and then they left. But within a day they were caught. But that was probably one of the most horrifically pathetic story that came out. um, but
And Hadrian, like, I had a teacher in Saudi Arabia. She was our art teacher. She was from the UK, really bubbly, really like extroverted, full of life. She took a taxi in Saudi and was driven to the middle of the desert, raped, left there for dead. And somehow or the other, she made her way back. And I have never seen a woman like walk in and be such a former shell of herself. She had her head down the entire time. She collected her belongings and she just got the next flight out of the kingdom because she knew, I am never ever going to get justice here. In
yeah,
fact, I'm going to be jailed for what's happened to me. She couldn't utter a word. She just walked out and left, never to return again. And I mean, again, I was still a Muslim, and you just think, oh, this is a problem with men or whatever. But that was like 15-year-olds me in Saudi and just having to like internalize it and somehow move on from that. Do you know what I mean? It's
yeah,
crazy what the experience
but
will do to
Nuria,
you. Yeah.
this is the system that Islam gave, where if you are a woman and if you are raped, you have to bring 4 male witnesses. And not only those 4 male witnesses have to see you screaming, you resisting, and the third point is they have to see the penetration. Do you get
Yes.
it?
4 people ink pen in the ink pot. That's what
Yeah,
it's listed as in Islamic jurisprudence. The ink pen in the
yeah,
pot.
yeah, yeah.
No.
And if you don't do that, if you're unable to do that, let's say if you are overcome by a very strong man who's raping the women, and the women couldn't obviously fight her back, and she goes to the cops and reports it. Now the fact that she does not have four witnesses, it counts as premarital sex, and there you go. That's where, why do you think that women usually stay quiet about the sexual abuses that they face? Because they do not have a system that will give them justice, which, by the way, these Muslim clowns use it as an excuse. They use it as a point to say that there are no, like sexual abuse in the Muslim world, especially rape, is lesser than the Western world. Well, that's because you have completely suppressed it. That's why you don't have the actual accurate reporting. The women are actually scared to come out and share their stories. They don't get justice. So your system is Allah's system, not your. Allah's system is inherently so incompetent that
Yes.
it is like, it's unexplainable. The all-knowing supreme God came up with this, came up with a way to make sure that rape doesn't happen, but ended up putting in four witnesses. And by the way, those are four male witnesses, I think. Like,
Yes,
are you seriously
exactly.
kidding me? Like,
Because you would need 2 women witnesses for every 1 male witness, remember, according to Islamic logic,
yeah, so that
right?
that would
So
mean you would
4
need
men
eight.
means you need at least 8 women, if that's
Yeah,
even allowed.
so the eight women have to fulfill three things. They have to see you screaming, they have to see you resisting,
And
and they
no
have
one
to
freaking
see,
intervenes. They're just
and
meant to watch it.
yeah, and they have to know, but they have to see the penetration as
Yeah,
well. Like,
yeah.
what is, like, oh my god, this religion. But like, when I came to Canada, right, I actually made my mind that I left the religion. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to try to create a new identity in a new land. My values are in line with the values of Canada. I like, of course, there is a lot of problems, but like Canadian problems. But I am not going back to my religion. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to care about it. The only connection that I have with this religion is my parents, who are Muslim, and they're not religious and whatnot. But other than that, I wouldn't care. But Nuria, I wasn't able to escape it, because although I left the deen, the Deenis followed me. I left Islam, the Islam came back to me anyways. Like, I would, for almost like up until last year, with the Muslims that I met here in the West, like, they were not any much different than the ones that I met in GCC or wherever. They were, in their ideology, in their thinking, in their attitude towards women and homosexuals, were completely the same. And I tried to play it down. I tried not to care as much as I could. I tried to not even be friends with them. But they were always a part of my life somewhere here and there. And plus, my relatives live here too. So I wasn't really able to escape out of this entirely. They would still come up in my life in some shape or form. But it wasn't until last year, I think around April or May, when the Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan tried to have those, he tried France to be sanctioned for
Oh,
the
yeah.
blasphemy laws.
Lol.
It,
Yeah.
it, it was literally from there where that, like, after 8 years leaving is 8 or sorry after 9 years after leaving Islam, it wasn't until then when what the Muslims around me started doing, like, it struck a chord so bad that's why I am out in public. Because my relatives were like, yeah, Pakistan is very brave for trying to sanction France while they're living in freaking Canada. Then the Taliban overtake happens in Kabul, and my Muslim colleagues here started celebrating it. Like, these guys are living in Canada. They are living in a secular country. Some of those guys were even fantasizing about cheating their wives, but they're happy about Taliban laws in like Islamic Sharia in Afghanistan. Then fast forward,
But they would never go there themselves
we'll
as
never go
well.
there themselves. We'll never go there
Yeah.
themselves. And it wasn't until, like, I believe when it wasn't until this April and May where this Taliban thing in my head was getting really messed up, where I was being really pissed at the fellow Muslims that I was around, is when I came across Ray, the producer's video that he had a
Mhm.
song. I think it was in Pashto. It was a Pashto anti-Taliban
Yes.
song, and I'm like, oh
Yes.
my god, there is a Pathan who, like, if I'm going to stereotype them, which is they happens to be more conservative and religious, right? So I'm like,
Hey, Hadrian. I'm joking.
okay, no, I'm kidding. I know you're half Pathan, so like
I'm joking. No, you can
yeah,
say
yeah.
whatever you want, don't worry. They
So
are, they
I,
are. I
no,
mean, look at Waziristan. It's full of like it's a
yeah.
Taliban hotspot.
So I'm
Yeah.
like, oh my god, there's a Pathan person saying the most blasphemous thing even by Pathan standards. And I started watching all of Ray's videos. That's how I came across you. I started watching your videos. That's how I found Harris. Then I watched in him. Then I found Ghalib, then Gulzer, then Sultan Salatin, then whatnot. Then you went to Sahil's channel, and I'm like, holy crap, the Indians are doing it too. Then I found Sahil, Adam Seeker, Samir, like, and honestly, I haven't binge watched Netflix as much as I have watched your videos, and
Oh,
like,
it's so true. It becomes like a domino effect, and you realize how many of us are out there. And Hadrian, welcome to the family. That's
well,
all I want to
like,
say.
I'm not like you guys, or like, with a YouTube channel and whatnot, but I'm just on Twitter, which is the max I
But
think I can take it to,
your
especially when.
voice is so powerful in those spaces when that you're in a space. I naturally am inclined to see what's going on there because you always have something so relevant to share. And as I said, like very, very rarely, I think Ray also grew up in the Middle East, so we have this common shared experience. And then obviously, like our ethnic heritage as well. But all of these things come together. So your experience will be slightly nuanced and you'll be able to share a very different lens, as would I, as would Ray, as would Haris, as would Sultan Said. Like, do you see what
Yeah,
I mean? And then the
yeah,
Indian ex Muslim movement, and the fact
yeah,
that borders don't matter in this movement, which is what I'm very big about. Like,
yeah,
I'm like, there's no such thing as Indian Muslim, ex Muslims, sorry, and Pakistani ex
yeah,
Muslims, and we need to go our own ways. I'm very much the opposite. Like, let's join forces as much as possible. And again, with everybody, that's why I really like what you do on Twitter. You're not confined to South Asian themes or
yeah,
diaspora kind of chats. You go everywhere. You speak
yeah,
to American Christians, you speak to American atheists, you come and join our Urdu streams and talk to people like Saeed in their own language. So you're really diverse in that sense. I'm just so grateful that you have entered this scene and you've been brave enough to share your story with us. And like, I think people are already enamored by your voice, may I say, first of all.
that's a compliment that I unfortunately never got. So that was something new. So
Oh.
thank you, everyone. But like, yeah, no. But what's also really interesting and intriguing is that although we have so many similarities, but we are also different in so many ways. We're from different countries. We are from different cultural backgrounds. We are different gender. And isn't it weird that how most of our arguments, most of our stories, most of our trauma is just so similar? And in the end of the
Yes.
day, it just ties up. Although we never met each other, or or anything, and I'm not talking about only you guys who are on YouTube and whatnot, but even the ones who are just having on Facebook or Reddit or Twitter, they all of their stories. And another worst thing is, I even myself, up until this April when I joined Twitter, like when I converted my Twitter into this, is how many women there could possibly be that were freaking molested. I still cannot
Yeah.
get over this. I still cannot get over this. Like, I know Sahara
No,
was
Hadrian,
here.
it's not a given fact. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, go on about Sahara. That's really important.
Oh, no, no, sorry. No, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, like as a given, when I speak to the Pakistani audience when we do our Urdu streams, it is accepted by us ladies from the get-go that any woman that will join is like we can't name any on our hands like enough that have never experienced sexual abuse or sexual harassment or been molested, and especially when it comes to those Gari Sabs we mentioned earlier, the Quran teachers, the numbers are just Like, it's astonishing. I will find a Pakistani girl my age, so let's say just touched 30, 31, who has never been molested, coming from that society. And that's a depressing fact, but it's true.
Yeah, and but like I know I'm a guy, and I was out of this social circle, so I never really got the true stats of this. And there are no honest statistics, because it would be devastating if it were to ever come out, because I genuinely think that it's going to make the Muslim world look so more worse than it already is. Because like ever since April and March, I mean, not a single day goes by when I do not come across a new ex-Muslim who, especially ex-Muslim women, who has some or the other kind of a molestation story or abuse or sexual abuse. Sahara Space, I actually found it by accident. But when I went there, and there were women who came out, ex-Muslim women, and they were graphically explaining how they were molested. And even as a guy, I'm like, how do I don't, honestly, I don't even know how to sympathize, because I I'm so traumatized already. I don't even know what to say. I'm like, I feel sorry for you, and I don't want to say this because it means nothing compared to what these women actually went through. And me even saying I feel bad for you, I hope you recover, it actually doesn't really help them. They, like, we need to do something to help them come out of this trauma, which I genuinely feel they might not, because it's a life scaring damage. But we need to find some ways to make them help cope better, because they are still dealing with this trauma in their everyday life. So yeah, it is pathetic.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But even you, Hadrian, even having allies like you, or you sharing your experiences, and I know you think it doesn't mean anything, but when you do say like, "Oh, I'm sorry for what you went through," most of those people, like, I haven't even disclosed this to my own parents. Like, I think I disclosed it first on YouTube ever. It just came out midstream during an Urdu stream when people were sharing it, and I was like, you know what, like, yes, I held back out of shame when I was younger to my parents, and I didn't want to put them through it, but let me at least speak my truth to other women. So you have no idea when somebody validates that and just says that was messed up, and I'm sorry you went through something when you didn't even understand or know what it was. It really actually does help. So yeah, it's not
Yeah, yeah.
all like, yeah. So thank you. And
No, but basically the thing is, I have this tactic, which is I immediately put myself in their shoes. I do this with all the
yeah,
people. Like I just work in
you're an empath.
in an industry where I really have to have a lot of emotional intelligence, which I had to develop because of part of my career. So I always have to step in other people's shoes so that I can see what's their side of the problem, so that we could fix it. and
Hmm.
and my industry is very straightforward. It's not like mentally, like it's real estate so it's not like something doctoral or anything. But so naturally, when women talk about it, I start to picture it as if it were to happen to me. And it affects me. Like that's when I'm like, oh my goodness. And what's worse is when these Muslims, they come in and they start deflecting. They just go on a tangent. They just start victim blaming. They say, do not blame our religion, when in fact it is their religion. It is Islam. And it is Islam because, okay, Quran doesn't have it written directly, but that's not what's the point of the Quran. The point is, it came with a system, and that system is inherently flawed in every sense. Just like, take the rape story. If a woman is to be raped, how is she supposed to get justice if she needs four freaking witnesses? So, and
Yeah,
by the way, Islam also does not have a definition of sexual harassment. Like, not all sexual harassments are rape, right? Not there doesn't have to be a penetration for it to be a sexual harassment. An in
exactly.
an in
Any unwanted touch is
Yeah,
harassment.
unwanted touch, that's a
Yes.
legal thing. I'm not a lawyer, but like but I read about it. But that part, unwanted touch, And by the way, Nuria, it's a little bit more evolved. I think you are in law, so I don't know. Even unwanted looks can be unwanted. What do you call? What do you call
Attention.
a word? Unwanted attention can be
Mm,
classified as sexual harassment. So
yeah.
Islam is none of it. None of it.
Yeah. Even marital rape. I was on the
Yeah,
audition yesterday, and I was shocked. And I was telling a fellow ex-Muslim woman that I was shocked to know that the UK banned marital rape criminalized it in
yeah.
1992. Whereas, I mean, look at Muslim countries. I don't think they could ever criminalize marital rape, because the Quran says if you do not have sex with your
Yeah,
husband, the angels will curse you all night until the morning. So, where
yeah,
is there ever scope for marital rape to be
yeah.
considered, which is so messed up? Because do you know how many women are being raped every single night in their marriage and having forced to give birth to children that they never consented to having in the first place? It's
Um,
terrible.
like in our group, there was a Pakistani women. Not in the Twitter space. I mean, in one of the ex-Muslim group that I follow and I'm
Yeah,
in. So there was a Pakistani ex-Muslim woman who lives in America. She escaped
yeah,
from Pakistan, escaped in like a very tradition, not in a traditional sense. Like she moved there, she studied, got a job, and whatnot. After her divorce, that too, she got divorced while in Pakistan, which was a freaking hurdle. Which and her like it was a mess. But she was sharing it to the group, which was she was a victim of marital rape multiple times in her first couple of years of her marriage, and it started to affect her mental health, and that it also started to affect her physical health. So she tried to, if after quite some time, she opened up with her mother. She was direct. She actually told her mother about what was happening in her bedroom. And she said that her mother was like, so that's normal. And that woman goes on to explain that maybe her mother herself was a victim of marital rape, but the mother doesn't know that it was marital rape
A
because
100%, Hadrian. I work in domestic violence here in the UK, and women call me and they're like, "Yeah, I've just got pregnant. He forced himself on me this night," and they're continuing the conversation to me without realizing that they've been raped. So I have to stop them and say, "One second. Do you mean that night when he came onto you, that was without your consent, and like you did not? Did you say to him? Did you make it clear that you didn't want it?" And they were like, yeah, but he just continued. But anyway, I'm pregnant now. So and they don't understand. They don't
yeah,
register
yeah.
that that's
But
rape.
but
And then
what?
you have to explain to them in basic terms that if he's doing something that you have told him not to do or said that you don't want to do, even within seconds, because consent is continuous, right?
Yeah,
Um, they have no idea.
yeah, they don't. And what was really powerful about her story was because she was like, um, she immediately realized that her mother was probably not probably her mother herself was a victim of marital rape.
Mm,
Her mother didn't know that, and the very
mm.
fact that the person who was sitting in the hall sipping chai and eating biscuits, her
Was
father,
the best.
was the one doing this. And the way she wrote it, like I don't know if you had watched Black Mirror, but
Yes.
I'm like, okay, this is worse than my Black Mirror. I need to like finish a cigarette pack right now, because
Yeah.
I started to feel like, hey, because like these kinds of conversations is not something that happens in my family. Like my sister is still young, she's still in school, like university. But if I don't think I have the guts to talk about this with my mother, because
Mhm.
I cannot see my dad in that exact same lens, which I want to believe at this point with my own bias that it did not happen in my family, just to make myself self feel good, and I hope it really didn't. But I don't think that I'm ready for that conversation with any of my close family members, because oh my god, it's just going to push me towards the dark
I don't
side.
blame you, Hadrian. There's
Yeah,
certain things that I'm just not ready to tackle yet either, and I'm with you on this one, like 100%. It's a bit too close to home and it's a bit
yeah,
too dark. And
yeah,
I'm like, you know what? Like raise awareness about this now, make this known. But I there is I mean, these are dark skeletons in the cupboard, which obviously like you've already been through so much. I don't know if you would want to willingly invite that onto your conscience. And
Yeah,
I don't know. It's
but,
a
but
really tough one. I get you.
no, but honestly, like I feel for them, and it's like honest. In all honesty, I do think that my side of the traumatic story was still a lot more mundane than, like, for example, your story, right? Like, and I'm not saying this because I'm in your show or anything. I know what you're gonna say. I'm saying, like, the
Yeah.
troubles that you went through in your video, that you had to escape the police and whatnot. Honestly, that I don't like. I'd rather go through the trauma that I went through than the one that you went through. So that's
Mm.
how I know that I went through my own trauma. Like, that is there. But one of the reason why I started to feel really agitated was because of, especially these ex-Muslim women stories that are coming out. And I'm like, how am I the only guy who freaking gets angry about this? Because I know
Yeah.
there's Harris, I know there's Galeb, I know there's a lot of other ex-Muslim straight ex-Muslim men who are also against this, right? And it really feels good that I'm not the only guy, because for the longest time I thought, because I hadn't discovered you guys, not Harris, no one, I hadn't discovered the ex-Muslim movement. I didn't I literally always thought that, am I different? Because how am I a guy and I'm against sex slavery? Which, by the way, people even now they say this. Once Ray, the producer, told me, like, it's just like, oh, Hadrian, being a guy that and then the sex slavery was an issue for you. And I'm like, yeah, but Ray, but why does it happen to be? Why does it matter that I'm a straight guy that I'm against sex slavery, right?
But it was
Because
an issue for Ray too, right? I'm sure it was. He did say it was.
yeah, no, he didn't mean it that way. Like, he did, like, Ray, if you listen to this video later, it's not me pointing out. It's just trying to make a point that people sometimes point out that, hey, you're a straight guy. Wow, how come you're
Yeah,
against
because
sex
Islam is
slavery?
like amazing for straight men, right? If you want to be a womanizer, a misogynist, and exploit women, like what Andrew Tate is all about, which is why he converted. Technically, Islam,
Yeah,
why would you leave it as a heterosexual male who loves power and like having women submissive to you? Because that's what Islam sets you up to have. You're right.
yeah, and the fact that because it is so, it is made up for straight males so much that people think that you have other issues if you leave Islam, as a especially as an ex-Muslim man, if you're
Or
straight.
they think that you're
Like,
not straight because why would you
yeah,
care about these things? Yeah.
yeah, and it's hard to argue against that, because there's no, like, because it's like, you can't prove that you're straight or gay. Like, how do you prove it to someone? But they
Yeah.
always assume that, oh, you're into guys. Not that it would matter. Like, sure, even if I was gay, but that still doesn't help your cause, because you're still very anti-human, just by the fact that how homophobic your religion is.
Exactly. Leader for saying you and so many ex-Muslims, Hadrian, are more moral than I ever was. Thank
You're
you.
being
Yeah.
no, say, go on.
No, Hadrian, would you like to speak to Muhammad? This is Muhammad. He's come back and he needs to repent. He's like on under all of my videos being like, I messed up. I made the world so terrible. What have I done to women? How can we undo the damage? So he is really trying to repent here. But I can't,
Well,
no matter how much I do, I can't feel sorry for him. I'm sorry.
well, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Mohammed. But no, actually, no. So, is Mohammed a troll, or is he like that NASA
Muhammad is a
Maulana
very
guy?
repentant he's a repentant ex-Muslim coming in the form of Muhammad to a vet
Oh
to
my
obviously
god!
set the
No,
record straight and say
well,
sorry.
Mohammed, don't. I'm not sure, like, how much worse thing you have done, but even I did pretty worse thing as Muslims too. I was giving dawah to my non-Muslim friends.
He
Like,
nearly cut his parents' cable off as well.
yeah, not
No, but that's
nearly.
nothing compared to what Muhammad did. Muhammad has real
Yeah, yeah.
actual blood on his hands,
Oh
Hadrian.
no!
He's got
I thought, like, his name. Not, I didn't think of him as Prophet Muhammad. I thought he was
this
just
is
another
Prophet
ex.
Muhammad resurrected. He is Prophet
Oh,
Muhammad.
oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, man. Holy shit, dude. For a second,
Lay into him, Hadrian.
I was like, oh no, Muhammad, you're just trying to be humble. There is no way you could be worse. But yeah, dude, like, go back into the cave, man. You should have never got out of there in the first place.
Yeah, when you were throwing yourself off the cliff.
Yeah,
Oh,
you should
say
have
more.
slipped and actually have fallen.
Please just slip on that rock. Okay, Mohammed, we don't mean to be that rude to you. If you're coming here to try and repent, we can work with. Oh, what does he say? He says, "Don't blame you, not asking for or expect forgiveness." At least you get it, Mohammed.
You know what's funny? You know this face, this cartoon that he has. It reminds me of a very famous mullah on YouTube. Like, I'm not sure if you want to
Oh
know
my
the
God,
name.
me too.
I know.
Me too. Yes.
Like,
Say it.
say it. Like, okay, is it the same
Adrian.
person? Is it Mufti Tariq Masood?
Yes, people can Google him. I don't know why. I don't know if it's the face. I don't know.
Yeah.
I see that.
Like, yeah.
So, Hadrian, this is Muhammad. I was trying to explain who he is. He says, in my past life, I was Muhammad. You weren't the father of Muslims. You first said that you were going to be the father, but then you wanted to sleep with any woman that you liked. So you said, my wives are al-Mu'mineen, so the mother of the believers, but I am not the father. You cheeky so-and-so, just because you wanted to like get more women to sleep with. Very whatever, last messenger kind of messianic of you. But anyway, thankfully, Hadrian, he is now reincarnated as an atheist and truly repenting. But I'm sorry, how do you undo the damage that you've done, Muhammad? We are talking about it today. It's still affecting society, living, breathing society 1400 years later. So you've got a lot of cleaning up to do.
Exactly. Like, and you can't even clean it up because it's up to us who's trying to clean it up. I mean, we did clean up some of it, very minor, but the like with Nuria and Harris and other people out there, we have a long road, but we're gonna go. We're gonna complete the journey.
When Muhammad is saying, I'm the one who started all of this, it's up to me to fix it. No. To save my children, the Muslims, and the rest of the world. I must spread the anti-Dawah message.
Just bring the anti-Quran or something. But like, like on similar thing that what Muhammad said that he's trying to do. So when Masa Amini was killed, right, and then the Iranian Revolution started. So I actually go undercover in many Muslim groups and stuff as well. Like, so just to get a feeling of what's happening in the beginning in the Shia circles, they were like, oh my God, this has all been revealed by our Prophet Muhammad, and whatever is happening, this is not surprising because the women will start being naked, and that's when Imam Mahdi is going to come out. So if you're not Shia, you guys might not know this, but according to Shia Islam, Imam Mahdi is literally hiding in a cave at the moment. He has been hiding there since he was 8 or 9 or probably like 10 years old. In the year, like 1400 years ago, he went inside that cave as a 10-year-old boy, and he's still in the cave. And I'm like, okay, if women's breast and women's nakedness is what's going to bring him out of it, I say let's all be naked, just so that guy comes out and we finally catch him and be like, seriously, dude, you are the guy who was going to pave the way for Jesus Christ to come back. And all it took was, and so many things happened in these 1400 years, but all of a sudden women in Iran started showing cleavage. That's what it took for you to come out from your freaking cave. So like, so Muhammad, on similar lines, like, yeah, you can try to spread your anti-Dawah message, but honestly, I think you should come back, like in physical reincarnation, physically reincarnate again, so that we can finally put you into jail.
Yes, may the police be upon you, Mohammed.
Oh, really? Oh my God! Like, if you think PBUH, right? The abbreviation, like, police be upon you.
Yeah. Ain't no Muhammad gonna survive in this modern day and age of laws. I'm sorry. You try and marry a 6-year-old here at the age of 52 or 58, it's not gonna happen. No. But yeah, Hadrian, we had a couple of questions, and
Sure.
we've got Rory with us. Are you happy to take Rory as the caller, and then we'll take the questions, and then we'll work towards wrapping it up? I
Sure.
think somebody else has asked for the link in the chat, so I'm gonna just pop it in. About another half an hour because we've taken a lot of Hadrian's time, but this has been such a good stream. I hope you're all enjoying it. Yes, I've just put the link, Moet X USA, in the chat, so feel free to jump on. Rory, I'll take you in 3, 2, 1. Welcome.
How you doing, guys? So,
Good, Tom. How are you?
oh, I'm good. So we've been talking about raping in Islam. Don't forget about the pedophilia in Islam. I can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, I was saying, yeah, we've talked about that as well. Aisha's marriage to Muhammad. We've mentioned it a couple of
Yeah,
times. Yeah.
yeah, what that poor girl went through. And don't forget, there was
Hashtag
another girl
justice for
that
Aisha.
there was another girl that Muhammad wanted to marry, but he died afterwards. He said, if
Yeah,
I
thankfully
grew
he
up,
died.
yeah.
And also
Otherwise,
the
she would have been the next victim.
and also the like I'm not sure if it was the same girl but he literally saw a newborn baby girl and told her
That's the one I'm
oh,
talking
that's
Yeah, I
the
about.
think that's
one.
the one he's referring
Oh,
to when he said, when she grows up, I'll marry her. If thankfully he wasn't around by that time. But it goes to show, because a lot of people try and say, oh, you can't really say that it's pedophilic or whatever because it was one instance of, which I don't buy anyway. But like the fact that in the script and the sources, there's a reference to this other incident where he had his sights set on yet another baby, literally a newborn wrapped in the blanket still, and attributed her to being a wife of his in the future when he's already well into his 50s at this point. It really makes you think that, okay, this would have gone on more and more had he lived longer.
and
Have
all
you
and all
seen the Muhammad Musin Khan translation of the Quran?
Yeah, I've seen it on Quran.com, but if you want to just say it for the audience.
Yeah, and he's Quran is commentary on it, the actual physical Quran, right? And it says this. Hold on, sorry, I'm a bit slow.
Okay, that's
How you
okay.
doing,
Just
Adrian?
yeah, yes. Speak casually to Hadrian. Hadrian. Hadrian,
Yeah, we
you
know
there?
each other on Twitter.
oh, sorry. Like I was on mute.
Oh,
So sorry, was there a question?
he was saying, how are
No,
you?
yeah.
Oh no, like I was saying it again. It come like the Islamic system literally enables every single kind of sexual crimes, every single sort of sexual crime that you can think about, that we morally legally evolved to this day. There is not just there is not a single sexual crime, with the exception of violent rape being observed by 4 men or 8 women. Every single one of them can be justified. That's just how the
Listen to
system is led. That's just how the system is.
listen to this. And those of your women as have passed the age of monthly courses, for them there is prescribed period. If you have doubt about the period, is 3 months, and for those who have no courses, they are still immature. There is the prescribed period is 3 months likewise. I mean, this is the most disgusting verse in the Quran.
Like yeah, no, that like when even in morally, for me, pedophilia is the worst out of all of them. And then again, that's just my opinion, and I second that. To me, that is what the worst verse that Allah came up with, like literally. Like like anyone, like, how they say Quran is so simple to understand, right? How does anyone just simply read that and cannot come to the conclusion that the Quran enables pedophilia? Like, it's
I
impossible. You
think
just couldn't.
I think even Muhammad Hijab admitted to Quran only Muslims that the Quran allows for extreme form of pedophilia.
Like, no, Muhammad Hijab can say whatever the hell he want, but the point is that it has to be direct, and
Yeah.
that's not what I get from the Quran. I mean, Quran is pretty direct when Allah is talking about sending infidels to hell. There is no mental gymnastics around that. Quran
Mhm.
is
But yeah, I
pretty.
do agree with Rore as well that Muhammad Hijab, that was a bit of a win for us because he came out and declared, and I
Yeah.
mentioned this in my debate as well, there's no lower limit or upper limit to who you can marry. So when it says the iddat, the waiting period for girls who have not menstruated yet, the Muslim scholars try and say, oh, it's because they're not menstruating because of a sickness or an illness or something. Well, Allah could have specified that. I mean, you just think of writing a legal text or something that you're going to extrapolate
Yeah.
legal rulings out of. You have to put that one massive condition on it.
Yeah.
So if you've not got that, it's open ended, and that's what we see playing out in Afghanistan. So it's clearly being interpreted that way, and so it is. Yes, the Quran is a yes, it's a manual that totally allows that. And I don't like to use that word on YouTube because I think we might get our video restricted. But yes, it
Have
definitely does allow
have
for
you
that.
have you seen David Stewart Boom Boom Room?
I watched a couple. I haven't seen the latest ones. I need to catch up.
Well, same here. Have to
All
watch.
right.
Have to catch up. But I'll definitely watch them. Like, watch his videos again.
Yeah.
All right,
But thank you
guys.
so much. Maureen. Is there anything else you wanted to say, or is that it?
Nah, man. Nah. I'm so
Okay.
glad
Thank
to
you so
come
much.
on
Bye.
someone else's live stream. Bye.
All right. Take it easy. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for coming, Rore.
Okay, just gonna go through a couple of super chats, Hadrian, and then we've got a question for you as well here. Osman Ayub, thank you so much. Osman was saying one of the best journeys of leaving Islam and Christianity. Hadrian is all love. Yeah, I totally agree. Sammy is saying, oh, we've got some questions. Yes, let me go through these first. Shakil Zaman, thank you so much. Lovely guests. Thanks, Nuria and Hadrian. Hadrian, you're getting so much love here. I love it. Jorg Asmussen, I'm so sorry if I butchered that, but thank you so much for your support. It means a lot. And Zagros's weekly jizya. Thank you, Zagros, and thank you for always being here and showing support. So a question for you, Hadrian. I'm not sure if you know about this too much, but let us know. Sami Vada is asking, Hadrian, could you speak on the Muslim-Hindu relationship? Is it as bad as the media makes it out to be?
Well, Sammy, look, my family is from Bangladesh. I never lived there, and because of how my cultural upbringing and everything, I don't actually really identify as a Bangladeshi because I don't like. I actually am not related to that part of the world, just other than that my family lives there, right? But I do read about it, and growing up in a Bangladeshi family, we really never had any indoctrination from the family side where we were taught anything about literally about any religion, not just Hindu. Like, my parents never talked negatively about Christians, Hindus, Jews, or anything. But in Bangladesh, like, there has been many incidents where the mobs literally broke the temples, and I believe they even killed a few people from the Hindu community. But in general, honestly, if I were to speak on it, and again, I'm not a scholar or any academic, but the people that I talk with, for example, my friends, some of whom are in Bangladesh and all, they are pretty liberal, and I don't think that whatever nonsense is happening in some portion of Bangladesh can be extrapolated towards just the basic like to the overall Bangladeshi mentality. But again, Sammy, I like it is another topic to discuss that India does have a very strong Hindu right-wing movement, and these atrocities that are happening in Bangladesh and Pakistan eventually do find their way into the the Hindutva narrative. Um, and they do actually go ahead to say that it is a much more bigger issue than it should be. But I'm not saying that it's not an issue. It definitely happened, and Bangladesh has a lot of radicalism and a lot of radical garbage that is being taught. But in general, I think the Hindu Muslim relationship is not as bad as the media portrays. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Hadrian. Shakil Zaman, a fellow Bangladeshi, is saying, if only our ancestors didn't accept Islam, we would be Hindus, lol. I guess we all think that at times, and you think,
Okay. Can I say
what?
something about this one?
Sure,
So,
sure.
Shakil is from Bangladesh too. But, I feel that even if I were to be born as a Hindu, considering if my brain takes that route that it took, I think I would have still ended up being an atheist. I would have probably left Hinduism as well. I I'm predicting, but I definitely think that I would have been an atheist, because all of my Hindu friends, they never really were as dogmatic as the Muslim ones, including myself. So
Mm.
so
Some even say, Hadrian, right? They say that you can be a Hindu and be a Gnostic, which is an atheist in Hinduism. You could be a Hindu but be a Gnostic Hindu, so an atheist Hindu, and they would still accept you within the umbrella fold
yeah,
of Hinduism. So
in,
apparently it's as
you know,
accepted.
at some extent that is true, because my friend back in Dubai, he was a Hindu, and he never really did puja. He never really did anything. Like, he wouldn't call himself an atheist, but he never really supported his family's religious tradition in any shape or form. And as far as I know, they never really outcasted him or anything. They never really tortured him or
Ostracized
anything.
him or taught,
but
yeah.
but Nuria, what's really funny about the Hindu part is that my grandmother was a Hindu. My
Mm.
mom was born a Hindu. My entire paternal side were Hindus. In 1971, my grandmother literally converted to Islam in like the last minute before the army and their volunteers came into their colony. So there used to be a mullah who used to go around the colony, and he used to just literally teach the kalima, the shahada, and a little bit of Quran to the Hindus, just so that if they get cornered, they can actually say that they are Muslims.
Oh,
and
wow.
and
Okay, so
for
it's like protection prayers,
yeah,
just know what to say. Yeah.
yeah, if you are a woman, then you had an easier time getting out, because they wouldn't really check much. But if you are a
Mm.
guy, they would actually check your penis to see if you are circumcised or not, right?
Oh,
And
snap. Yeah.
yeah, so that's why some of my uncles, my mom's brothers, they ran away from entirely, because they didn't have an option. Even if they would get cornered or captured, even if they did say the shahadas, their uncircumcised thing would give it away. But for my grandma,
Mm.
when the mullah when she accepted, not she when she learned the shahada, she learned a little bit about the Quran and Islam. She actually did genuinely ended up converting to Islam, literally, like in a matter of a day. She literally threw all the I think the Hindu god pictures and whatnot, and she was like, now that I'm a Muslim, I'm not leaving this religion again, because the mullah told me that if I do genuinely become a Muslim, I can leave Islam. And knowing that, my grandma decided to still become a Muslim. Like, so
Wow.
that's a really weird side of the story from my maternal family side. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's so interesting. And Osman is saying, Hadrian Haman, it's such a great part of the ex-Muslim movement. So proud of you. And John Stockman has shared your Twitter um, handle, which is Hadrian_Haman. Thank you so much, John. And yes, peeps, if you like what you're hearing today, this is where to follow Hadrian. And pretty much every day, I'd say, give or take without fail, he is active and on some space or the other around the evening time. So definitely do check that out. You will hear a lot from him. And Hadrian, I've got another question for the both of us here. Um, you're more than welcome to tackle it first. Sami Vada again is saying for both Hadrian and Nuria, and then Moet, I'm going to take you now. Both Hadrian and Nuria, do you hold any interest on philosophizing on your own existence outside of organized religion?
Oh my
Philosophizing
god.
own existence. Hadrian, do you ever do that outside of organized religion?
No, not really. Like like I do have interest in philosophy,
Mm.
but I think, but then again, this is my personal opinion. I think even outside, even if we do not philosophize our interests and our beliefs, I think we are still wouldn't be as segmented as organized religion, because eventually, like in general, our basic morals are the same. And I think if we do ended up organizing it, we would actually end up creating more um, division, because then we would, well, I'm just saying, we might start fighting about our philosophy instead of, and we might forget our basic morals that helped us get out of Islam. We wouldn't care about it, and we might start, um, we would have contempt for each other for some other stupid reason. But then again, that's just my belief. But what do you think, Nuria?
Um, Yeah, so I definitely I enjoy philosophizing regardless. So most definitely I'm always kind of looking at, you know, like new ideas, because not even just what Hadrian presented earlier. Like I've given some thought to reincarnation and the Eastern traditions and like Taoism, Confucianism, and then more into philosophies like Stoicism. I find a great deal of benefit for myself personally in Stoicism. So I do philosophize on my own existence. But what I tend to do now is Occam's razor a lot of the stuff that I just don't feel like it makes any sense or adds value to my life. So more and more what I'm tending to do is I'm starting to philosophize in within a scientific paradigm. So I can more than like, I'll listen to podcasts about potential multiverses and parallel universes and that kind of thing, but nothing kind of bogged down to a more terrestrial explanation of things. It's more just, right, realities of life and how do we deal with the potential elements of nihilism without becoming nihilistic, which is I think is something a lot of ex-religious people need to grapple with, and especially atheists need to grapple with, is you don't want to turn completely nihilistic and just think, the world is just, it's just all just deadbeat and it's just how to survive in amongst all this chaos. But yeah, I think whatever I'm going to do now is just going to be very much like evidence backed, or how to deal with realities and things on like a pragmatic level. So in that sense, I definitely do philosophize, but nothing where the supernatural is involved, or you've got to make leaps in order to come to that assertion or make it believable, if that makes sense. I hope that answered your question. Shakil is saying, I'm a nihilist. I'm sure you are. There's plenty. I know plenty of ex-religious people who are nihilists, and that is a very natural extension of what happens when you leave religion. That's why I was extra wary of that. And that's why I'm saying Stoicism really helped me to just plod along, and accept science for what it is as well.
Yeah.
Rory's saying, Hadrian, love you, man.
Love
So
you,
yeah,
Rory.
you're getting a
I've
lot of.
actually spoken to Rory once before in a Twitter space, so I know him and he knows me too. So
Oh, awesome. Okay. But I hope that answered your question, Sammy. And yeah, we've got two callers you as well, just for jokes. And Moed, I'm going to add you now. Hi, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Nuria, for adding me, first of all. And
You're very
great to
welcome.
yeah, great to see you again. Uh, Hello to Hadrian. I believe that's what your screen name is. Um, and welcome to you too. There is a question that was like, I got a question. I got two questions and a remark. Let's go with the question first. Hadrian, what was the first thing that you felt the once the light shed upon you, in a way, once it came upon to you like you don't want to be attached with this philosophy or negativity? What was the first time that you ever experienced that?
Um, well, first of all, Mo, just so if you didn't forget, we had a lot of interaction on YouTube as well. Not sure if you remember me, but I love you speaking as well.
Oh,
So
thank you so much,
yeah,
so kind of you.
I love your Texas accent as a brown person. Let me tell you that.
Well, they classified me as a white guy for some reason.
That okay. Yeah. Oh, to answer your question, for me, I think the reason why I just don't like being part of unorganized anything is because unless I have all the facts, all the basis, all the evidence covered that can prove to me that it is the absolute truth, it is the absolute right way, then if we end up being creating an organization regardless of that, then I think we're doing a disservice to humanity. Because we, like, when you have an organization of any sort, or whether if it's organized religion or organized philosophy, but if that organization proceeds with the belief that we have everything we need, and when in reality they don't, then that's going to cause a lot of damage to humanity as a whole. So for me, that fact that's the most important one, and I think it's the only one that I need to not be a part of an organized group in a sense, especially when it comes to religion or philosophy. Like, I agree with a lot of philosophy. I listen to a lot of podcasts and read a lot of articles on philosophy as well. But and I don't disagree with them or anything. But then I just can't wrap my head around of the fact that if even if we were to organize them, how is it going to make that much of a difference anyways? But then again, it's my opinion. I'm not 100% correct myself about that. It's just, I'm still developing my ideas about philosophy as well. So yeah, that I hope that answers the question.
Gotcha. Nuria, you want to say something on that?
Yeah, sorry, what was the question though? I missed the way you frame. What was the exact framing?
The question was basically, how does he feel, or how did how did he feel after once he became, or he had the first seed of doubts in his mind about Islam?
Yeah, I think I would just echo Hadrian's thoughts here, where it's like once you have that seed of doubt and you realize, okay, hold on, every single thing I could have been taught since I was like yay high could have been a lie from those people who you consider voices of authority naturally as a child, teachers, parents, grandparents, all like authoritarian figures that you would assume are telling you the truth. Once
Right.
you have the courage to follow that line of reasoning, and you continue to follow it regardless of all the voices in your head, i.e., I mean, like the fear of hell, Allah saying he's going to punish you, the devil talking to you, your parents going to ostracize you, you having no more friends left, all of that stuff. If you follow the line of reasoning, once that seed of doubt, that's why I do these streams as well. I think one seed is enough that if the dominoes start falling and you go with it, you will get to a point where you won't stop until you're truly satisfied, which is a theme that Hadrian kept bringing up in this stream, that nothing he was ever told as a response was satisfactory. So he kept on going in this search, and eventually it leads you to trust your own cognition. And I think that's a really powerful thing. I think that in itself is liberating. And somebody commented earlier, just hearing Hadrian's voice and how he sounds. When they talk about me as well, most Muslims would comment like, once you leave Islam, you're going to be unhappy, you're going to be depressed, you're ugly, you've got no people like Hadrian and I talk and we're living our best lives and we're happy, they're like, hold on, this is not what people told us happens to believers that disbelieve. So
and,
yeah, that's all
and
I
also,
think.
Nuri, can I just add to a side point? Like, it's not what Mo asked, like, but it is related, right? Like, when you say how do you feel after you leave organized religion, and the general misconception is they think that we are all depressed, our life becomes meaningless and whatnot. But even in people who believe in God, they still face depression. Even people who believes in God, they also commit suicide out of depression. And and by the way, even when I'm not sure if I mentioned this to while I was talking about my journey, but even when I was being a religious Muslim, I still had depression, which was actually one of the reasons why I went a step ahead and tried to increase my religiosity by attending those Jamaatul Dawa groups in the mosque. So I had my questions for my faith, but I still was suffering from depression every now and then. So the fact that if you just be a Muslim or a Christian, or you believe in a creationist God that can help you tackle your worldly problems and your health issues, is completely inaccurate. In fact, it does way more harm than it than any good, because because, by the way, depression is a global phenomena. It can affect anyone, regardless of Muslim, atheist, Christian, Hindu, whatever. Yeah, maybe someone is out there who might leave God and they might actually suffer from depression. It's not unsubstantiated to think like that, but it is just like cancer. It can affect anyone. It has no correlationship with believing in God. God is not going to cure your mental health issues, your physical health issues, because I prayed a lot and it never cured. In fact, it made it worse. So like, people should actually just stop trying to create that link. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Hadrian, you know how weird Islam is? Like, I have really curly hair naturally. I used to go to Makkah because I lived in Jeddah. Yeah, I used to go to Makkah and pour Zamzam water on my hair, praying to Allah that it would get straight.
It ever worked?
Like, this is did not work. I still have to use man-made inventions.
Well, I was gonna draw y'all's attention to
Mhm.
one of the things that's going really hot these days, and it's not just in one country or two; it's across the board, even in America. And that issue is they somehow Muslim people think that we all are not us, not this group, that most of us are trying to to derail from Islam. We are trying to derail from religion and teachings and preachings of Muhammad. Well, having said that, there's another accusation upon us, especially the atheists, that firing, we are fueling the fire. In a way, we are making it worse. Um, I don't know if you heard this, but about a year or two ago, um, Imam Bilal Phillips, I think that's his name. He came up with something on YouTube where it said that there's a tsunami of apostasy is coming.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. So,
He went
uh,
wrong.
ma'am, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
was just saying he went wrong.
yeah, he wasn't wrong at all.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to take you. Please sit tight. I'm gonna take you back to the journey. Initially, this
Mhm.
was the accusation. Some 20 years ago, right after 9/11, when I became hardcore agnostic, atheist, or basically I left Islam altogether, that was another similar, very mild, low intensity movement started back then when I became an atheist. And before then, some 55 years ago, um, Pakistan and India and other countries, Bangladesh, they were like purely secular countries. There was nothing about religion one way or the other. Prior to that, about 100 years ago, still Islam was put in a closet, and that's where it belonged in a way. Rewinding further back, around 1,000, 1,200 years ago, 1,200 years ago, when hadiths started being written. And before Hadith, it was Muhammad. It was the four caliphs and Muhammad. And when Muhammad died, there were plenty of arguments back and forth about caliphate, about other things, the administration and the management of the ummah, what they call this crazy word ummah. So if you go back further, and if you go down to the deep into the seed of Islam, the seed of Islam was when Muhammad came running down the cliff to Khadija and telling her about the incident. It was Khadija and Varka who actually testified to his claim that he was getting prophethood. So the reason for me to tell you all that 1400 and some odd year story till today is people need to see it through. People need to understand what they're getting into, what they're being bought into, what they're being sold into without them even knowing sometimes. And that's one of the things that I would like you and both Adrian to reflect on a little bit. I don't know what your opinion on that is.
Yeah, no, that was great. Thank you. Hadrian, would you like to comment?
Yeah, like, but then again, my answer is again just at the basics, which is the ones that I have problem with,
Mm.
which is that the Islamic system itself is incomplete in so many ways that you like the what when Mo was mentioning about the division that happened right after Muhammad's death, it's because it not only the Quran is incomplete, even Muhammad was incomplete when he said things. There were several times that he wouldn't be direct unless it had something to do with women, of course. But in real life issues, he wouldn't like. I feel like he just tried to play it safe, not to piss off anyone, just so that he could have everyone on his side. And and then you see this issue being reflected in every single spectrum of in the Muslim world, whether it be on religious schism or modernity or women's rights issues or LGBTQ issues or even when you come to something non-religious, for example, about economic issues. Like, I don't want to get into that argument, but like, again, my answer is just that this is a very incomplete religion, and a horrible one if you think of it. So like simply that's as simple as I can put it.
Yeah, no, I agree as well. And I think it's just about like the main problem that I see with even trying to go take the historical aspect of this is that most Muslims, as we're about to see, Mo, if you want to stay on for the chat, I can add Seed now into the conversation. A lot of Muslims have not like read or understood their own scriptures, let alone like the movie Hadrian and I were discussing earlier. The Message was our historical interpretation of Islam. Um, it was so um whitewashed, as Hadrian said, but it's also such a form of propaganda. I mean, I actually used one of the clips from that movie in one of my videos when I talked about slavery and how the Arab slave trade preceded the transatlantic slave trade, but also the fact that Arabs and Islam tries to use Bilal as like the first black man that was supposedly given all of this like weightage in Islam, and he said the first call to prayer, and therefore, ergo, Islam treats black people so well, ergo, we're not racist. But if you actually look like deep into the sources, Bilal was never really freed. He was like, he asked to like leave and he exiled himself, but no Muslim actually knows beyond the surface level of their religion, let alone the history. All they want to do is accept the token Islamic narrative, which even Yasir Qadi and so many people have said there's holes in the standard narrative. But all they want to accept is, yes, we are the perfected version of Christian and Judaic values and their religion that was corrupted. But they want to latch onto that because they think they have some hang up as well that version of history is kind of legit, and there is a Mount Sinai, and Moses was given 2 tablets of rock, and there is an Ark of the Covenant, and all of this stuff. So it's very toxic the way Muslims latch onto history that suits them and emboldens their faith vis-a-vis real history and how Islam was really spread, and verbatim what their sources say. Like, you will have no doubt about how Islam was spread if you read Sirat al-Nabi, like the actual biography of the Prophet by Ibn Ishaq. It's so obvious what was happening at that point in time. But most Muslims will not, they just consider Muhammad to be the persecuted, victimized man who got rocks thrown at him in Taif. And I mean, it's just such a distorted history that we need to completely like flip the narrative but keep them engaged. So it's a really difficult one. But Mo, if you're okay, can I add Saeed to the chat and then we can all have a chat with him? Is that okay, Mo?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Awesome, thank you. Saeed, welcome. Saeed? Saeed? Yes to good hadith, no to dirty hadith. Saeed, we can't hear you. Okay, I'm gonna remove you, Saeed. Maybe if you rejoin. It sounds like there's a lot of background noise. But Mo, did you have any follow-up comments to what I said? Sorry, I'm not even sure if that answered it, but that's just my little 2 cents.
Yes, I do. First of all, my follow-up remark on that is or I can only speak for myself. I don't hate no Muslims at all. Actually, I love Muslims. Muslims are my brothers, they are my sisters. They have been around, and I've been around with them for a number of years. But what I disagree is when they draw this line of fate between me and them. That's where the disagreement starts. And having said that, some Muslims are so adamant in their claim that they don't even want to hear nothing about uh, Prophet or Muhammad or Hadiths or what have you.
Exactly.
They just wanna stay there, hard line, holding the positions and ready to shoot. And this is not the most humanist way.
Yeah.
If I may, I borrowed your middle name or last name. This is not the most humanist way of dealing with the things. The way is we have to sit down and we have to have a dialogue. They need to have a dialogue with these people. Thank you, D. I appreciate that. So, yeah, what Muslims, because again, I'm going to go back to the evolution of the religion. It evolved from the day when he came down running on the to Khadija and Warqa, and that's when he opened up and said that he was having these voices that he was hearing, these echoes that he had in his head, and from there down, Islam never stopped. It went on and on. Personally, I don't think Muhammad ever had any idea where his religion will take him to. He just thought like he would just claim that little piece of land called Mecca and Medina, and that'd
Yeah.
be it. But it went out of his control. And not only just that, it went out of the 4 caliphs' control, the other people, and and beyond. And what we see is about 575 or 580 years of occupation of Europe. So that's how bad it is, or it's gotten now. And today, what we see, I heard you yesterday briefly, Nuria, that you were complaining about how Pakistani society and Indian society and other societies they react and they act and react, but the problem is deeper down there. Is much deeper. The problem is not on the surface. Yeah, sometimes we try to fix the surface problems, but the band-aid won't fix it. So
Mhm. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective as well on what you found problematic and the historical lens as well, because I think it's really important to keep putting this text as they and Muhammad himself, the reincarnated atheist Muhammad, is saying, I think in answer to what you were saying, I couldn't and had no intention of ever seeing what it would lead to because I thought the world would end soon. And he most
and
definitely did. On that note, Saeed is here to save us from the hellfire. Hi, Saeed.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. How are you?
I'm doing great, ma'am. How are you doing?
Good, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for coming. You join us in Urdu and in English. I really appreciate that. You spoke to Hadrian yesterday in Urdu as well.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, and we have Mo with us today. So what would you like to say, Saeed?
hello,
I
say
like to talk about. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
hello.
Uh, yeah, hello, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Uh, ma'am, I like to talk about Prophet marrying Bibi Aisha when she was 6 year old.
Okay.
So yeah, because this is everybody interested in about Prophet marriage with Aisha. So
Hmm.
I would say this, ma'am. Uh, if a 55-year-old man he want to marry a 6-year-old girl, is that man is a normal or a sick man?
Sick, very sick.
Very sick. I agree with that. I agree with that. Very sick man will marry a 6-year-old girl because it's very hard to imagine why you want to marry a 6-year-old girl. You are 55-year-old man and you want
Exactly.
to marry a 6-year-old girl. You must be a sick person. That's
Hmm.
the only way you can say that.
Thank you, Saeed, for saying that. I really appreciate that. I
Huh.
agree.
I am so confused right now. I can't believe
I,
Sayed said that.
Wait
I
for
know,
it.
I know. You.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
but
Let's be
by
apologetic
by
and
my
see.
Kattar Musalmaru.
Yeah, so we know
so
he's saying
uh, so
the
Prophet
English speakers.
Muhammad must be a
Carry on
sick man.
only in English, okay? Only English though in this.
Oh yeah, Prophet Muhammad must be a sick man because if he
Yes.
married to a 6-year-old girl. Let me give you some
Yes.
more information. In Quran, Allah said, uh, you cannot inherit woman by force. You cannot inherit man by force. You make your woman. So you have to take a consent of the woman to marry. This is in the Quran, clear ayah. And Prophet also said, you must take consent of a girl to marry. He
But
said it.
Saeed, we spoke about this before. Her silence is her consent, which is
Yes,
wrong.
yes,
In
yes,
any legal jurisdiction today, silence does not amount to consent in any way.
yes,
You
yes,
realize
man.
that, right?
Yes, yes.
So
No, no,
Islam and Muhammad's values are completely at odds with our modern legal systems, where
Um,
he would be incarcerated and imprisoned for those very actions.
okay, okay, okay. I will explain. You see,
Okay.
the prophet said this is if if she's silenced, so that's mean her consent. Okay, but why prophet says this? Because the girl in the old time they shy about telling parent I want to marry. So they
uh,
just silence. But they are not 6-year-old girl. If I tell 6-year-old girl I want to kill tonight, I will kill you tonight. She will be silenced or she will smile. She don't know meaning of killing. You know so she don't know. So same
Of
way,
course you know, Saeed. Of course, if you tell a 6-year-old girl, I'm going to kill you, she understands what that means.
no,
yeah.
she does not. She will
Of
laugh or
course.
no, but she will not gonna.
If a 17-year-old man is telling her that he's going to kill her tonight after he's married her and potentially raped her,
Um,
obviously,
uh, uh,
consent doesn't matter.
Okay. s-
Kill is kill. Okay, if it's coming from
uh,
a position of authority, of somebody that's biologically stronger than you, of somebody that's already physically overpowered you and sexually dominated you, you're going to believe that.
Listen, what I'm saying, let's say the girl I know, she's 6 year old, she knows me, and if I tell her, tonight I'm going to kill you, so she will silence or she may laugh. Okay? That's what she will do. I mean, if you tell you have a sister or somebody, if you tell them, I'm going to kill, they're going to laugh or they're going to just walk away. They will not understand what they're saying. So, but this is I'm giving you this is, could happen. Uh,
Uh,
so Prophet said you must take a consent. Her, ask
Sorry,
for
sorry,
permission to marry.
sorry.
so,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I cannot go any further till I get
Go
one
for it.
clarification. Please give me
Yes.
the clarification and please give
Okay.
it in clear words. The clarification is, was that consent just needed of Aisha, or was also needed from Khadija, or was also needed from Sauda, or Hafsa, or
Ah,
Zainab? Wait,
every,
wait, no,
every,
no, 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 no. You're not gonna do this to me here. If you don't want me here, I can quit. But if, while you're here, you have to listen to me.
no, go ahead, go ahead, go
Could
ahead.
you please give me the answers to all the consents that Muhammad gave to all the women? Okay.
Yes.
Number one. Number one. Number two.
Great.
Number two. Please allow me to elaborate here. Number two is, what kind of consent did Zainab bint Jash, if I'm not mistaken, had given to him? With what consent he married to her? Please elaborate on that. Don't
Okay,
just
okay, okay.
please let me finish. Let me finish. Please let me finish. I'm talking. You listen. When you talk, I'll listen. Just as patiently. But let me finish. What consents all these other fine young ladies had? Only one or maybe two, and that's again questionable. Only one, that was Khadija, and the second was Sada. The rest were all under 30s, some even under 20s. What kind of consent are you talking about here, man? What kind of consent? So when he goes marries off to so many, and later on there was a point of time when he didn't even need a consent. He was given free uh, will to just pick any woman, go out there and get married. What consent are we talking about? Let's clarify that first.
Brother, let me finish my what I'm saying. Just let me finish first. Then you can create a question, ask me question. This will be proper way to do debate. So, uh, so 6 year old girl will not consent to anything. I agree. People are saying over here, 6 year old girl will not consent to anything. Okay. Now she gonna want to die or now she want to marry. So she cannot be concerned, give consent to Prophet Muhammad to marrying her. So that is the first thing. Or Allah said, you must take a consent from the girl to marry them. So now a prophet, if marry a 6 year old girl, so he must be a sick man, right? If a sick man attracted to a 6 year old girls, he will marry at least a dozen girls because prophet could have married dozen 6 year old girl. So
um,
prophet marry a older than first wife. His first wife is older than him, or the other wife they were divorced, or they were widows, or they were old women. They all were women. A sick man will not marry a divorced older than him, and the
um,
widows will not marry a sick man.
Sayed, can I counter that point?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Like,
Yes, sir.
look, that is a legitimate argument, but at least when we say that Muhammad was sick, I think we also mean that he was also very sexually deviant. It's not just necessarily that he was attracted to a 6 year old. Now, Muhammad probably suffered from a lot of mental health issues that later translated into his sexual intimacy as well, which is why you see that he has such a like I know I'm saying this lightly, but a weird portfolio of women that he was with. Now you are right. Like if he,
I love that, Hadrian. Weird portfolio.
y- yeah,
I've
no,
never
no,
heard it put so succinctly.
yeah,
And
no, no, but
his portfolio was fatter than I don't know, like
yeah, yeah, like
Goldman Sachs,
he
his
was
hedge fund.
he was really diverse. No, so Sayed, see that the thing is, you're right.
he believed in
When we
diversity.
when you talk about pedophiles are always sexually attracted to underage girls or boys. And that is 100% correct. Now, in case of Muhammad, he he doesn't necessarily only have to be attracted to 6 year olds only. That's not the point. The point was, the issue is that he did consummate the marriage with Aisha when she was 9, when he really didn't have to. And like, there it is it is much more broader than just the fact that, well, he married other women too, so why are you calling him a pedophile? My argument is, it is also, it's in a way irrelevant, because regardless of what he did with other women, why did he have to marry a 6 year old? And I know there is a lot of answers the Muslims give, none of which are acceptable, none of which are rational, none of which are logical. Now, like if you say, well, if Muhammad had not married Aisha at 6, or consummated the marriage when she was 9, would we have a problem? No, we would still have a lot of problem with Muhammad's dating life. Like, not, I know I used the word dating, but you know what I mean. It is, he took women from as war booties. He che- he cheated on his own brother, his son, by having sex with his daughter-in-law. Then he took Safiya. He killed Safiya's husband and took her as a sex slave first, or I think he then married her really quickly. Like, you see a pattern here. You see a pattern of deviant sexual behavior. Yeah, and don't forget the fact that, when he saw a newborn baby girl, he also said that when she grows up, I will marry her. And like, it is just like it just, so just because his first wife was 20 years or 23 years older than him, does not absolve him for the fact that he ended up committing acts of pedophilia. Now, let me give you a modern day example. When we catch in America, when they catch a pedophile, all they do is these pedophiles, they download a graphic child pornographic image from the internet. That's all it takes for them to be arrested. When they are arrested, a legal defense is not that, hey, but I'm also married to a woman who's only 2 years younger than me, and I have kids as well. That is not a legal defense, because it is irrelevant, because he downloaded materials of abuse, and in Muhammad's case, he himself was the abuser. So I hope you understood what I'm trying to say. I hope everyone understood in a way.
I did, Hadrian. That was
Uh,
very well put. Sayed,
so yeah,
your comment?
Yeah, yeah. Look. If 55-year-old man want to marry a 6-year-old girl, he must be a pedophile. He attracted to 6-year-old girls. Correct? Correct, Adrian?
like yes and no. Like, I know.
What do you mean? Look, he
Look,
married a he fantasized about 6-year-old girls. So when he fantasized about it, he's a six man, he's a pedophilia. Correct?
like, the act he did was pedophilia. Can, yes, by the act of
Look,
soul alone,
uh,
he's a
o-
pedophile. Yes,
only a pedophilia want to marry a 6-year-old girl. Correct?
yes, yes.
See?
Okay.
Huh. So if he was a pedophilia, he could have married a dozen 6-year-old girls. If he does not marry, then his marriage to Aisha 6-year-old does not match.
That is,
Okay?
but
Wait,
that
wait,
is
No.
how.
wait, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got an objection here.
Okay.
I got an objection, and the objection is, if you look go down the list of the women that Muhammad had in his life, and you go through it, and you look at the names, and you look at the ages, and you look at Muhammad's age, and Muhammad was 54 at a minimum, 55, 56, 57, and on. He had most of his women that he had, almost all but two, they were under 30. Some were under 20. Don't you don't you see there's a pattern there? Can you see a pattern or not?
We are talking about the pedophilia. Is Prophet Muhammad a
No, no,
pedophilia?
I'm talking about the pattern here. Why couldn't he adopt them as his daughters and granddaughters? Why he had to only go and marry them?
No, we are not talking about those things. I am talking
No,
about
I'm asking you a
is
question.
he
Why
a
are we not?
is he
Why are
a
we not talking about that?
is he a child molester or not? Is he attracted to 6-year-old girl or not? That's what we are
Look,
talking
look,
here.
look. What I think, I can clearly see through that you must be at least 50 plus, and if you are messing with a 20 or 22-year old, clearly there is some issue with you, let alone just 6 or 9 year old. There is a huge issue with a guy like who's in mid
20
50s and with half the age, the women half the age. Don't you see any problem there?
if you marry 22-year-old girl or 18-year-old girl, it's not a pedophilia. You understand that?
Do
Sayed,
you
Sayed.
understand there's a problem and there's a pattern?
It's not a pedophilia.
But is there a pattern?
It doesn't matter. It's not pedophilia.
I understand that. Okay, I say it's not pedophilia. Okay, but is there a pattern? Do you see that? Yes or no?
Okay, it's okay. It's pattern.
So there was a huge pattern in the in his personality with women. He has he had no regard for no woman. Look what he just said. What Adrian just said. He actually dragged a woman out of the blood of his father, of her father, her husband, and her brother. And guess where he took? Right into the tent, where you know and I know very well what his next move was going to be.
He
That's a
he
pattern.
he he,
That's a pattern he had.
he may be worse of a worse creature, but he's not a pedophilia. He's not pedophile.
Sayed, it takes one act of pedophilia, one act of underage sex to have that definition to be applied to him. That's what we do in the legal
No,
terms. Because so do you agree? So
okay,
okay,
go
let me
ahead,
give
go ahead,
you Sayed. So
go
there
ahead.
was this actor. Now I forgot his name. He was in that show called You. So he ended up he had his own dating life. He was in his, I think, late 20s, early 30s. He had girlfriends of similar of his age. He was dating and all that like regular person. Then he got convicted of child sex molestation. You know what he did? What he did was he took a 12-year-old fan and he inappropriately touched her. He was in the movie You. Sorry, not the movie, the TV show, the Netflix show called You. He ended up not. He ended up inappropriately touching that, but before inappropriately touching, he also inappropriately texted that 12-year-old. Okay, and that one act in itself was enough for him to be convicted as a sex offender, as a pedophile. Now, if you are you seriously trying to tell me that that actor, who did not even have sex with a 12-year-old, by the way, he just texted and he inappropriately touched her? Eh, are you seriously, according to your logic, are you seriously telling me that that actor should not be classified as a pedophile?
I'm talking about my prophet. Let me say, if my prophet is attracted to 6-year-old girls, he could have married a dozen 6-year-old girls.
Okay, so
If
what you're saying is because he did not marry a dozen 6 year old girl, he should be spared of this crime this time. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Mo, that's essentially his argument from
no,
what I get.
no, that's not my
Yeah,
argument.
say that's what you're saying.
My
You said he only married Aisha.
no
If he wanted to marry more, if he was a pedophile, he would marry more, right? That's what you're saying.
pedophilia. If a person marries 6-year-old girl, he is a pedophile. clinically he's a pedophile because
Yeah.
he attracted to 6-year-old girl. Uh,
Sexually
Not
attracted to,
just clinically,
exactly.
otherwise too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
he attracted to 6-year-old girl. He's a pedophile. He's a clinically pedophile. He will be he will marry as many as he can to 6-year-old girl. So Prophet Mary has is accused of marrying 6-year-old
Okay,
girl.
okay,
It's an
Syed. Okay,
accusation.
okay, Syed. Let's give it your way. So let's not call Muhammad a pedophile, but can we call him sexually deviant?
No. Pedophile or deviant is two different things. Adult man can abuse a woman. He's a sexual deviant. So
No, no,
pedophilia, no,
no.
pedophilia is not deviant. Pedophilia is a person who attracted to children.
Yeah, but then Muhammad also was attracted to a little newborn baby girl as well. So there.
Yeah, but Said he died, thankfully, so he spared that child, that little baby, from being raped by him the way Aisha was, because he died, thankfully,
Yeah.
because that Jewish lady poisoned
Oh,
him. So he died at the hands of a woman as well, which is very,
yeah. So Syed,
I
yeah, okay,
guess,
fine. If you don't want us to call him pedophile, sure, we can go ahead and give it to you and
yeah.
call. We no, we wouldn't call Muhammad a pedophile, but how does it? How would we rationalize in our
Well,
head that he still had sex with her when she was 9? Now let me tell you my perspective, okay? Now people used to marry girls at a very young age. That's not a false thing. It's not a lie. It's a fact. It happened in many cultures across the world. Number one, no one consummated their marriage with a very young girl, at least when she was 9 years old. And in my opinion, even if let's say if Muhammad consummated the marriage with Aisha even when she was 13, 14, honestly, looking at the cultural perspective and at the time, I think I would be like okay and defend it based on what time it was, but that's not what happened. He married her when he consummated when she was 9. That means that that means that is sexual deviance. Sure, he had sex with a 55-year-old women. He also had sex with, I don't know, 33-year-old women. um
diverse portfolio. It shows how diverse his
it's,
tastes
it's,
were in
it's
women.
so sure, yeah, so sure, we wouldn't call it pedophilia, but we
Are
would
you,
still not be okay with what Muhammad did.
are
And
you,
don't.
are you saying a person who marry a 6-year-old girl, he's not a pedophilia, he's a deviant, sexual deviant?
Well, I would call him pedophilia, but I'm just going by your logic. But
He-
even if I don't call him a pedophile, then I would still have to call it some sort of a sexual deviant, right?
Look, pedophilia is a sickness of mind. If a person who want to marry a 6-year-old girl, he just has sickness, or if he can marry one girl, 6-year-old girl, he will marry a dozen of 6-year-old girl.
Okay, fine.
So
Like,
what well, I will explain to you this.
no, I
The
got your point. I got your point. I like
no, no, I need to say this. Bibi Aisha was 18 or 19-year old when he married, but this yeah, hadith said he married 6-year-old girl, and it doesn't make sense. When Prophet himself saying you have to take consent of girl
no. Syed,
to
Syed,
marry.
Syed, Syed.
So what consent Rihanna, what consent
Oh,
Javeria had?
that's a different
You would
story,
not talk
brother.
about that?
Okay,
No, no,
Syed,
no.
Syed, let me answer your question. Okay, and also Nuria, I really don't want to go off like on this rabbit hole because we
Yeah,
would
no,
just
we
go.
won't. We
So
won't.
let me
Let's
just,
No, it's really not. It's not
yeah,
worthy, and it's not
yeah.
exactly.
time wise.
Let me just quickly answer to 2 points of
Sure.
Said. Like,
And then
number
we'll wrap
one
up.
is on the issue of consent. Now, you said that Muhammad himself has said that the consent of the women is her silence. Now, in all honesty, that was pretty much a good case in Arabia, but when Muhammad said that, he probably meant the entire mankind, every single woman all across the world, every other culture, and etc. But that historically we know that is not the case. In Roman times, women's silence was not taken as consent. Like the mother and the father of
No,
the women actually
ma-
had to talk with the girl. No, let me answer. Let me finish. So, there is a problem with Muhammad's definition of consent in itself, and and the fact that it was not cross cultural, which makes that the silence consent a very cultural thing. Number two, which is like if you say, well, we the fact that you said that Aisha was 18 and 19, and you know what, that's what something that even I try to reconcile with. But you know where the problem comes in? There are 17 Sahih hadiths which says Aisha was 6 and 9, and there is not a single hadith that says that she was 18. But do you know how do they come to that conclusion, that she was 18 years old? You know what, when they actually do a science behind it, and there is a lot of assumptions in those in that science to prove that Aisha was actually 18. Now you know what happens with assumptions? You actually need evidences to prove that those assumptions were correct, and Muslims have zero evidence to fulfill that those assumptions hold ground. So in a manner that we can come to the conclusion that she was actually 18. So look, there are so many holes in that argument that Aisha was actually 18, that like in no modern day rational scholar should be able to substantiate that as a factual argument, because it's not a fact. It's just not a fact, brother, that she was 18. So I just wanted to end it at that. And Munuri, I just hope we just move on from this conversation.
Look,
Yes. Thank you, Saeed. I hope that answered your question. Saeed, you have 30 seconds. Give your final closing, and then we have to go.
A Sahih hadith, it says Prophet Muhammad was a very good man, but you don't believe that. Sahih hadith said he was a good man, so you don't believe that. So you pick and choose Sahih hadith too.
It also says that young Aisha was scraping the semen off the Prophet's clothes.
Yeah.
Sayyid, I will tell you, there are some good hadiths where Muhammad talked about loving their families, loving their daughters.
So
there are good hadiths where Muhammad loved Fatima, and
do you believe Prophet Muhammad was a good man?
No, I don't.
Sahih hadith say he was good man.
But then that's the good according to your definition. Like, what makes a person good? Like, look, Sayyid. Yeah, like in conclusion,
why do you laugh though? That's what scares me. Why do you laugh after you say it?
No, because you reject some Sahih hadith, some Sahih hadith, you accept it.
Wait, so do you. Look at your name. Yours says yes to good hadith, no to dirty hadith.
Yes,
So that's literally you.
Yes.
That's a big one.
But
Why are you accusing us of that?
But you rejecting the Sahih hadith where Prophet have been said he was a very good man.
That's
not
not
role model. He was a role model.
No, that's
you don't believe that.
That's not what we do, Syed. We do not reject good Sahih hadiths either. Like Muhammad actually also did say some good things. That's a fact. They are in the Sahih hadith. But it's like saying, oh, do you think that Adolf Hitler is a good man because he really loved his dog, and so many things Adolf Hitler said that about loving your family.
Yeah, he died with his dog. He poisoned his dog to die with him. Yeah.
And he also loved his girlfriend at the time. And Adolf Hitler, in his circle, he actually never shouted, except a few exceptions. He always met people with very cordially, very gently. He always smiled at them. Aren't those good things as well? So does that make Adolf Hitler a good person?
And then Prophet Muhammad never lie. Do you know that? This is hadith.
Yeah.
This is hadith.
Okay. He may never lie, but that's according to you, brother. But there are many things he said that we would think are lie, dude.
You want to believe he married to a 6-year-old girl? That's all you want to. You are in desperation.
Okay, why did Allah allow 17 Sahih hadiths to be written and tell us that she was 6 and 9? Why didn't Allah literally do an earthquake or burn that library down where those hadiths were written, so that Allah can take out these false information out of the equation?
No,
and
God doesn't do that. God doesn't.
That's Allah's fault. Then again, that's okay. Okay, why shouldn't God do when if I were God and if I had sent a prophet and some people were writing blatant lies after his death,
And me as an all-knowing God would know that I'm not going to be talking to humanity again to clarify, to correct them. But
No,
why I would literally, if someone was gonna write down that the prophet had sex with a 9-year-old and I am God, I will be like, oh my God, I actually have to kill this guy and make sure this book burns, so that this kind of blatant lie does not end up being used literally 1400 years from now, where people would come out and talk about it. And there are 17 of them. So like, look, like, I understand your point, brother, but let's agree to disagree and move on here, I guess.
okay, okay.
Okay,
Thank,
thank you so
thank
much,
you.
Saeed.
Yeah, thank you, Nuria. I appreciate for giving me opportunity.
No problem. Just stay on for 1 second. We have Zagros with us. I'm not sure if he has a question for you or for Hadrian. So I'm
Okay.
adding you, Zagros. Hi, welcome.
I had to join.
I bet you did. What would you like to say?
Hello,
I see
brother.
you.
Hello, Said. Sayed, sorry. So you said the hadith say Muhammad is a good man, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, he was a role
So
model to the world.
yeah.
Sure.
So as one of the other guests asked you, how do you know that what the hadith defines as being good is not defined in today's context, in perhaps like Western society, as bad, or perhaps even by your own moral standards that you may have, or the moral intuitions that you may have?
Which hadith you're talking about?
You didn't you just say that there is a hadith where it says Muhammad was a good man?
Oh, yes, yes, yeah. He
Yeah,
was a
so
good.
I'm talking about that hadith. Yeah.
Oh, no, no, no. He was a good man. You see, he was a so good man. The Medina people, he asked him to come to his city, and they make him ruler of the king of the Medina. He was that much
What
good.
about Saeed? What about Taif? They threw stones at him. They didn't want him in
No,
Taif.
no, the Haifa is because they hated him over there, but in Medina,
Okay, why did they?
no, because he
Why
was
did they?
spreading. He was spreading religion. That's why they hated him. But in Medina, they told him to come to Medina and become a ruler of the Medina. He was the first king who wrote the constitution, secular constitution. The Jew, Christian, everybody live in the harmony and peace.
And
No,
then he leaves them. He throws two of the three tribes out straight from Medina, and the third tribe he killed them all.
no, because they
Well,
betrayed
why don't you
them.
tell the whole story? Why just
Uh,
piecemeal it?
uh,
Nuria,
big,
excuse me, Nuria. I think we are done with this
Yes.
gentleman. Let's drop him and let's move on.
Okay, Sayed, I think your case today to defend Aisha's age has not gone well, Sayed. Maybe next time I'm live, you try again with a better argument.
okay, ma'am. Thank you. I
Nuria,
appreciate
can I
talking
ask
to you.
like
Okay,
one last question,
thank
if you
you.
don't mind?
Yes, sir.
Sure, go for it. Go for it. One last
If
question.
you're okay, thank you. It's for Said.
Yeah, just make it
Said,
quick, Zach,
would
so then we
you,
can wrap up.
yeah,
Yeah.
would you say that if there was something that we found in the Quran that didn't quite fit in us, that we didn't quite like, would you say that even if we don't like it, because God is all knowing, Allah is all knowing, that He must know something that we, of course, do not know, and that therefore we cannot know that what He is doing is actually good, even
Yeah.
though we have the intuition that it might be bad. Do you think this is the case?
No, you bring that ayat, then we will discuss about that.
Very well.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah, sure. Zagros, he likes to discuss like particular hadiths and
No,
Quran
no.
verses. So
Yeah,
you're
Quran
raising
verses.
Quran 65 and 4. We can do this next time, Saeed. We'll
Yeah,
plan it
yeah.
properly and we'll do
I will
one
remember
topic.
this. Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye, take care. Bye. Zagros, thanks for
Yeah.
trying there. That's all I can
The
say.
the reason I
Any
wanted to
comments
ask
on our
him,
stream?
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, go
The
ahead. Go ahead.
reason why I wanted to ask him that last question is because the other day, I think it was after you and AP's debate, I joined Rashid's stream, and we
Went to the
had like
after
a
party. How was that?
yeah. Oh, actually the after party was on Muji's channel, so maybe it might have been the day after. So yeah, so
Oh
I
my
was
God.
on
Okay. Okay.
Rashid's
Yeah, he
channel.
was going somewhere after the debate. So what happened? Okay. Yeah, Rashid. What
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah, so we had a very nice back and forth, and at some point, like I don't want to put words in his mouth, but at least what I saw is that he didn't really have a counter argument to what I said at some point, and he said, "Well, God knows best," and
What was
that
that
was
point? Zagros?
for
Was
me
that
the
about
moment
slavery or
when I
something?
it might have been about slavery.
Okay. Okay.
I don't remember, but I think it was about slavery. So yeah, basically his end argument, because I wasn't satisfied after his previous arguments, was, well, like God knows best, and for me that's like the end of any kind of, I guess, rational discussion.
For real. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. That's why, because you kept saying to me, you're like, a one-on-one discussion with him might be really productive. Because there were points in the debate when he said, "I don't disagree with you, Nuria," and I was like, okay, so what does that mean? Do you agree with me? Like, there were points where obviously, Perfect Dawa was just. I think you made that comment, Zagros. You made me laugh so much when you were like, we were watching the premiere on my channel, and you were like, he's so proud of Rashid right now. Do you know what he tried to like push the answer onto Rashid? He's like, "Yeah, brother Rashid has a great video on this."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
That was so funny. Like, proud
Sorry,
of him.
man.
Like
Like
pushing it.
I really cracked on that part because when I was in school and I had to present in front of like 300 people, and I would lose my chain of thought and I would forget what point I was going to make. So I immediately used to put it on my teammate, and like and my team member Andrew is going to speak more about it. And well, Andrew is like literally looking at me. He's like, "You just did not do that."
You landed him in it. Literally, Zagros noticed there was one point and it went to Perfect Dawa, and he's like, Rashid, and Rashid's like, "You can take it." He's like, no, brother Rashid has a great video. It's so funny. Oh my gosh, Zagros, you killed me with your comments in that premiere. I literally died.
I couldn't help it. Are you planning on having more of these debates, by the way, or was it like a one-off thing?
Like a first invitation I got from Modern Day Debates, and I just took it because I was like, yeah, why the hell not? I didn't even entertain Perfect Dawa when he would come on Sunday Scoop, when he'd call into mine and Harris's show. I would just turn my camera off and go because I was like, his view of Islam is so distorted and warped. Like, what's the point? A bit like Saeed with his thing. Like, you're so stuck in your ways. I just get you on from time to time so that people are aware of the logic behind why you believe in what you believe. So people are like, wow, do I want to be associated with this side or that side? But that's the rationale for it. People like Rashid, a bit more intellectually honest. They can get somewhere. Perfect Dawa, Zagros, you sent a super chat right at the beginning of the debate to say, can they steel man each other's positions just so we're sure on what everyone is saying? Did you see Perfect Dawa's attempt to steel man?
Yeah, I don't think he even understood what steel manning is. Like, the thing is, he really lacks a very, basic level of like argumentation skills and like how to respond to an argument, how to formulate an argument.
Yeah,
I
was
don't
it
see
your
that he
comment
has those.
then that killed me? You're like, steel man? No, no, no. Islam is peaceful. I don't kill anyone. I died. You cannot be sending these kind of comments when I'm debating live, okay? You throw me off.
Well,
Yeah,
guys,
Nure, oh, sorry.
yeah, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
What we just witnessed a few minutes ago by this gentleman named Saeed or Syed is a perfect example. Say, if I were to go and take out a punch skin hole kind of intersection, a sample, a specimen out of that Arabian culture of 1400 years ago, that's exactly what I'll find. These people, they they go through a lots of things, lots of ideas in their minds, but the idea, the very idea of Muhammad being the central figure, is so encrypted. It's so enabled, and it's so vested upon that no matter what you do, you just can't take it out. It takes a lot, just for us three or four here and the audience there. It's not easy to come out from such kind of mindset that we came out of. It took us a lot of struggle, but these are the very people who come back and undo all our efforts. So, as far as I'm concerned, this gentleman, I'll kiss him bye bye on his cheek, and that's it.
I'd like to add to that. Nuria, do you remember with Haris Bhai, you had a guest? I think he was either from Indonesia or from Malaysia, and he was being persecuted or he was suffering from like something, and he had fled to Sweden. Do you remember that case?
Yeah.
And if I understand correctly, and let me know what you think, the reason why people like that Malaysian or Indonesian guy who flee to countries like Sweden and are not recognized as being actually endangered, I think is probably highly like very strongly correlated to people like Muji and Said, because they have, I think, by migrating and living in countries like Sweden, convinced enough people there of their own version of the whitewashed, like weird, cotton candy Islam, to the point where people's like struggles due to Islam is not being recognized. So that's why I'm really pissed, perhaps almost equally to people like Muji as I am pissed to people like Daniel Hakikachu.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
Like his, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I was gonna agree
No,
with
Hadrian,
that.
go ahead. Honestly, go ahead.
No, I was
Well,
literally just gonna say.
I was gonna,
Yeah, Mo, go ahead then.
yeah, I was gonna do a little exercise, and I'll like to quit from here.
Yeah,
The
we're gonna wrap it
exercise
up in
is,
10, so go ahead.
yeah, the exercise is, I would like to ask all three of you gentlemen here, and to the audience too. Do you
Sure.
remember what you had? Yeah, do y'all remember what you had last night around 7:38 for dinner?
I do, because my dinner was exceptionally banging last night. So I do.
Was it? Was it? Okay. And how about you, Hadrian?
Like I remember too, because I pretty much have the same food almost every week. Like no, but like I get your point. It's like, but
No,
can
no,
we?
no. And I want to ask the gentleman here what he thinks.
Zagros?
Yeah, I also remember what I had for dinner. I had roasted potatoes with garlic.
No.
I'm
Here,
vegan,
here,
so
here
my food
is
is very simple.
okay. Here is a
Lovely.
very simple conclusion, and I'm not going to go to the entire exercise because I know Adrian already had a notion of what I was going to ask. I don't remember what I had about a week ago today.
Yeah,
I don't remember what I had a month ago today.
Same.
I don't even remember what my great grandfather had for dinner tonight.
Same.
But Muslims, they know what foot did Muhammad take to the front door of his boy's room after doing the act. They know it all. I cannot compete with their memory. I cannot compete with. This is the
Their
problem.
telephone game, let's be honest, it's a telephone game. It's just survived because they have no other. What constitutes the sunnah. You have to follow this telephone game from that many years. I mean, half of these hadith were 200 years after the Prophet, written
Exactly.
by a man who was born and brought up in Azerbaijan or something, way off from where
And he was
Muhammad.
half blind.
Yeah.
Not to forget that he was half blind too. He
Yes,
was born blind.
exactly.
Yeah.
And
You know,
how many
I
he
have
discarded,
something-
though? How
yeah.
many hadiths he discarded as well?
Yeah.
Imagine what was on that.
600,000.
Yeah.
Over 600,000.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that's a huge number. How can you come up with 600,000?
And we still get the dirtiest ones that have made it in. Imagine what
Like,
didn't make it in.
that's
Like,
600,000 according to Allah's counting, not human 600,000.
honestly.
I want to share something cool about the transmission of ancient stories, because
Go right ahead.
I feel like sometimes we're a little bit too quick to dismiss, transmission, like their validity. But there's a PhD in geomorphology from the University of Washington named David Montgomery. He did a lecture at was it Harvard or Oxford, with regards to ancient, like, mythical flood stories and how they may actually be related to true flooding events that were kind of passed on through, like, cultural memory of like people surrounding the geography. So he got a lead at some point and was invited on an excursion, like on an expedition, to explore this mythical flood that was in China or somewhere, or India. So they went and they questioned, like, villagers and people that were living in that region to hear the folklore and the stories and legends about this ancient, flood that displaced their ancestors and whatnot. And according to how old those people thought that story was, they were actually able to find evidence of a flooding event that the date of which corresponded rather well to the stories and how it happened and the magnitude of it. I highly recommend you go
Yes,
watch it.
I watched the documentary, the same one, I think. And I
Yeah.
think I also sent it to Derek from Myth Vision podcast, because I was like, hold on, I think there's some things in here that might be a link to, I think it was around Santorini. There was a Santorini explosion or something, and it caused like massive global flooding. And that's what a lot of what they consider the Bible's historical references to be referring to. So it's just like, if you skew with the time and dates of certain things in the religious scripture, it can amount to something that was like actually naturally geographically occurring in real, like historically it did happen, but just not according to the accounts that we're told. Like, we have to do some digging there. Also, Zagros, I just want to say, Mo, I know you have a point, but Zagros,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Nice.
I'm
Yeah, I gotta
vegan
go.
too.
Oh.
Mo, thank you so much for coming, and please join again.
Oh,
nice to
Zagros,
be-
you blushed. That was cute.
Bye, Mo. Take care.
Bye.
Bye,
You
Mo.
too. Thank you.
Bye.
And I was just gonna say
Zagros,
Zagros blush. That was like that was so different. Looking at you blush, Zagros. Not gonna lie.
Zagros, look at all of this love you're getting. Zagros is quite handsome. Zagros, Lindsay would
Thank
like
you.
to know, as a fellow vegan, Lindsay's
Yeah.
saying, I'm a vegan too. Zagros is a cutie. Is he single? Zagros, may you... Zagros,
I am
you know what
single,
you
yes.
say? You've got a rishta.
What?
Yeah.
You have a rishta, like you've got a proposal to...
Wait a second. Should I like put a raki on her? Tell me.
Don't do that, Zagros. No, we are not following Islamic shit here, please. No.
This
Not
is
your
raki.
sister.
You don't know this?
Oh no, that's Hinduism actually. That's
Yeah, but that's gonna make you her brother. We don't want that.
yeah. You're no
Yeah,
longer
we
a
don't want
Muslim.
that.
Stop
Yeah,
being
yeah.
that.
Okay,
Yes,
yeah,
it's like
okay.
Muslims say, "Oh, brother, sister Lindsay." No.
Okay. I take it back.
Good.
I'm
Goodness,
single.
keep your Rocky in that box. Zagros, are you single for real?
Yeah, I am.
Man,
My
Manny for
last
man.
girlfriend, by the way, was Indian. Rajasthani Indian.
You know, my first girlfriend was Indian too. Like Indians, like they have a lot that like Indians have a huge hand in helping me understand Islam in a very different kind of way, though. So
I thought you were going to say understand your sexuality, but okay.
I come on, I was never. People think, oh, I actually didn't share that story with Nuria, right? Like, you know, growing up in a Muslim society, you're not allowed to date girls because or boys because the parents immediately think that it's going to create a like, you know, like it's haram, and Allah's wrath is going to fall upon the entire family, and the society is going to ambush you with all the degrading words and whatnot. So I literally,
Even worse, Hadrian, sorry, even worse, because it happened in mine. The grandfather said, "Oh, my entire inheritance and property is gonna half go to a Hindu." That's how they think.
yeah, that's also the thing. So like I grew up in that kind of a family and society and whatnot. But then later on, very later, when I finally graduated in Canada and whatnot, and I kind of became really firm in what I believe in, which is I'm an atheist. So I actually did the mistake of telling my parents that I'm not a Muslim anymore, because I know they're not going to kill me or outcast me. I mean, come on, I'm the only son they have, and they're really counting on me for their old age. What are they gonna do? But I told them, and they lost their brains. I've never seen my parents behave that way in their life, because they're like, "Oh my God, is that the reason why you went to Canada? Because you're an atheist and now you're gay and you're probably into cocaine and you're probably into other drugs and you probably have a tattoo and
Stop.
that explains the picture where you colored your hair red and all that." And I'm like, what? How the hell did you see that picture even? But whatever. But this is the thing.
How did they see the picture even? Well,
I think my sister showed it to them. But then I was attending a concert. But the thing is, all of this, it's a chain. It's like it comes with the fact that you're an atheist. That means you're gay. So at this point, and I haven't dated in a long time because I've been really busy, and the fact that I can find someone like. But so my mom. Right now, she gets more happy when I have a picture with other female friends of mine, and whenever she sees any pictures with other male friends, she immediately freaks out. Now, like that, and she's the exact same mother who used to be like,
this is so toxic.
Yeah, she used to be like, she used to be like, stay away from girls and whatnot. And this right now, she goes like,
She's
oh.
like, please.
She's like, oh, who's that girl in that picture? Is she single? Is she looking to get married? And if she's a picture with the guy, her tone changes. She's like, who is that guy? Why are you with him? Why do you have so many guy friends? And
sorry, Hadrian, imagine if you said, "Oh, can he just stay over tonight?" There's no
oh my god, yeah.
Oh gosh. Oh
You
my
know
god.
what's really cool is that you really cannot get around it. Like, as you said, it's taboo and it's forbidden. You cannot have sex, and it really automatically creates this vast and underground, sex and drug network, and people, who like to, have sex and drink and use drugs, know one another, and they pass each other to one another. Like a whole underground thing then forms, and like some interesting stuff happens.
Yeah, great. Jada was like, this is UK parents, but I think it's only like probably UK brown parents, right? Like, I'm pretty sure like white parents in the UK wouldn't be like that either.
I would assume
Maybe
it's
if they were
mostly a
like
comment on
Christian
brown parents.
conservative.
Yeah. I asked my dad as well, like, Dad, what would you do if I was like trans? And he was like, I'd love you from afar. I was like, what do you mean you'd love me from afar? He's like, I'd love you, but just from afar. That's so messed up. Like, we're trying to change this a step at a time, but like, wow, the level of conditioning. Like, somebody commented earlier here on saying, you should have consoled your parents, Hadrian, by telling them you're bi. At least then you're like, I've got both bases covered. I could still have probably the rudimentary official wedding you want me to have, or have that.
Oh no, the virgin. If you'd be surprised, I actually did try to counter their homophobia, because when they said, "Oh, you are you really really attracted to guys?" and my mom was like very what do you call, what's that word? What's that word when you try to psychologically influence someone? I ran out of the word. Yeah. So she actually did try to emotionally manipulate me. She said, "Look, I'm your mom. I know this is a very common thing. Now, please tell me if you're gay." So I did tell her that, "Mom, no, I'm not gay. In fact, I was an atheist while I was living here. I did not become an atheist in Canada. In fact, do you know this girl?
She's like, yeah. I'm like, Mom, we dated. Like, what do you think we would? Who do you think I was on the phone with? Where do you think I went when I said I'm going to the malls? But that didn't help, because now she told my dad, and now they are more pissed. They're like, are you serious? Are you attracted to anything at this point? So you're gay and you like women too, so you're bi? But like, it's just, there's no getting around them at all. So
You reminded me of that African anchor who turns to that LGBT, person. Are you gay?
oh
Why
yeah,
are you gay?
Pepe,
You know
that
that?
Pepe guy, like that Pepe interview that happened. Yeah, why are you gay?
Oh my gosh.
Should I call you Mister?
And Pepe also says, she was trans, right? But Pepe says, I am not gay. She's like, yes, but you are gay. And and that's the
Wait a
conversation.
second. The whole Pepe the Frog thing, is it related to that? This? Is
Oh,
it real? Is this? No, they are not related.
I don't think they're related, but there are memes that are related. But yeah, yeah. As ex-Muslims, yeah, we are screwed.
So Zagros, do you know Hadrian from Twitter?
Like, he occasionally says something funny to me, and I say
Okay.
something funny back to him. We have that kind of knowledge of one another.
No, but I know Zagros because he's always on your streams, right? And yeah, in the beginning, and Zagros, this is not a compliment. Sorry for that, but you reminded me of those Dawa people that I used to have in my masjid, and I'm like, and for quite some time, I'm like, is it him? Is it him? Was he in Dubai as well in that masjid? Because like I can literally show you 50 Dawa people, and they would all look like you, Zagros.
I would believe that, so don't worry.
I
it's
was
fine.
shocked when I realized Zagros wasn't even ex-Muslim. I was like, why so much passion for this cause and this movement?
Yeah.
But yeah, it became clear. But I literally thought Zagros was an ex-Muslim. So
Yeah. But that was very special to hear Zagros' story about you and your cousins, and I think your sisters as well, who you deconverted.
Just
Man,
cousins.
you are.
I didn't deconvert them, but I think I contributed a fair amount to them unveiling
you
ultimately.
definitely unhijabified them.
Yeah, like if I could do, if I could even accomplish like 50% of what you did, man, I would be the happiest person, because I'm trying to deconvert my sister. I mean, she's not religious in any way already, but she would occasionally post some stupid quote from Prophet Muhammad, which I know is very mistranslated or misunderstood, and I can't stand it. But like she's one of the person who knows I'm an atheist. But yeah, like I would really love to see that day where I can sit with my sister and really piss on Muhammad together as a as a brother sister combo.
Yeah, because Hadrian, that was
You know
surprising.
how I see it?
My sister, so sorry, Zagros. My sister is, I think, exactly. We're the same age, Hadrian. I think our sisters are the same age. I think our parents had a very similar trajectory. But yeah, so my sister is the same age as your little sister, and I've obviously told her the same thing, and she gasses me up to her university friends, and she's like, "Oh yeah, my sister's like a feminist who speaks against Sharia," but she was actually the feminist that brought out the feminist within me. Like I've mentioned this a few times. You were talking about the whole gay scene and stuff. I did not, as a family, when I was a believing Muslim, we didn't understand why she would be so vocal about LGBTQIA plus issues, to the point where I feel so stupid and ignorant and just a terrible human being for being like, are you lesbian? Because why do you speak about this so much? And she was like, am I not human? Are you not human? Why would we not? And I was like, oh my goodness, you've just taught me the biggest life lesson ever. I respect you so much. You came into this world 13 years after me, and you were clearing the fog off my eyes and telling me how to see the world. And I'm here accusing you of you have to be a part of that group to defend their values. And that was my biggest wake up call. Like, I was like, wow, this is all preconceived, indoctrinated bullshit.
Yeah.
With my Quran teacher, and so did my other sister, and so did my brother. She was the youngest, and she was spared, to the point when my parents got to the point where they were like, putting our children and having the shadiest, most morally reprehensible guys coming to our house to teach them Quran in a language they don't understand. So she was spared from that. They said, why should you learn this when you can't even understand it? If you want to read it in English. So she has no brainwashing about Jews, about hellfire, about apostates, nothing. Her brain is like crystal clear free. And that's why she just values human life and human rights for what it is.
Yeah.
And now she looks up to me. So I'm like, I'm definitely doing something right. If now, the other day I was talking to her and she said something and I was like, that's not very feminist, is it? And she's like, oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm like, yeah, I learned from you. And now the teachers, the students becoming the master. But it does take that wake-up call to bypass and cut and unlearn our indoctrination, which runs so deep. Like what we say in namaz, in prayer, when we're cussing out people we don't even know, when we're wishing on the end times, when we're wishing for the Jews to like fall. This is crazy.
And like every surah is done by Surah Fatiha, and in every Surah Fatiha there is that line, right? Siratul Mustaqim. And that's where in daily 5 prayers you curse out the Jews and Christians.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, 5 times a day you cuss them out. Exactly.
And if you pray the Nafal and Sunnah, that's like more.
Yeah.
Like me.
Exactly. I was you saying something.
It almost sounds like it just came to me like this analogy that Islam is sort of modular in how it can be uploaded to people, depending on, I guess, your affiliation, like your denomination, where you were born, your family structure, like which sect, cult, etc. There are, it seems, different parts, different portions of the Quran that are uploaded, while some are left out, as if there were different curricula for different sects, all of which have like a slightly shifted or cherry-picked version of the religion. So it's like modular in some sense.
Yeah, but the thing is, Zagros, they don't even read that. They don't even go like Sayyid, right? A prime example. I've talked to him about 5 times now bilingually, and he's come on and I've said, like, what do you know about the Quran? And he goes, Surah Fatiha. I listened to it on audio cassettes. And I even as a Muslim loved that, right? There's only so much I can hear that, like, yes, God is the most gracious, the most beneficial, da da da. And like whether you read it in Arabic, like, or English, it's the same thing over and over again. When are we going to get to the nitty gritty of like Surah Toba, Surah Talaq, Surah Nisa, Surah Baqarah, like where there's real problems? It's so easy to bypass that and stay a cultural Muslim, which is why sometimes I do think this work is helpful. But at the same time, I do think if you want to stay Muslim, you will stay Muslim. Like if I was to come across my own channel as a Muslim, I know I would hear me say what I'm saying. But if, again, you can't, sorry to swear, but you can't fuck with that feeling where you're like, this is the truth. Like, I'm going to defend, which is what I see. That's what Muhammad, that's what Sayyid was doing today. That's what Perfect Dawah is doing. That's what Rashid's doing. It's so ingrained, like you actually can't neurologically undo that and think about not defending him. I don't know, like with Hadrian, he's had some instances in life. I had a massive life experience which forced me to confront it. So those beautiful, like biased lenses were pulled off, but they were forced to be because I went in investigative mode. And I think unless you're not in an investigative detective mode, it's so easy for you to find these little stories and be like, okay, I'll attach myself to this. I'm Muslim. This is beautiful. Come, let's debate. And it's just we're not getting anywhere with this conversation. So I do agree, and I thank everyone for saying, yeah, let's move on with the conversation with Saeed today. Even Perfect Dawah, I get it. He's not worth debating. But yeah, I just don't know where this movement's going to go now.
Yeah, and we also, to add to the fact, when I was a Muslim in my second year of religiosity, when I was exposed to all of these arguments about sex slavery, Aisha's age, and all those, right? So I used to read them. I used to learn them from the Muslim websites themselves because they were responding to all of these allegations. So at the time, consciously, I'm like, yeah, that explains. So Quran is perfect. I was actually consciously happy with those mental gymnastics, because like I didn't know how to think the other way. But subconsciously, yes, it was affecting my brain, because I was very culturally exposed, both in real life and in the online life. But like in the end, like every ex-Muslim that I came across, it was just something happened in their life. Something happened that just made them critically start thinking about Islam. And some commonality is they themselves read the Quran with the translations, and the tafsir, and they tried to make it relevant in their personal real life, and they were unsatisfied with it, and that just opened the floodgates for them to critically think about other things in the Quran and the Hadith and in Islam. And then eventually they come to the conclusion that Islam is not the true religion. Now people like Saeed, with whom I've also spoken countless times, it's difficult, because I feel sad for him. He's such an amazing guy, and I know it.
Such a nice guy. He's
Such
so
a
much
nice
better than his
guy. And he, when he comes to your channel, Nuria, he actually genuinely thinks he's trying to explain, and he's trying to help us.
exactly.
But
Yeah.
unless he himself critically starts to think about it, and I don't know, considering his age, I hope nothing bad happens to him that will make him traumatized enough to start critically examining Islam. But unless something happens, I just don't know how people will be able to accept the true facts about this religion.
You know,
I
like
agree,
I
but
really
also
want to
on
tell
the flip
this
side,
to.
yeah, go ahead, Zagros.
No, you
Go
go.
ahead. I'll let you speak right after this. But on the flip side, Hadrian, what I also see, and which is so sad, again, working in domestic violence here, is that when a woman goes through something so bad, they would like either you confront your religion or you turn to it for sheer comfort. And I see that a lot, women that have been beaten and abused by literally men who have voiced their right to do that by their God, that woman will say, oh, God is just testing me and I need to be here. I need to be strong and God will see me through this and God will get me out of it. And obviously, I'm not here to profess my views in like a professional capacity. So I just have to hear this, but it breaks my heart because I'm like, that's the same God that allowed you to get beaten. But again, you are going through one of the biggest points of trauma in your life. So you want comfort and you seek comfort. And if that's what that gives you, then sure. But yeah, I agree. Either it's like philosophically, scientifically, you've got serious problems, or you have a life incident that's really intense and traumatic, which forces you to confront the religion head on. And either that can turn you into an ex-Muslim if you follow the truth, or if you're willing to allow cognitive dissonance to still play a part, you will maybe coil further into your religion. So that's also dangerous. But yeah, Zagros, please, what were you going to say?
Yeah. When people like Said come, I want to tell them that they should look at a 6-year-old. Like, they should examine a 6-year-old, interact with a 6-year-old, try to have like a conversation with a 6-year-old, see how far you can go. Try playing with a 6-year-old, see how far you can go, how much they can focus on the given conversation. Try to explain to them something as complex as a union, like a marriage. Try to explain them, the requirements of the marriage, and physical and emotional. Like, I don't understand. Don't people know what a freaking like 6-year-old is? It's like a tiny little human. It's a very small human. Like, you cannot even reason with that human. It's like that undeveloped. It's like a little. It's like a puppy. Like, and then how do you come and tell me that she consented? Or some don't even go to that extent. They say, well, her parents consented. So, who are we to say anything? And I'm not quite sure that it's a cognitive dissonance, because when someone is in a state of cognitive dissonance, they are aware of the harm of one variable and the benefit perhaps of the other variable, or the harm that could be prevented. I think this is more of a case of partitioning your cognition.
Yeah, but Zagros, the reason I say cognitive dissonance first, like, is because if we were to even go with what you're saying, he's saying himself, Sayyid came on and said, that's a sick man, right? That's a sick man. So he's agreeing with that. If that was to be factually correct, which is, I'm not in the whole argument for Aisha's age. I'm just going by what the main hadith says. And it says she's playing with her dolls and the marriage was consummated when she was 9. And Sayyid is saying if a 50-something-year-old man is attracted to a 6-year-old, he is sick. Yet he is still saying, then flipping it and saying that was just one time. So I didn't understand really where he was coming from.
That's why I was saying, I think there are two people, one of which would, I think, fall under the category of cognitive dissonance, as you said it, and the other under the category of like a partitioning of like a cognitive partitioning. In Sayyid's case, his moral intuition tells him that it would be a disgusting thing for a prophet to lay with a 6-year-old or a 9-year-old. So he will try to do his best to justify or validate the Daif hadith that supports the 18 years of age. Whereas someone who has partitioned their cognition, who is someone who is able to hold two contradictory truths at the same time, whereas a cognitive dissonance, the person is aware of what's going on. In the other case, they just hold it as true, both of them. So yes, it's a 6-year-old, but at the same time, it's not bad because, you know, the book says so, or Muhammad cannot be bad. So I think Sayyid falls under the former, and people like Ali Dawa under the latter.
Yeah, I get that. And just as you said, I think you mentioned it, maybe Hadrian, correct me if I'm wrong, but one of you said that I think it was a major Muslim apologist actually tweeted that how is it rape and pedophilia when her parents consented? Like
Fareed,
the
Fareed.
lowest Fareed responds. That's it. Yes. Exactly. He actually said that. I mean, this, Zagros, this is the mentality that we're dealing with. Her parents consented, even though, according to, if Abu Bakr said to Muhammad, I thought we were brothers. What are you doing here? What are you playing at? And then when the roles were flipped, he did not let anyone marry his own daughter. So clearly, like anyone who follows the actual history, even going by what Islam says, there's questions that arise. Muhammad said, she's too young for you. Where was that in his mind when he was planning to marry Aisha and said, God, Allah gave it, like said this to me, showed it to me in a dream that I was going to marry her? But yeah, also, Rory's asking if we are on Discord or on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, sorry, or Discord, Rory. I'm not sure about Hadrian and Zagros. Are you guys?
No.
Like
Okay, yeah.
I'm on Discord and TikTok, but you know, I'm like like I don't talk about Islam over there because I have most of my Muslim friends following me, so it's only Twitter.
Okay, and I know we've gone for so long, Hadrian. I'm so sorry. Let's wrap this up. I have work tomorrow as well.
Yep.
We have another caller with us called an ultimated judo Christian. Oh, they just left. Okay, I think they were going to come in and do some Bible apologetics. But yeah, anyway, I think I guess if you guys are happy, we can wrap this up. It's been 4.5 hours. So yeah, final words, Zagros, and then Hadrian, over to you, and then we'll end the show. Zagros?
Nothing to say, just happy to be here.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for participating, Zagros. Always a pleasure. And we'll see you around for sure. Bye. Hadrian, thank you. By the way, okay, let me just say this. Hadrian, thank you so much. I think this was one of my most, like, this is the longest I've ever streamed myself with just this another person that I'm talking to. So insane. I knew this is exactly what was going to happen. That's why I said, like, no need to prepare anything. Let's just have a discussion. But yeah, thank you so much. You've been really, really raw and genuine. You've shared some really hard personal truths here with us today. And yeah, your journey, you laid it bare in front of us. People really, really respected and acknowledged your story. And they were so grateful for you. People are in awe of your voice. And I'm sure you're going to gain a lot more Twitter followers tonight. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. But yeah, Hadrian, thank you for being here. What would you like to say before we wrap up?
No, thank you, Nuria. Thank you so much for doing this one-on-one. Like, I can't remember the last time you did something like this with some another fellow ex-Muslim. So I feel really privileged. But one of the things I wanted to say as my parting words, which is one takeaway that I learned from my life, which was I got attracted to religion due to mental condition that I had, and nothing else. Like, if I were to go back, and if I were to if I had the medical help that I needed, I definitely wouldn't had actually explored Islam. But the downside of that would mean that I would still be a Muslim today, because I would have never studied this religion that critically. But I do want to say that, like, in the Western side, in the Western world where I live, we do have real issues and real problems to which we do not always have the answer. There's a lot of confusion that's happening in the world, in the media and whatnot. And the Muslim teenagers and youths who look at these and they get frustrated, scared, afraid, depressed, you name it. And this makes them very fearful about this world, and they may try to get back into Islam as the last resort if they do not find the answers to our challenging world. And I just wanted to say, like, it is very common that with young people, it is, because I talk with my nephews and nieces, and they are one of, by the way, there are also a few people right now who knows I'm an ex-Muslim. So, and we talk about this, and we talk about real life issues, we talk about depression, we talk about mental illness, and we talk about religion. And I try to guide them out. I try to tell them that you cannot take Islam as a like as a I forgot, look, I'm running out of words, but uh,
That's okay. You've been talking for 4.5 hours. I don't
yeah,
blame you at this point.
yeah, but you can't take Islam as a safe haven, out,
Safe
out
haven, yeah.
safe haven out of this confusing planet, which we are all trying to fix, because Islam gives you a false promise of hope, based on false pretenses, and you would end up not making your own personal life miserable, but also all around you. So let's talk about it together. Let's deal with it together, but just make sure you are on your guard, especially when it comes to religion or any organized religion of that sort. So that's it. Thank you, Nuria. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, you are so welcome. And I completely agree. Islam is that very dangerous ideology that can potentially, if you are going through a turbulent time in your life, or having an identity crisis, or, social anxiety, or avoid, there's so many things, depression, um, yeah, a lack of fulfillment, bullying,
Yeah.
anything can tip you to find yourself trying to find comfort in the arms of Islam. And where it can seem, and where everybody
Yeah.
that you speak to tries to tell you why it's so beneficial and perfect for your life, and why it would solve all of your problems, that's definitely not the case. As Hadrian mentioned earlier as well, like, even his experiences, his kind of light brush with Christianity, you can see how religious people in power prey on a vulnerable. See this time and time again. We see it play out across the board. Insert whatever religion you want to. That is the case. When Hadrian started saying he was in a place that was quite vulnerable, and he started talking to his pastor, and let's guess what happened. Like, we were already all on edge, because we know how they try and manipulate the mind of a malleable human being who is looking and seeking for comfort and protection and justice or divine retribution. All of these ideas are really, really, like, beautiful and cuddly in terms of making our experience here on earth that little bit more bearable and understandable. So we talked about depression and things like that, but I think there's a lot of a can of worms about existential crisis that might ensue in a person's mind when they do leave religion, and that we need to touch on a little bit more. So maybe I'll do a stream touching on existential, like, just thoughts that you have the moment that you realize that the religion you were brought up and born into might not be the truth, ergo your entire world is like crumbling before your eyes. Because that's how I describe the moment for me when I realized, holy shit, maybe this is not the truth, but like, what does that mean, and where does that leave me, like, as Nuria? How do I navigate this world? Why am I here? What do I mean? What's the point? What happens after like death? Like all of those things, and you just try and grapple with them one by one. But I'm not even sure if we grapple with them entirely, or that's a whole nother thing that needs therapy and addressing. But you kind of just prod on, and you find people that are like-minded, and you find communities the way Hadrian went onto Facebook and then found Ray the Producer's song, and then stumbled across me, and then Haris and Ghalib and Sultan Salatin, and then Sahil. Like, this was his introduction to this whole world. Mine was kind of similar, but just through the more native Arab speaking route. So masked Arab, Sharif Gabber, and then ex-Muslims in North America, and then Twitter. But the common denominator was that me and Hadrian were just looking for validation that we weren't crazy. We weren't crazy for thinking this actually might be immoral or messed up. But like, am I the only one that sees through this? Why is everybody hypnotized by the beauty of this Arabic being read in this Quranic way that's just causing them to bow up and down 5 times a day and say inshallah, mashallah, alhamdulillah, subhanallah after everything? But nobody's really like thriving in this day and age. Like, you hate the Jews, you love Putin. Why is all of this happening? Like, you've got to understand it, right? So yeah, Islam, you lie in bed with Islam, you take on so many incorporated biases and bigotry. And these conversations, like the one we've had today, is just trying to unpack that like one at a time. Because as you can probably tell from what Hadrian think, it's a lot more of a liberating, less taxing position mentally to take. I feel really free in that I don't have to sit here and defend stuff Islamically, and I can just say, well, this is where the evidence is, this is what we have, this is what I'm going to go with. It's a really easy, beautiful position to be in, where I can sleep at night. Not like the kind of conditions that Zagros was explaining that Sayyid could potentially be victim to, because that's what a lot of Muslims have to deal with. So Hadrian, I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate you on Twitter, raising your voice, tuning in pretty much every single day, getting involved in conversations that are beyond where you're from and people that you know, and still voicing your opinion. You've been an amazing tag partner to me in these spaces, and I hope we should host some of our own in the future. I'd say like that would be good.
Sure, I would love to keep that in the pipeline. And
Awesome. Yeah, I'd absolutely love to. We could schedule a first one for like this week or next week or whatever. But yeah, thank you
Sure.
so much to everyone. The love was spread far and wide today. We got so many super chats, so many new members, so many compliments for Hadrian. I think we had a lot of productive discussion as well. We unpacked a lot of what's happening in the Middle East just by virtue of Hadrian and I's collective experience of living there. The sexual depravity, the sexual repression, the lack of sexual education, all of those things. So I hope there was some takeaways for some people tonight. And I hope we gave you an insight into life in the Middle East as a teenager.
a horror show, a horror life in the Middle East as teenagers.
Exactly. But we made it, Hadrian, and we can talk to each other today without freaking
Yeah.
out or being weird or being, we
Yeah.
made it out of all of that dogma and conditioning. So
Yeah.
what I want to say to you is, you have, what I gathered, and given a lot of answers to questions that were very valid, and you were given such subpar answers that I commend you so much for constantly and consistently saying, I refuse to accept that, I refuse to accept that, and marching forward and getting to the point that you are today. Because I see it obviously in the way that you form your thoughts and you form your like logic and reasoning. You will not accept anything that does not meet your own moral and like cognitive requirements. So kudos to you. You truly are amazing. As Zagros is saying, freedom. Hadrian, you are awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, especially Nuria. Thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm out of words.
Aw.
So,
Well, thank you for giving us nearly 5 hours of your time, Hadrian. The only reason I did push this, by the way, I do not expect this of all my guests. It's just Hadrian told me that he had cleared up his Sunday, so I thought, let me just push it as much as I can. But Hadrian, I promise you it won't be this long next time you come on.
okay, thank you. No
All right.
worries.
Okay, bye
Okay.
everyone.
Bye.
Take care and have a good week. Bye.
Bye
Bye, John.
bye.
Thank you so much for doing amazing modding today. Bye, guys.